We have put together an amazing group of speakers in a series of panels today. And we're bringing together really three different groups who ordinarily don't speak to each other as much as they should. And that is, there are data science folks on the one hand, there are clinicians in medical practice on the other, and then there are ethicists and legal and regulatory people, and some cross borders, but not as much overall as we should. And so one of the goals here today is to bring together these different groups to have crosstalk, because we all need to soon work together to face very huge problems that we'll all be facing with AI broadly and with digital twins in specific today. This is the second conference that we've organized as part of a grant for which we're very grateful from the Data Science Institute here at Columbia. The first conference in February was on what to do when clinicians and AI diverge. That was led by Dr. Charles Binkley, who's here with us today as well. And we encourage you to view the video of that conference if you've not already done so. It contains very important cutting-edge examinations of issues that are also relevant for today. Today, I'm very grateful to have been able to work with Florence, who I'll introduce more formally in a moment. And as we'll also be hearing today, digital twins have been transforming many industries, such as aerospace, and are just beginning to enter into healthcare, and in very important ways, and will increasingly do so in ways that we all need to be aware of, whether we're physicians, nurses, hospital administrators, insurers, pharmaceutical or biotech folks, et cetera. We see this as an interactive session for both our in-person and online attendees. And as Florence mentioned, please use the QR code to type in questions and also to vote on questions that you particularly like, since we may have more than we're able to cover, but we will prioritize those that are the most popular. We're extremely grateful to Garud Iyengar from the Data Science Institute, also to Alexa Vitisian for all her amazing help, Aaron Elliott from DSI, who I think is there's Aaron, okay. And Marie Gunyashev who had checked you in likely, from the Bioethics program, and Katie Mendez from the Masters of Bioethics program. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Florence.
Thank you very much. Well, this is super exciting. We've been planning this for a while, and I am Italian and I'm going to be moving my hands and I have to hold two things. This is going to be a little crazy. So we're going to talk about what are digital twins and why are they important first. So a little more background about me. I'm actually an aerospace and mechanical engineer. So I was very involved in the AIAA, which you're going to hear more about from me and from Dr. Grace Pang from NIH, who's one of our speakers, the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, because digital twins, virtual twins started way back in the Apollo 13 era, and they've been growing into different areas. And you'll hear from Dan Isaacs, the general manager for the Digital Twins Consortium, about all the domains that are in. So the question is, what are digital twins and why are they important? So let's go back to the beginning. So does anybody remember Apollo 13? Okay, hands in the room here, Apollo 13. Houston, we've had a problem. So when that happened, NASA said, we have to fix the problem, right? You know, failure is not an option. Some of the things we remember from NASA. So virtual twins are actually attributed to NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration here in the US, where I used to work actually at the Jet Propulsion Lab, and before that on different types of space and terrestrial aircraft. So virtual twins enable simulation and analysis of physical objects, including internal and external factors, to address challenges and improve outcomes. So the Apollo 13 mission experienced a critical failure. Look at all these 13s and what happened with Apollo 13, just saying. So the Apollo 13 mission experienced a critical failure on April 13th in 1970, and an oxygen tank in the service module exploded, prompting the famous Houston, we've had a problem message. The engineers immediately ran to the physical simulator they had. They didn't have a digital simulator at the time, to replicate the situation from space. Every time the astronauts said, we did this, we did that, we changed that, we turned this off, they simulated that. They did that in the command module that they had on the Earth. And they tested these mechanisms and other cool things. You might probably remember they created a filter and based on what they knew was in the spacecraft, to save the astronauts and optimize the outcome. And it worked. Important learning. So now what we're doing is evolving, or we have evolved to digital twins. In silico, we called it in silicon, which means that it's in a computer somewhere. So the evolution, as we do this in silico, provides an opportunity to simulate various solutions to problems while reducing risks very quickly. A lot of people can see it at the same time. You don't have to be sitting in the command module or in the operating room with them. Other people could be looking at this as well. And so digital twins now are driving everything from personalized medicine, and we'll talk more about that, to autonomous operations in space or manufacturing or in automotive. I know Kristen Myers, who's going to be speaking today, she's a mechanical engineer. I'm mechanical in aerospace, and she used digital twins in automotive. I used it in aerospace. There are a couple of terms we used to use. Crash detection and clash detection, right? You want to make sure stuff isn't going to crash into each other. And then in the manufacturing process and in the design and development and production process, you want to make things aren't going to clash, like something isn't going to go into something else and not fit. So these are some interesting concepts that now we can apply to humans. So digital twins are meant to be real-time replicas of physical objects. Let's let that sink in. A real-time replica of a human. Whoa, that's hard, right? But what you're going to hear today is that that's the aspirational view that NASEM, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, has put out there. So we're going to talk more about that. There are ways to do that. So we have replicas of the objects, the systems, and the processes, because everything is a system of systems. You know, in the space capsule, it's out there in space, and there's certain pressure, there's oxygen, there's not oxygen, there's a velocity, there are things that are happening. What is going on? Same thing with the body, but even more. I was talking to my brother, who's also an aerospace engineer, and I was like, but the cool thing, or the easy thing, for automotive and aerospace is like the material of the thing doesn't change. It's metal or it's graphite epoxy or whatever. The humans are changing all the time. You get a virus, a tumor metastasizes, you have exposomes. I know here in New York when there was smoke from fires in British Columbia and I was coughing in my living room. I'm like, how did that happen? Right. And so as we look at not just my genome, what's inside of me, but my exposome, what I'm exposed to, and all these humans, that affects your health. It affects, parts of your body. It affects your lungs. It affects your skin. So there's so much to figure out, but we have the technology and we just have to keep improving it. So because we have the technology and there's a lot of interest and there's a lot more technical capability in all domain areas, the digital twins are really surging to the forefront in a lot of different areas. So as the world grows in complexity, which we know it is, these digital twins can help us make better informed decisions, contextual decisions, more data, inside and outside, genome and exposome, reducing risk and delivering life-saving benefits to humanity, especially when combined with the power of scientific computing, AI, and sensor technology. So what is the definition of a digital twin? So you could look for this report, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine 2024 report, Foundational Research Gaps and Future Directions for Digital Twins. And you'll notice that at the bottom here, it says this definition was modified from a definition published by the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Remember, we all started this in the aerospace industry from 2020. So we didn't call them digital twins, back in the day. That was like more in the early 2000s, we started calling them that. The idea is the same. So what is the definition? A digital twin, as we said, is a set of virtual information. It's important. Constructs that mimic the structure, context, and behavior of natural, engineered, or social systems. We're a natural system. Plane would be an engineered system. A social system could be from a sociology perspective or a smart city. You might have heard of, digital twins of smart cities. I know Japan has that. We have some of that here in New York, and the Center for Smart Streetscapes here at Columbia, funded by the National Science Foundation, has things like that. Dr. Sharon D., who's a transportation engineer, has digital twins for transportation. What this allows us to do is leverage AI to actually come up with predictions. What I call the good, the bad, and the ugly. How good could this be? How bad this could be? And how ugly could it be? And how do we make better decisions to optimize? So the bidirectional interaction between the virtual and the physical is central to the digital twin, and we'll talk more about that. Now I wanted to give you a couple of examples. Being like a mechanical and aerospace engineer, I'm very real. I say we make things you can touch. So we like stuff that we know is happening. Here are a couple of examples we're going to learn more about today from our speakers, which we're super excited about. So Dr. Kristen Myers, who's a mechanical engineering professor here at Columbia, is going to talk about how she's working with the Preterm Birth Care Center at Columbia Presbyterian to create 3D digital twins from ultrasound images to reduce the risk of preterm birth. How amazing is that? Think about how this touches all these humans, and it can. So they generate hypotheses and predictions and simulate potential interventions to improve outcomes. On the cancer side, we have a few people that are going to be talking about cancer. Dr. Caroline Chung from MD Anderson. Eric Stahlberg is here from MD Anderson. He and I and Lynn Borkin worked together on virtual human global summits the past few years. And then Dr. Chakra Chenabotia from Predix Bio, a startup, is going to talk about basically the finite element modeling he does of solid tumors. Once again, bringing like mechanical engineering, computer science, and medicine and the body together, translating complex solid tumor tissue biology into decision-grade insights, including cell-to-cell interactions. And they're leveraged from early discovery through clinical development. You can do clinical trials in silico. Very interesting. Reducing the risk as compared to saying, well, I think this will work, but there's always human risk. And so how can we reduce that? So let's talk about how we really can use these and what some of the challenges are, as Bob said, because our goal today is to understand and think through what are digital twins in healthcare and what are the clinical, ethical and legal ramifications. But let's start with the technology and how it's going to help. So the opportunity to enable dynamically updated digital twins can be accomplished through a lot of advanced technologies. And this can enable precision medicine, which is basically what we're talking about. So the Internet of Things, little sensors, insulin pumps, glucose sensors in the body when you're in the OR, when you're in the hospital, when you're out in the wild, running, taking a walk, and it sees something's going on. And then technologies, whether blockchain, machine learning, big data, a lot of little data makes big data, augmented reality, and AI, all of this can be used and can be helpful. Now, interestingly, I actually published about this 10 years ago in an Elsevier book. So this is not brand new, right? But there's so much more going on. The question is, how do we accelerate the good use of this? So when you think of it, as we were mentioning before, for precision medicine, you want to leverage real data. Well, you want to leverage genomic data, clinical research data, connected health and patient lifestyle data, clinical care data, and other life sciences and environment data like we were talking about. So as you look at this, there are a number of opportunities. One of the other projects we work on here at Columbia with a number of others is something called the Prototype Open Knowledge Network, funded by the National Science Foundation. And this is where we're actually creating knowledge graphs. So a knowledge graph is kind of a distributed database where you connect knowledge, data, and knowledge together. And then that connects multiple knowledge graphs into an open knowledge network, an OKN we call it. So we actually have examples of biomedical knowledge graphs and open knowledge networks. So here's one that's actually led by Professor Sergio Baranzini out of UC San Francisco, Scalable Precision Medicine Open Knowledge Engine. Very cool. And they have all these different data sets they're looking at. They use LLMs. They look at social determinants of health. They have, EHRs and other information. And then interestingly, what they're looking at is what they call multiplanetary humans. Whoa, so you're in the International Space Station or, we're going to go to the moon and Mars, all these things going on. And they talk about how the social determinants of health are very applicable in space. And when you think of that, you think of social determinants of health. That's where we worry about underserved people on the planet. Well, what are some of the issues with social determinants of health? Social isolation, that happens in space. Lack of mobility, that happens in space. No fresh food, bone health. Very interesting. So these knowledge graphs, these digital twins and knowledge networks allow you to gather context, data, and insight from various directions to actually come up with better recommendations. So another thing I want to mention, as we develop digital twins for healthcare, we have to be very careful to protect the data, the devices, and the humans from security and privacy risks. So I also worked for the NSF Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, and starting with Department of Defense stuff at Grumman as an aerospace engineer, always been security focused. As we do this, there's going to be more data. more physical and virtual access points and attack vectors, not to scare people, but just to put it out there. These are some of the challenges we have to address. More devices, mobile devices in the wild. You're running around with your, glucose sensor and your insulin delivery system. Less secure environments, more accessibility by providers, which is great. They can see how you're doing. The patients, which is good. They can see how they're doing. The payers, they can see how everyone's doing. Researchers, vendors, governments, but also malicious actors, which could be people or bots. And so malicious motivations include financial, political, personal, and institutional. So one of the challenges we have is as you look at all this, we're creating such a shiny object. All of this data that people would love to have. And as you might know, if you look on the dark web and you look at, the value of your driver's license number versus your medical record is a lot more valuable. There's so much information in there, right? So genomic data, we talked about the clinical data, your patient history and lifestyle data. They can act like you. They know everything about you. Connected health data and the exposome data. So as we build a digital twin for health, these will be like Legos that we put together to try to get the entire picture. So the good news is we're trying to help with this. So we actually have worked with IEEE, the Institute for Electronic Engineers, and UL, the Underwriters Laboratories, to develop a standard for connected healthcare interoperability, security, and privacy. And it's called TIPS for IoT, standing for trust, identity, privacy, protection, safety, and security. So what's really important as we do this, and we're very excited that we have a global audience today, is that we need to work together because humans with medical devices can go anywhere. They can live anywhere, they can be in one place, they can move to another place. So we have to make sure that we keep on top of it and protect them everywhere. We had over 300 people from 33 countries and 6 continents participate in this. And so we're going to keep moving that forward. And if you want to participate in that, you can ping me on LinkedIn or go to nebigdatahub.org/tips. So that's what I want to share with you today. And when Bob and I were preparing for this, we said, what we're sharing right now is like the past of digital twins. We're the present of digital twins, and then envisioning the future of digital twins, which is what we want to build together with you. And today is the first day in that journey. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to call up our panelists for the first panel. We have a couple in person. We have Dan Isaacs, who's here. And we have Eric, who's here, and I think you're going to be sitting right up here, right, Alexis? Okay, great. So since it's my fault some of these people are here, I'd like to thank them and introduce them. So Dan Isaacs and I, met a while ago, probably at the first Virtual Human Global Summit that Eric managed, which was a few years ago at this point. And so Dan is the CTO and Chief Technology Officer and General Manager for the Digital Twins Consortium. You might be thinking, oh, wow, there's a Digital Twins Consortium. Wow, a lot of people are doing this. A lot of people are doing this. So that should have some comfort. So we are very excited that Dan can talk about what he's done with digital twins, give us a couple of examples in healthcare, which I think you'll find very intriguing and interesting. And actually, one of his colleagues will be speaking at the end of the day today because he's in Australia. And so it's not a good time to speak. So he'll be joining us at 5 a.m. Australia time. Now that's commitment, which is 3 o'clock our time, Sean. And so if you wanted to mention something about that. So, we're talking about digital twins, the human element, the physical element. He'll be talking about hospitals, and this is all connected as a system of systems. So I encourage you to keep thinking, take notes. We'll have a Q&A after each panel, and then we have a longer Q&A at the end of the day. So as it, filters through our brains, we'll see what comes out. So Dan, thank you so much for making the trip from California, and take it away.
Thank you, Florence, and thank you to Columbia University opportunity to present here. So my name is Dan Isaacs. As Florence said, I'm the CTO and the General Manager for the Digital Twin Consortium. And we were founded about going on almost 6 years now. So we were founded by Microsoft and Dell, Ansys, a physics-based modeling and simulation company, now acquired by Synopsys, a couple other companies. And the goal was really to bring forward the true value of a digital twin in terms of real world applications and being able to demonstrate that in a way that would accelerate that adoption. And you just saw some great examples of digital twins, saw a little bit of the history, and they've been around a long time. And As I said, 2 weeks into the formation of this consortium, I was asked to facilitate the technical direction and the growth. You can see here we started with 50 members. That was what we called our groundbreakers. And we've now had continued updates in terms of our steering committee, and we've grown from 50 to over 200. We're in over 30 countries. And we were acquired back in October by another not-for-profit organization called the Enterprise Data Management Association. So we can go from really these concepts and frameworks, standards, ontology, semantics, then from that perspective, go into the areas of the digital twin itself and look at that in terms of developing areas. Then we can go into the platform stack, and you'll see some examples coming up here shortly of that. Then from there, we go into an implementation and then lead us right to the real world. So we can run the entire gamut from the standards all the way to the real world implementation. And that's really where the true value, as you'll see, of a digital twin comes from, is being able to have that cycle, to have that continuous improvement, going from your virtual to your physical, but having a synchronized interaction between the real world and the virtual that gives you actionable insight to then optimize. So a true value in a digital twin is that closed loop continuous improvement. And we're structured in terms of different verticals. So we have different working groups. We started with 4, and now we have a dozen. And we continue to build that out because really it's a testament to the fact that digital twins are the key enabler to digital transformation. And when you think about that in that context, then you can look at the evolution of digital twins. But it's not just on the vertical side, it's also on the horizontal. This is where you look at those foundational elements of security and trust. The lifeblood of the digital twin is data. If you can't trust that data, your foundation is shaky at best. So we look at that in the context of security and trust, which brings in reliability, it brings in resiliency, it brings in privacy, it brings in safety, functional safety, different aspects associated with that. And then you look at this evolution of the digital twin, where you've gone from a traditional digital twin to an intelligent digital twin, where before you told it what to look for and it would only trigger when you reach those specific thresholds, those anomalies. Now you move to the intelligent side, where you're looking and you're only looking at the data to predict and prevent. Now you're looking at the data flow itself for optimization. That's the intelligent. It's always on. And then on top of that, so it's goal seeking instead of goal directed, but now bring that forward in terms of generative. And that's where you see this horizontal section of being around one of the focus areas around physical AI. And so a lot of people think about physical AI as robots. Think about taking that intelligence, going from the screens like ChatGPT to actually the real world. Well, there's a lot more to it from that perspective. This actually came out of our member meeting, a summary of our member meeting, and we looked across different areas. So physics-based AI, but then looking at it, and we had one panel that looked at it in terms of how do we transform these industries and create these silicon-based, and looking at it from the standpoint of silicon-based in healthcare in terms of the brain, the neuroplasticity of the brain. So one of our members is involved, company called Neurobolt. They're actually the founder of that, and they're looking at it. Can I look at this and refine and redefine the way we take that approach? Instead of going through the guesswork of what's happening for these neurological treatments, can I treat it more like an engineering problem, more like a circuit, understanding that? So can I decode, and then can I drive and direct that neuroplasticity understanding to adapt, to organize over time, but to harness that ability, analyze and predict these neural patterns, and to do that in a way that I can now have real-time adaptive biofeedback to actually rewrite what's going on in the brain. So the current approach, you see these different brain interfaces. The standard is much more rigid. It has a lot of different issues associated with it. But now with this Neurobolt standard, what we're looking at is using a long-term signal stability. Again, the data is the lifeblood. It's key to have that data from that perspective. Have it be flexible and minimize the friction and detect against infection. So if we look at that physics-based AI from a simulation standpoint, a lot of people think about generative AI. You're looking at that as more of the patterns themselves. Correlate them, but not have those constraints from a biological perspective. What does this lead to? Bad data leads to hallucinations. And that can cause errors, in many cases critical. But now if you look at it from a physics-based perspective, and you look at it in terms of specific first principles where these become the constraints, physics-based, the mathematical equations, looking at it from that standpoint, now you get much more predictive in that context. And being able to do this and do this analysis safely. So if we look at that comparison in terms of generative AI versus physics-based AI, you can see where you go from the pattern-driven and the hallucinations to the theory-guided, to being able to look at those needs in terms of the clinical aspects, be able to have that correlation and eliminate those hallucinations. So using that AI to look at direct modulation of the brain, predictive outcomes, and then moving that forward in terms of the long-term adaptations. So some of those areas, supervised learning, where you're looking to have those and predictions based on that, looking at the reinforcement learning. So I can continue to learn from that, build that up, and optimize those different strategies and approaches. And even apply the Bayesian neural networks to be able to map those circuits. Again, simulation to the physical. As I talked about, that value, that closed loop, continuous improvement side. So bringing that forward, bringing the digital twin from the simulation standpoint to now reflect that into the real world. So that was one example. Another example is with a synthetic kidney. So this is one of the areas that we're looking at from chronic kidney disease. So this came out of West Yorkshire. So this is one of our members, grouping and bringing several other folks together. And looking at this program, if you look, 80,000 people there, late-stage kidney disease. But then extrapolate that forward globally, 800 million late-stage kidney disease. 3 in 10 patients having that. Projecting that to 2030, 400% increase. What does that mean? Massive expenditure. Increased healthcare, $14 billion projected. And will you have enough dialysis? Will you be able to handle that? So if we look at it in terms of the current practice, you can see for kidney failure, it's individual, it's patient-based. Now can we go and take that forward and go into a population scale, where now we look at tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, and being able to bring that forward. So one example of that platform stack, looking at it across these different areas, where you take the data, bringing in the standards, look at this across the different population, different areas, and then being able to bring that forward in terms of the simulation. And here's where now you bring in the agents. Now you bring in agent-based modeling, both from a clinical perspective, both from a workforce. Excuse me. These agents are looking at both from a patient, from a clinician, and from a system resource. But again, there's the whole governance aspect and understanding it in that context. Fidelity of the data is critical, the performance of the model, and then equity, the safety. And looking at it from, again, how do you bring those governance controls together? Number one, no patient identifiable information. So you're anonymizing that. And then you're bringing the human in the loop. So the clinicians, as well as being able to prove, understand, look at the data, and take corrective action if necessary. And so the whole larger vision here is to have this disease agnostic core, being able to bring this together and look not just at chronic kidney disease, but look at diabetes, look at heart failure, look at these different areas, have the same repeatable model throughout. And that's what the goal of this is to extend that forward. That's my presentation. Thank you.
The amazing Alexis, who did everything to organize this with her team, is helping us. Thank you, Alexis. And while she's doing that, I'd like to introduce Eric Stahlberg. Eric and I have known each other a long time. He graciously invited me to participate in the Computational Approaches for Cancer Workshop Steering Committee maybe 10 years ago, when he was working, I think, at Frederick National Lab at the time with the National Cancer Institute. And I met Lynn Borkin around then, who's here to help take notes because she does a lot of the Virtual Human Global Summit work with us as well. And Eric has been a key partner as we look at computation in healthcare. So first in computational approaches to cancer, which is still ongoing. We have another workshop at the Supercomputing Conference in the fall for those of you who are interested. If you're interested in being a peer reviewer, let us know too, because we get papers and like that kind of stuff too. And so Eric is now at MD Anderson Cancer Center, and he actually also helped us find one of our other speakers today, Dr. Caroline Chung, who's going to be speaking as well. And so Eric has been leading the Virtual Human Global Summits for a while. We have those here in New York by Park Avenue, nice location. And the last one we had actually was collaboratively at the same time, hybrid between here and Barcelona. So some people were tired at different parts of the day, but it all worked out. We were very gracious with each other and made sure that we could find each other and talk on panels collaboratively. It was very cool. As you can imagine, in the EU, there are other interesting legal, ethical perspectives. You know, we were talking to Glenn last night, who's going to be on one of our panels later. And so he's a lawyer that came down from Harvard and will help us think through some of those things. And they're different in different jurisdictions because of different governance and regulations. And so Eric has helped us make a lot of those connections. And when he initially did the computational approaches for cancer workshop, I was sharing with Bob that remember, we tried to aim them at each other. We would have the clinicians and the Department of Energy algorithmicists who were dealing with, petabytes and petaflops and this, that at the time. And we had them speaking in front of the room together, and they were looking at each other like this, like, what? Because they really spoke different languages. And so it was hard to work together. And it took years. It really took years. And now the papers are much more integrated. The discussions are more collaborative. So we're so lucky that we're all here together. We have the clinicians, the ethicists, legal, technologists, all the different perspectives. And so let's leverage that, listen to each other, learn from each other, and move forward. So Eric, thank you for creating this whole frame. And thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Florence. I think I should stop now. That was a wonderful introduction. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today about digital twins and in particular building communities around medical digital twins. I am from MD Anderson. I started there about 18 months ago, leaving MD Anderson from Frederick National Lab for Cancer Research. And one of the opportunities there was to actually go work for the world's #1 cancer hospital and look at what it takes to get things translated into practice. And that's going to be some of the basis of my talk, talking about the communities and the observations I've had over the past 18 months about some of these challenges. Just a little bit, disclaimers, conflicts of interest. I don't have any conflicts of interest, and the disclaimers are, I will speak my mind, but it doesn't necessarily speak the organization. So from that perspective, I'll just share my thoughts. I pulled this slide up. This is a slide that I used back in 2011. So 2011 had this idea about, hey, let's see what we can do with HPC and cancer. Cancer is really hard to model. And I said, well, but if we can actually observe it, we can probably start making models and then improve them. And we put this slide up, and this was kind of a way of looking at how drugs and treatments were approved in the past. And think about this as a clinical trial. You have a number of people that are extremely different, but being selected to be the same. And that's your basis for evaluating whether a particular treatment is going to be effective. And then you're going to use that treatment and apply it to an individual who is not part of that group. So that's where things are at this particular point in time in clinical trials. So that kind of gives us the challenge is how do we actually personalize things? And so take a look at a digital twin approach, and this takes a different aspect. And see, these are things that are still emerging about how do we actually validate treatments for an individual if we're trying to model that individual, because we don't have the statistical breadth to actually evaluate the options. But taking the digital twin approach, we have this opportunity to take the individual, model them, and then actually create alternative models from that individual using a varying set of assumptions. As Florence mentioned, we have different exposomes and things of that nature. Well, the exposomes for all the people in the past cohort wouldn't be like the exposome that you have. In this case, you can actually model your exposome and things of that nature and build in the assumptions so that you can actually look at de-risking using digital twins. So that's something that's emerging now, is how to actually do this effectively. As I mentioned, I've been working in cancer for a long time. I started at Frederick National Lab in 2011, and about 2013, 2014, I changed what I was doing from directing a bioinformatics core to really pushing the frontiers of what we can do with computational approaches with cancer. And that was essentially the genesis where we had the computational approaches for cancer workshop, which is actually at the supercomputing conference. It's not at a cancer conference, it's at a supercomputing conference. And we are having our 12th or 13th one this year. So we've been doing it a long time. But this gets us back to what's a digital twin paradigm for cancer. And this paper that some colleagues and I put together as we were beginning to put this thought together and say, well, cancer is really hard. Right? There's a lot of pieces and so forth. So if we were to actually try and envision modeling everything about the patient, we're not going to make a lot of progress because we can't observe everything we need. So one of the key things to take home about digital twins is to have the problem be the one that you want to solve. We're not trying to answer all questions about the patient. We're trying to answer what's the right treatment in many cases, and we're trying to then model that using the digital twin. So the take-home point number one is don't make the digital twin overly complex. Make it sufficient for what you need to do to make the decisions. And so in this case, you can see we have a number of models. Those models are selected, the decisions are made, and then using those decisions, they actually make a recommendation on a treatment. A key piece on this is that they observe what actually happens. Because many of you know that that phrase that, all models are wrong, some models are useful. Models are usually wrong because there's things that are left out, but they're still useful because they inform on things that you care about. So it's not an indictment of models per se. It's just actually recognizing that models have limits and our observations have limits. So we're all working with limits and uncertainty in this whole aspect. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So in doing that, we put together the first virtual human global summit. The idea that in 2023 was bring these communities together that we had been working with in segments and realize that everyone was working on a piece of the puzzle, but we had to put the pieces together. And so we did that down in New York. I think it's, if I estimated right, it's about 70 streets to the south, something like that, where we had this in SUNY Global Center. Florence was tremendous in helping bring everything together. And we got the academia and research, industry and infrastructure, clinical translation, healthcare delivery. Mark Paradis was there. We have the government and also global collaboration, recognizing there's no silos in this, right? The insights that we gain from all of us will help us inform how to treat any of us. And so that's the thing to keep in mind and why we make it global. And part of the reason I brought this up is because some of the issues that were identified in that first global summit. We look at the social and societal challenges, achieving the cross-stakeholder buy-in is basically important. That applies even in the medical. So this clinician perspective is how do you get buy-in from the clinicians? Key thing, don't tell them what to do, involve them in what needs to be done, right? Start with including them from the beginning. The culture and social changes, some people trust computers, some people don't trust computers. So you have to overcome the fact that computers are in the loop. So for some people, that's favorable. For some people, that's unfavorable. We see accurate expectations and the right use of medical digital twins. In other words, is the digital twin going to be perfect? Is it going to be right all the time and all these things? No, because it's a model. We already talked about models being wrong. Some are useful. So they inform on the actual decision, but they may not actually be, quote, correct, right? But they can give you the insight you need to actually make the right decision. We have technical challenges, many things that are there. Policies have to adapt to those technical limitations. And then there's financial challenges. And I think Mark was the one in our first summit who was helping bring up these topics. It's like, these things can get expensive. Collecting all this data, as Florence mentioned, managing all of that, as Dan was mentioning, things of that nature, all challenging. Plus, we all have the regulatory issues. So there's a whole host of issues. I put this up there because there is actually a report out there. If you can actually read the fine print in the slide, there's a report that includes a lot of observations from that summit that if you want to look at it, it's there to read. So then we looked at what to go forward. In that context, we basically look, we're not just always focusing on sick, focus on health and preserving health. Right. So another aspect of digital twins that's important for cancer is that you can begin to look upstream on prevention. Can you steer something into that's a trajectory that's more easily addressed than letting something be detected when it's poor and the outcome options are fewer? So the opportunity with digital twins is to monitor your health and actually intervene earlier as we have more information. But again, we have to have the models to acquire that. Organize the global community. There's several groups that have now started to organize globally on on digital twins and digital twins in medicine. Dan represents the nexus of those that are looking at the fundamental foundational elements for digital twins. And then you see a number of communities that are beginning to incorporate virtual human models and digital twins within their communities. There's a substantial amount of work that's going on in Europe and the work that they are doing there. The Virtual Physiological Human Institute and things of that nature are doing many things. The ones that I look at here are engagement and communication about building communities. Right? We have to educate. As was mentioned by Florence coming into here, when we first started bringing the technical communities together with the clinical communities together and the biology communities together, you say the word model and everybody has a different thing in mind, right? So we now have to learn to be both aware and more specific as we go forward. So we're communicating across organizations, across groups, across disciplines. That's a fundamental piece, is learn from each other, be open to learning, which again is why you want to involve clinicians early on, not just deliver a solution in hand. Right? We want to do those things. We want to build awareness of the benefits. Again, don't oversell, but inform that it's going to improve the opportunities for both making the decision. And maybe it's not this cycle, but it's the next cycle. So every cycle that you apply those decisions and insights is an opportunity to make improvements. We have to identify problems in the clinic. Where's the value proposition? If it's not going to solve a problem, it's unlikely that it's going to be taken up. Economics is a tremendous driver, right? If it's not going to enhance somebody in some way. When I was doing things well before going to Frederick, if it's not better, faster, cheaper, people are going to leave it aside. But if you have something that's better, faster, and cheaper, you're going to have people coming to you. So keep those things in mind, that economics still is fundamental. And then obviously the technical foundations. I guess I hit the wrong button. There we go. All right. And so here's some of the takeaways from that is communicate across the stakeholders, build the awareness of the benefits, and develop the training opportunities for stakeholders. All right. Florence mentioned we had a second Virtual Human Global Summit. That was October of last year. It was bicontinental. It was a long day, but we used essentially tape delay. I used the word tape loosely because nothing was ever taped. So we recorded things in one session to play back later so that we could actually manage that 6-hour time difference. But we had a tremendous participation in that summit with a number of European countries, good representation in the US, and being able to get over around travel bans and things of that nature. So the paper for this particular summit is still in development, should come out hopefully soon. And then you can read about that. So now moving into digital twins, a little bit about why I'm at MD Anderson. This is a slide that you'll see a picture of. This is actually from the National Academy's report using cancer as an exemplar for medical application of digital twins. Why is cancer an exemplar for example for digital twins? For me, there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, there's an immense amount of data. When a cancer patient goes through treatments, there's a lot of observational data that's gathered that's used to inform clinicians in making a treatment. So that was the first thing that I thought, well, that's why it is. Then I thought about it a little further and said, look, cancer is continuing to change. So you have to actually do a digital twin, but you're always going to be wrong because it's going to change from what you had to something different that you have yet to see when you're going to try and treat it. So it's going to be one of these challenging problems that's you're going to have to do it in an iterative cycle to continue to have the adaptive treatments. And that's the promise of digital twins as well for cancer patients, is to have that observational data that allows the patients to stay on an effective treatment and avoid the toxicities of those treatments that they're on, and allows them to navigate successfully through that particular life trajectory that they're on. So that's why I'm at MD Anderson. IDSO, the Institute for Data Science and Oncology, exists again as a hub to build a community. This time the community is not global. The community is within MD Anderson and then extends into the global, but you can see all the same type of stakeholders you saw in the Virtual Human Global Summit. We have the ecosystem, we have the clinicians, we have the researchers, we have all of those organizations, the care delivery, they all come together in this case. And so that's one of the things that I'm doing at MD Anderson as well as here, is helping build the community within. And that's an important aspect. To do that, we've established the IDSO essentially as an incubator. I use the term incubator loosely. It's not like what I would say is your VC incubator. It's just a place where we bring people together to think about the ideas, The Carolyn Chung, who you'll hear later, and David Jaffrey are the directors of that. They brought me in to help run the trains, I guess, in that aspect. But they had 5 focus areas they established. If you look at these, one of them is the imaging, which is patient-level observation of cancer. One of them is essentially spatial transcriptomics and single-cell analysis, which is a molecular observation of cancer. They have the computational modeling working focus area, which is actually using those observational data to create models. Then they have 2 more focus areas, which is really decision analytics and health. With models, how do I make decisions effectively, both for the individual, but also at a policy level? And then the 5th is actually safety, quality, and access. So those are fundamental tenets that transcend across all of the things that we do. All of those are elements that you need to do a digital twin. We're in the process of actually doing a symposium on Monday in Houston. It's essentially looking at the intersection of tumor measurement and quantitative medical imaging, pulling people from MD Anderson, and we're putting in several of the elements for digital twins in that particular symposium. This tells you a little bit more about the focus areas themselves and what the purpose of those are. Those focus areas are to actually build communities in those areas, and then we can integrate across communities. So this whole aspect is about joining people, building communities, building bridges, and education. A lot of things that Carolyn does that go beyond what she'll talk about is actually help in building out data literacy across the organization. So familiarity with AI, limitations on data, all these different aspects are part of what we do to actually build the broader culture in there. And so these are some of my parting and ending thoughts. First, establish the value proposition for your digital twin. It doesn't have to solve all questions. It has to solve the questions that matter. So keep that in mind for the clinician, for the patient, and for the organization. Again, better, faster, cheaper is a great paradigm, but if you have something that stacks up for all 3 of these tiers, the patient, the clinician, and the organization, you'll have something that will be highly successful in that way. Set realistic expectations, don't overpromise. There's hype cycles in all different types of technologies. Hard to say where we are in the digital twin hype cycle because, from examples Dan has, they're well into the mature stage in some particular verticals. When we're in healthcare, we're still in the, I'm not sure where we are stage, right? There's still a lot of things that we're learning because the human body is not engineered, it's evolved. And so a lot of what we have to do is actually inferred. And as we talked about cancer, we're always having to infer what's next because things Florence mentioned, it's always changing. A verifiable chain of trust is an important thing that I've learned in the time at MD Anderson. Things that we anticipated coming out of the Virtual Human Global Summit is who do you trust in that aspect? And you trust that there's a chain of trust before somebody's using a technology that's going to impact your life. Right? You want to know about it. And if you don't know all the details, you want to know about the people who say this is essentially safe and effective. That's why we have an FDA in the US to make sure things are safe and effective. Fortunately, the FDA is evolving their guidance. They're no longer exclusively requiring animal testing for new drugs. They're actually looking at alternative types of technologies, including computational models as well as organoids to actually vet whether a particular compound is going to be safe or effective. It informs on the biology. And ultimately, the digital twin allows us to integrate all of that biology into making the right decision for the patient at the right time. And the last one that I'll put at the bottom is essentially education. As Florence mentioned, learn from each other, get out of your comfort zones. I am not a biologist. I am not a clinician. I got out of my comfort zone about 25 years ago, and it's been fantastic. So I would encourage you all to also get out of your comfort zones. Go ahead and talk to somebody. You have things that they don't know and they can learn from. They have things that they know that you can learn from. So learn from each other. And with that, I'll conclude my my little overview.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So now coming to us through the magic of technology, Dr. Grace Pang from the National Institutes of Health, who I've known for a while too. We may have met through Eric, I'm not sure. But Grace has actually been involved with this digital twin work across agencies for quite a while. She was involved in the NASEM report. Caroline was as well. So we have the OGs here, the original great people that were involved in this. And so we're very excited. I don't know, that was a politically correct way to say it. So we're very excited that Grace could join us virtually. And I know we checked to make sure we could hear you before, and you should be able to, is she going to share her screen, Alexis? Okay, great. Do you want to see if you can share your screen on Zoom, Grace? And Grace she shows up at all of these events. She's omnipresent, which is wonderful. So we know she's a great listener and a great communicator and a great thinker because she takes it all into perspective and she helps guide us down the path of where we're really trying to go from the NIH perspective and other perspectives in digital twins. So Grace, thank you so much for joining us virtually, and take it away.
Great. Thank you. Florence, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So I want to thank you again, Florence, for inviting me here. I'm sorry I can't be with all of you in person, but I am delighted to talk to you about the ethics of twinning. And I'm particularly interested in ethics. Actually, tomorrow we're holding our Bridge to AI Consortium meeting where we're completely devoted to creating ethically sourced data for AI. So that is why I couldn't travel today. So I want to focus on where I came from first. I am one of those career government employees who started at the NIH back in 2002 when my institute, the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering, was formed. And we formed the Interagency Modeling and Analysis Group to cross across agencies on how to cross above and below scales of interest, the biological, spatial, temporal scales of interest in order to understand our bodies. And we focused on mechanistic models. And this is where we have been, and we've been operating since 2003, and we've been managing the Multi-Scale Modeling Consortium since 2006. If you're interested, at the end, I'll provide my email address again if you'd like to join. But we truly believe that modeling, and especially mechanistic modeling, provides more insight to create a higher value product for less propagation of uncertainty. I think Dan mentioned the need for mechanistic models in addition to AI models to create hybrid models. So that's where I'm coming from this perspective of putting together all our body parts, from atoms to molecules to cells to organs to tissues to whole systems and into the community. There are so many parts to put together to understand how our body works. And that's what we do at the NIH, is to understand our body so we can create better health care for the country. You probably have heard of this many times now, and I'm just going to pause here if anybody wants to look at the QR code, take a picture of it. This is the National Academy's consensus report on foundational research gaps and future directions for digital twins, which you'll hear more and more about throughout this session, this meeting. And this just shows you the summary of the report in chapter format. And as Florence mentioned, I was one of the sponsors of this report and had the privilege to sit for pretty much 2 years witnessing this very rigorous development of how the study team, which includes Carolyn Chung, which you'll hear from later, on how they created this report and iterated and got community feedback. So I would truly encourage you to take a look at this report. And Florence has already mentioned the definition that came out of this report, which I'm posting here. And it's basically highlighting the virtual constructs, the physical constructs, and the bidirectional interaction between the virtual and physical is central. We cannot emphasize more. This is the diagram that the NASEM report created, which not only creates the physical and the virtual, the interaction with human in the loop, the systems of systems mindset, but validating uncertainty quantification, ethics, and security throughout the whole process. Now, this line above is in the report. A digital twin is more than just simulation and modeling. And actually, I just created a slide to help explain that a little bit even more. So at the NIH, of course, as I've just said, we're interested in understanding all the body parts. That's the physical asset. It could also be all the medical devices. It could be the hospital systems. It could be any kind of system that you'd like to model. And at the NIH, our models have been, as you heard through the interagency modeling analysis group, mechanistic in silico models. If you're following the NIH, we now have this term called NAM, which is NAM, New Approach Methodologies, which includes in vitro and in chemical models as well. So when you mention models, we're thinking in silico, in vitro, and chemical. And then simulation is another portfolio that I cover, which is basically, it could be a virtual or physical emulation of the physical system. So medical simulators, flight simulators, as Florence mentioned, simulating to reduce medical errors. In each of these, you have the same inputs or similar inputs applied to the systems, and you're trying to understand the outputs coming from the systems. So this is what traditionally what modeling and simulation is. You have inputs, you have outputs, you go into this virtual asset and you simulate and you model and you predict with mechanistic outputs, emulated outputs. With a digital twin, with the definition I just showed you, the difference is you have the physical system interacting with the virtual system. The virtual system is learning from the physical system and then providing inputs back to the physical system. And this whole thing is constantly evolving and learning and developing. And because it's a system of systems plug and play definition, you can swap in and out different components of the twin to help learn and grow. So this is a learning system. This is the twinning part. This is the part that makes a digital twin very unique, is the twinning. And since this workshop is focused on the ethics and legal aspects of twinning, this is what we need to concentrate on. There's certainly lots of ethical and legal aspects with other things, the modeling and simulation too, but the ethics of twinning, which is this loop. So I hope you remember this image as, and Florence had asked me to comment on what currently are we funding in digital twins at the NIH, and I would argue that most of the projects that we fund still are on the left-hand side. People may call their digital twins their models digital twins when they're really models, and they're striving perhaps towards this direction here, where the models and the physical systems are more twinned. But in most cases, it's more direct inputs and outputs, and you haven't actually twinned. And so this is the hope, is that we create digital twins that are twinned, and we consider the ethics and legal challenges today. So at the NIH, we formed a digital twin working group after the NASEM report, and now we have about 17 institutes listed here, meeting weekly actually to discuss how to promote this area, how to educate the community in this area through the mechanisms and instruments that we currently have at the NIH. We came up with this diagram of what needs to be considered when you're developing a digital twin. And on the right-hand side is actually boxes from the NASEM report that fits into the challenges that we considered. So we need to think about why we need a digital twin in the first place. What is the fit for purpose of that digital twin? What needs to be predicted? You may not need a digital twin for the problem you're trying to solve. So you need to define your level of complexity. What are you capable of modeling and simulating at this moment? So what are the verification, validation, uncertainty quantification in the dynamic assets of the digital twin? Will you be developing mechanistic models coupled with AI models? Will you be developing in vitro models coupled with AI models or virtual models? Then the next question is, what is the kinds of data that you can measure to study the fit for purpose? And do we even have the technologies, the sensors in place to do this real-time measurement. So this bidirectional real-time data and how they interoperate together is super important. But as I've always said from the beginning, actually, all these technical issues can be addressed rather straightforwardly because we can create solutions that are concrete and tangible. But with ethical issues, it's more than just privacy and consent. It's more than appropriate physiological correlates, but democratized access and use of digital twins is something that brings around the ethical challenges. And so, of course, the bidirectional real-time data capture is very important. So in the meetings that we held since the report, we actually learned that it's the uncertainty of the human interactions with the physical and biological systems that create a lot of the ethical challenges. And the feasibility of generating and collecting real-time health data also is a challenge, not only technically, but ethically. As I said, in the Bridge to AI program that I also co-coordinate, we spent 4 years thinking about how to ethically generate data that's multimodal from humans to understand how the body works. And it's not easy to think about those ethical best practices. The privacy and security of health data, and the ethical concerns related to using the digital twins to support clinical decision-making or interventional procedures need to be really discerned. So we had this meeting in 2024 where we actually had a 3-day boot camp of sorts where we dissected out the NASEM report, and we created an assessment of a fit-for-purpose digital twin. You can see Eric here, and you can see Carolyn here. Several people are in the room that are also in this meeting. And actually, we just, the organizer, the team science organizer of this meeting just published this publication on how to create team science for biomedical digital twins. And she also links to the pitch assessment report. So the pitch assessment form basically is a form that we created to help people think through the questions people need to consider when they're thinking about a digital twin. What is the problem you're trying to solve? How will a digital twin solve the problem? What makes the biomedical digital twin realistic? What enables the biomedical digital twin to change and mature over time? What is the physical asset? What is the virtual asset? What information is passed between the physical and virtual assets in real time? What are the ethical issues that must be considered in developing and using this biomedical digital twin? This must be considered first and foremost and throughout the entire process. And so when we put it all together, you'll have mechanistic models, you'll have real-time measures, you'll have data-driven models. Those feed into this twin that's democratized and accessible to all. And you can accelerate with research translation applications. For example, making discovery less error prone in our labs, or real-time decision support in the clinic, or critical care performance, where it's no longer just using medical simulators, but using digital twins to reduce errors in critical care performance. But again, ethical inquiry and credible practices, uncertainty quantification must flow throughout this entire process. So we need to move beyond AI. We need to move beyond mechanistic models. We need to move beyond what we have done before with simulators to have this twinning occur between the physical and virtual systems with continuous monitoring, evolving models, continuous learning, improving function, and so on. So this is why a digital twin really is a very unique construct that we hope to strive for. And even if you don't achieve it, just striving for it will make a better product with less errors. So when you focus on twinning, biomedical digital twins are not just challenges with human interactions. If you have intentional twinning, it requires iterative ethical discernment throughout the entire development, use, and pipeline. I just said it, and I just said it again here. And as I said, in the Bridge to AI program that I'm running, and we're having our all-hands meeting starting tomorrow, we have created several tools. So this is actually a snapshot from a seminar that Camille Nebeker from UCSD was presenting and talking about some of the checklists that she has created and the publications that are created from the ethics working group of the Bridge to AI Consortium are down here, where they have created an ethical sourcing in the context of health data supply chain management, value sensitive design approach, where they consider the original purpose and justification. There's a checklist for provenance and traceability, consent and participant expectations, respect for communities, equity and bias mitigation. Go on to data quality and integrity, which we tend to mostly focus on. Governance and accountability, access and use. Access and use is hugely important right now if you're following the NIH policies that are currently coming down in terms of controlled access data. Privacy and security, stewardship and sustainability, and documentation and public communication. Again, these words can be easily stated, but if you're going through this entire process, this checklist covers a lot. This is the data flow diagram. They also have checklists and so on. So I encourage you to think about this. And one thing that Camille had said in one of her talks, I guess it goes to follow up something Eric said earlier, that we need to have a value-driven approach. But I guess my question to you all is, whose values are embedded in the tools we develop? If you are developing a biomedical digital twin, are your values, or the communities, or the stakeholders, are their values embedded in those tools? You need to have that twinning mindset where you're embedding those ethical values both in the physical and the virtual assets. You have to have an ethics-driven design, value-sensitive design, which are paramount for considering the ethics and legal challenges. Iteratively bring in the voice of the patients, the consumers. How do we convey back to the patient what the twin is learning from them? Build on the responsible AI lessons, for example, from Bridge to AI and everything that we're learning from AI right now, and build on that to add in the more complexities involved in twinning and digital twins, and how are the physical assets actuated and evolving. I'm an engineer, and I think about physical assets having actuating, actuation, and evolving those actuation to allow the values embedded to be conveyed. I hope that makes sense. I just sort of heard myself speaking, but I just wanted to make sure you get this question. What are your values? Are those values embedded in the tools we develop? So I want to thank you and hope that we can all collaboratively discern and create new solutions for the future of digital twins and beyond. I welcome you to join the Multi-Scale Modeling Consortium, where we're developing these questions and thinking through everything. And you're welcome to email me. It's my first name dot last name at nih.gov. And I will stop there and ask for and turn it back to you, Florence. Thanks.
Thank you, Grace. Excellent. Thank you so much. It was very valuable. And so what I hope all of you feel is that now you're part of this group, like almost from the beginning. Whoa, how cool is that, right? So you're not behind. You're going to help us move forward. Grace, that was great, as always. Now we have Chakra coming up, and Chakra Chenobothai is the CEO of Predix Bio. I met him a few years ago. He was the CTO and main AI dude for a while, and now he gets to run the whole place. And he was at UPMC. I mean, you can give a little bit more of your background. So some of you, might have been involved with UPMC before. I worked on smart buildings with them like 15 years ago. So they tend to be at the leading edge of things. And they're doing some very cool things. When I saw what they were doing, being an aerospace and mechanical engineer, I was like, this is like finite element modeling on a solid tumor. I'm so excited. You're my type of people. And so this shows how we can leverage technology to discern details that you wouldn't even imagine you want to know, and then figure out what to do with them. So Chakra, I know you've been traveling a lot too. So thank you for fitting us in and being awake with all the traveling you've been doing. Very thoughtful of you. So we'll pass it over to you. We can see your slides and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Florence. I was coming back from AACR. Everyone in the team is down with something, cold, cough, or only about 20,000 people in San Diego, despite the sun and, everything. But thank you so much. I think I spoke to Florence about a year and a half ago when she mentioned about digital twin and the work that she was doing. So it's all coming together in a way that's very interesting for us. And Dan and Eric actually touched on many of the things that I'm going to talk about, except that I'll spend some time in ways that are, just more on the technical foundation and how all this came together. And we'll talk, you'll see me talk about the framework for constructing, mostly I'm focusing on oncology, but it's a biopsy tissue and it's a digital twin of the biopsy tissue. And we think of them as building a structured representation from which we can go to mechanism, and from there you can get to what looks like what should be a clinical insight that you can get. So very quickly. Okay, just some disclosures. I think this work, a lot of people got involved. This started when I was back at University of Pittsburgh, funded by NCI for a long time, NIH and other organizations as well. But this was really an offshoot of that. And then we thought that why don't we spin off, because this could be actually very useful, how we model the tissue. And that's the work that I'm going to be actually talking a lot about. So the picture on the right, and you'll see lots of colorful pictures because we work with images. And the picture on the right, I also wanted to mention that I was in one of the workshops that Eric organized all the way back in 2018 or so on computational pathology, and talked a little bit about these things at that time. But now, what we did is a lot more matured in this past 5-6 years. So what you're seeing on the right side is a cancer tissue. It's a head and neck cancer tissue. The various colors are the various proteins that are being highlighted. It's a fluorescent imaging that's been done. And what you should see right away, even if you don't know anything about head and neck cancer, is that you're seeing some regions very clearly. And there is some structure, even for the naked eye. And it just goes on to show you that tumors are not random unless they're invasive and the whole structure really broke down, and that's a possibility as well. But there's a reason to believe that you could potentially think of them as an organized ecosystem, and that the behavior of this tissue or the cancer is really coming from the interactions of the various cells. I haven't delineated any cell here, but I'm highlighting the proteins inside the cell. There are about 50 or 60 proteins that technically were applied on this tissue or were extracted from this tissue, right? And then the idea is that no two tissues, no two head and neck cancer samples would look the same, even though the composition might be the same. Because what happens when you do the bulk and single cell measurements, you're getting the composition, but you're not getting information on the spatial structure of the tissue. And it's critical that you pay a lot of attention to the spatial structure and hence the spatial context, because that is really a key reason for what the outcome for this patient would be, let's say, if you're applying immunotherapy. So what we want to do with these tissues is that we want to build this structured representation like the one that I'm showing on the right side. And so each node here is a cell. You know about macrophages, you know about T cells and all, but just think of them as a more continuous description of these states, not binary. This is macrophage, yes or no. This is T cell, yes or no. which is mostly true. But I think all these cell types have various states, and the states can be continuous. And the idea with these data sets is to be able to somehow abstract that continuum, or the continuity or the continuum of the information on the state. And that's what these barcodes that you're hopefully seeing along the circles are actually saying. And then next to the barcodes, you see which proteins are playing a key role in determining each one of these cell types. We call them unbiased cell types because this is something that you determine from the data. So each node, think of it as a cell state. Each edge is an interaction between those two cell types. And then what the digital twin is encoding is the cell states, the structure that I'm showing you here, and the interactions. And at this stage, this is more a grounded representation. We haven't done any simulation per se, but this is a basis for how you could do simulations. And that brings you back to what's happening in the literature a lot, which is that there's lots of discussion on the virtual cell. And the difference here is that this is really tissue level. So you're not just talking about one cell, we're talking about this entire interaction of the cell with the environment. So we take the raw tissue, we build the cell states, we understand the interactions, and then we identify microdomains. And I'll be spending a lot of time on that. And that becomes the digital twin. So think of this as if we got this raw image in terms of pixels, and then you went all the way to a biology that's more structured, right? What goes into these models is that everything that's things that actually Eric mentioned as for the center that is working at, which is this bright field pathology data. There could be spatial transcriptomics data, there could be spatial proteomics data, and so there's histology, multiplex imaging, transcriptomics, and the reason is that each one of these modalities captures a different aspect of biology. And the idea is that somehow you need to bring them all together in terms of what the cell states are, what the coordinates are, what the features are. And it's also very often the case that these data sets are not aligned. So just to highlight that, these data sets could be 60, 100 microns away, or it could be completely unalignable. And somehow you have to bring them together. So there's lots of technology that went in from our end as to how do you do that? How do you bring biology as a primary aspect of how these data sets should come together. And that's the alignment challenge, and you see that all the time. And the simple way of thinking is that in each modality you find the structure, and the structure is really biology being the first, and how the structure emerges from each one of these modalities, and then look for biological patterns that are common between these modalities, and that's how you align them. Right. And it's a very interesting challenge if you actually look in literature as to how people do it. And there, as I said, many ways of thinking about it, and we have our way of doing it as well. And then comes, how do you identify those cells? This is the representation learning, which is, the unbiased cell typing that I was briefly mentioned along the notes. And what you're seeing is how the data goes into this hierarchy. And then out comes the various cell types, and the way they're no different than how you think about in immunology or a biology textbook. You take these cells and say these are epithelial cells, these are stromal cells, and so that could be the top branches here. And then within the stromal cells, you have, let's say, T cells, you have, immune cells of, many kinds, and then you want to break this down. But all of this should come from the data. So that's the idea. It's not you go in with some predefinitions, but you want the data to actually tell you what might be happening with the biology. And then there's lots of emergent biology that you want to capture in attempting this way in an unbiased manner. And the idea here again is that the cell states, you care for them because they tell you something about the function. So for example, by looking at the tissue, you know that if the cells are activated, or if there is a immunosuppressive environment, or if there's apoptosis happening in the cells, that means the cells are dying. And so that's the the sort of function that you want to abstract from this tissue. And very interesting, if you actually sit down and look at these images, you see that spatial organization emerges very clearly. This is a triple negative breast cancer tissue sample, and I'm highlighting 3 different boxes. And in each one of these boxes, the spatial organization is very different. So there are some cell types, you see how they cluster, the ER positive, PR positive clustered at the top, and in the middle is mostly PR positive, and at the bottom is mostly ER positive. So those neighborhoods are emerging from the tissue. And that's the heterogeneity, the intratumor heterogeneity that people talk a lot about. And you want your representation to capture those details in an automatic fashion, right? And that's how these microdomains emerge. And what you're seeing here is that you did the unbiased cell typing. So those are the nodes all around the circle. And then for each node, there's a minimum number of markers that you need. Again, determined automatically. What is the minimum number of markers you need to identify that unbiased cell type with very high probability? And the idea is that even though these data sets are sitting in a very high dimensional spaces, they're highly compressible, and you can bring them down in a very meaningful clinical plex spaces. 3-4 markers is all you need to actually identify them, right? And you see that some nodes are highly interconnected and some are not, and that's a system level organization that you're hoping to capture. And out of that, these microdomains emerge. The way you think about them is that they capture some sort of coordination between the tumor cells, the immune cells, and the stroma. And they're not predefined structures. These are all emerging from the data. And this is what you want to learn. So this very complex tissue now got broken down into very simple structures. And each one of these structures, it turns out, has some influence on the outcome. So here's one structure that we found in lung cancer that actually points out to the fact that that's the picture on the right side. It points out to the fact that the epithelial cells, in this case, let's say the cancer cells, are being surrounded by a fibrotic wall and a macrophage wall. And that leads you to think as to why this patient may not be responding to immunotherapy, because the drug has a difficulty entering that space because of those walls. And it turns out, if you examine this even more closely, it's very interesting as to how these cell types, depending on their spatial context, can change their behavior. So if they could be immune tumor associated, and if so, they're not helping the patient, and which means the cancer recurs for those patients. And then when they are close to the stromal population, this is the case wherein the patients actually respond to immunotherapy. And you don't have to stop there. Once you have this information, you can actually then go ahead and build the networks, because you're already sitting in this very high dimensional space. And then you can ask which protein, and hence every one of these protein is on a pathway. You can ask which pathway is talking to which other pathway. So you start building a mechanistic model, and hence allowing yourself a ways to perturb this network in silico, now that you have a way to think about the pathways. And the clinical plex that I mentioned, wherein each cell type only requires a small number of markers, that comes up very strongly, and hence, not only validate, but of course you can run this on prospective cohorts, which we have been doing now for some time. And here's a case wherein, if you want to take it to the clinic, all you need is a very small number of markers. So you're also creating a pathway for creating diagnostic tests, LDTs, or companion diagnostic tests with these data sets. So the whole idea is that space is the issue. You want to definitely understand how the spatial interactions impact the treatment response and other outcomes that the cancer patients might be undergoing. But there is work to be done, which is how good is the tissue quality, how sensitive are you to the sampling of the tissue, and so on. So that's the process that we are engaged in. I think the framework that we propose seems very viable. We worked on 12+ cancer indications so far, but there's always something more to be done in this space. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, Florence.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chakra. We've seen quite a span of digital twin perspectives, huh? does it make your brain like, rubber band down and come up with all these new ideas of ways to approach this? So now we're going to have our Q&A session, and we're right on time. How amazing is that? That's why I talked 10 minutes less this morning so we could be on time. So we have some questions in the Slido, and I think we were going to, I think Erin was going to put the Slido link in the chat.
I'm going to do it.
Alexis is going to do it. It's an incredible team. So why don't we start with a couple of the questions that are here, and I'll end with the one that everybody is asking about. But for Grace Pang, Grace, there's a specific question for you. Really inspired people. Can a digital twin be only one way? For example, if a virtual representation of a physical patient is used to inform surgery performed once. Interesting.
So I see that question is from BJ Freegley. Thank you, BJ, for asking the question. I think we might be talking semantics now. I mean, I think whatever you call it, if you have a virtual representation representing the state of a physical patient and you want to use it to help a clinician provider perform surgery, I think that's extremely useful. The more accurate, well, the accuracy depends on the purpose of that model or twin. And again, I go back to the slide that I created where you could have a model, you could have a simulation, or you can have a digital twin. So if you wanted to say you have a digital twin of a particular surgery, then you would really want to have twinning occur, where you have the virtual asset talk to the physical asset. So perhaps the virtual asset would actually respond to measurements collected during the surgery and feed back to the virtual asset to then inform the surgeon again to make decisions on the patient. I'm assuming it's a surgery. So then that live interaction in real time, the dynamics would be a twin. Now, if it's a one-time inform the decision period, then it's just that one-way arrow where you have the virtual representation provide an output that gives a decision support for the provider, and that's just a model informing, not just, but it's a model informing the provider. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that was great. And actually we've talked a little bit before at the last session we had in February, I believe it was, that Bob mentioned. We were talking about digital twins kind of being like Legos, and so you may have elements that you could put together, and it could be certain elements, while you're on in an operating environment, and there could be hopefully, as you said, real-time information that's coming from the patient that goes into the digital twin, and then that could be used for future care potentially. So it's a very interesting model as we look forward. I'd like to ask Dan and Eric to come down to the front. I know it's going to put you right in the hot seat, but I'll be here. It won't be too hot, and we have mics here. And you can, they can see me. Oh no. Okay, great. So that was great. Thank you. Now I'd like to go to one of the human questions. I mean, we're all humans, but about humans. And one of the things I noticed, Eric and Dan, you can come down here there and take a seat. There are mics. I noticed that on a few of the slides, it was like, it's about the human, it's about the patient, so, and I've worked in research for most of my life, I guess, but I often say, what about the human? And sometimes researchers look at me and go, the what? But we're here because of the humans. We're trying to keep the humans alive. We're trying to keep them safer. We're trying to help the care. And I was really excited about that. So one of the questions that came in, is could someone explain if and how the patient citizen scientist is part of the values of digital twin building? Very interesting question. How do we enable that? Would anybody like to take that on?
Florence, I'd like to start if that's okay.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Grace.
So as I mentioned, tomorrow we have our Bridge to AI consortium meeting, and again, this is the consortium that's generating ethically sourced data for multimodal AI. And what they have done is included patients in all the cohorts as stakeholders for the data generation. They're completely involved in designing the consent, the security. They're designing. They're aware of how their data will be used. That's just the data part. So the other parts that I showed you with the data flow diagram and the checklist, constant communication with your stakeholder is how you would involve the patients. I think that is very, very important. And that's why the fit for purpose is the very first thing one needs to do when designing the twin, because you need to understand who you're serving first and then get them involved.
Very cool. One of the other questions, and it's my fault, I put it in there when I was trying the Slido out a week ago, so I'll be honest about that. It says anonymous, but it's me. But a few people voted it up. And so how long do we think it will be before there is an integrated, real-time human digital twin used for precision medicine? We're not going to hold you to it. We always say there's a range of uncertainty, but how long do you think it'll be before, well, I don't know, there may be regulation as well. What do you think? And which country would it be in? Maybe I'll ask that too.
So I'll jump out there on a speculation, and I think people have heard of an artificial pancreas that's out there. So in many ways, that's a first digital twin, in the sense that it is observing what is happening within the body and making a prediction on an action, and then taking an action in a result. Now, it's done without necessarily a human in the loop all the time, but it does have that bilateral aspect. And again, it may be a simplified model, but it is nonetheless an effective model that is being incorporated, informed by an observation of the real world patient, and then taking a decision and an action to actually introduce a treatment for that patient. So I think in some ways we may already be there, but in a limited ways.
Yeah, and we had a member that actually was experiencing grand mal seizures, so epileptic attacks, and he was able to actually go in after several different doctors had approached, and with the neurosurgeon that he chose, ended up actually creating a digital twin of his own brain, and they were able to watch. They had implants. They were able to see that. And from that, they were able to actually reduce, as they saw indications of that seizure coming, they were able to impact that and prevent that grand mal seizure. And it basically incapacitated him completely. Now, by being able to have that digital twin of his brain, have that connected, he was now able to function in life normally. He told me just months ago saying, well, I just got to upgrade to my system now. So he's now linked in directly. He just got upgraded, and here we go. So that's just one example. There's members that have virtual twins of different types of organs, whether it's the kidney, whether it's the liver, whether it's the eye. So I think once you put all that together, I mean, the real digital twin value, again, as I had said earlier, is when you actually have that synchronized interaction and that feedback. That one example I gave you with the brain is one. When will we get to that point? With the Virtual Human Global Alliance, that's one of the goals, is to look at aggregating all that information. And also to the earlier question about the patient data, it's critical. And as you saw with that kidney example, we actually, I heard just today that with some of the different areas, not just in West Yorkshire, but different areas we have within the Native American tribes, looking together to now bring that data that they can bring and go from the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and eventually to millions. So it's the data. And as you saw, anonymizing that data is very critical, but being able to have that so you can look across that entire spectrum and understand and make those decisions, not just at a specific patient level, but at that global population level, like Eric was talking about earlier.
Very cool. So another question, a couple of them I'm going to save for when the panelists or people that I know are working on stuff, really the topic, like clinical trials. Orlando from NIH is actually working on some standards related to that as well for privacy and security. So this is interesting. This question is, what might be the value, or what might it actually look like to use digital twins for ultra rare cancers, or I would say for any ultra rare disease, not just cancers, right? So are there any specific things that we want to say about that? Would it be that this would make it easier to address those situations, and therefore maybe they would be addressed more? Or are there any comments on that?
A quick comment. Go ahead. No,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chopper, and then Eric will go.
I was just going to say, with the concern about ultra rare, so that means there's not much of a data. And so those are very interesting to study, unless you have a way of thinking about regularities in how cancer evolves and tap into some of that knowledge. It always seemed interesting and challenging to think about what it means to put together models for those ultra rare data types and ultra rare cancer types.
Very interesting, Chopper. And you're making me think about one of the things that we're looking at in the prototype open knowledge network and knowledge graph work I was mentioning, where you have like all this data kind of connected, and then you're trying to get insights across domains like, whoa, maybe that would apply to this. It makes me wonder, while an ultra rare disease and an ultra rare cancer may have a small data set, when we look for analytical insights, patterns, and anomalies across them, that could be really cool, right? It could be that when we aggregate, we're actually able to identify potential patterns and anomalies. We have to be careful we don't run to the door and say, Eureka, we figured it out, because, it'll be discovery as we're doing it. But is that a potential possibility that, if we were able to pull some of the information across rare diseases or rare cancers, that we could gain new insights?
I'll jump in on that one. Again, I'm not the biologist. I've come to biology by observation. I'm spending about 20 some years working in it. But one of the things that I've learned about biology is that it's conserved. The human biology is conserved across organisms. What makes us unique is the combination of biology that we have, the variants and the anomalies that we all have. So when we get down into the rare cancers and studying them, if we recognize that the rare cancer is going to have a lot of commonality with the few exceptions, as Florence was pointing out, that we have to begin to identify. So in doing that, we have a real opportunity to get the model basis for the rare diseases. And as we do with all of the models, we see how they work, and where they don't necessarily align to the predictions, we have the opportunity to update the model, but at the same time, we're learning and gaining insights. So it really begins to reinforce what is essentially a learning loop for those ultra rare cancers. It's critically important simply because the numbers are so small, that you have to go to a broader base of insight and knowledge and observation to actually compose what's the appropriate model or set of models that will actually be effective.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons that I presented very quickly that perhaps having knowledge graphs and a knowledge network for digital twins will allow you to pull that different data together and do some of that insight analysis. So that was very cool. One last question before we go to break. How can neuromorphic tech engineering enable real-time, efficient cancer digital twin updates while ensuring AI transparency for clinical decisions? Ooh, that's a really big question. Sounds like, an NSF-NIH combined research opportunity. So anybody have a comment on that?
Did somebody put that in Claude?
Claude, is that you? Oh, he's shivering. I think he's fessing up. So anybody have a comment on this? Oh, okay. I'm going to say it slowly because it's pretty intense. How can neuromorphic technology, engineering quotes, enable real-time, efficient cancer digital twin updates while ensuring AI transparency for clinical decisions? If anyone has an answer beside I don't know, please raise your hand.
I'll start and maybe let Eric follow up with the cancer application. But I think when neuromorphic is mentioned, it often reflects mimicry, like biomimetics or reflecting biology, right? And certainly there are a lot of folks working on how to use biology to inform engineering biology or engineering technology that are reflective of biological behavior. And certainly we're doing that to try to create better sensors, better solutions. It could be for real-time measurements and updates. And I guess I'm parsing that out. I'm looking at the question, parsing that out from AI transparency and clinical decisions. I think with all ethics, I think also just jumping on a bunch of the other questions that are in Slido, ethics, discerning ethics is not a static phenomenon. You don't put in morals and be done with it. It's a constant discernment of the pipeline as the technology is developing. As dynamic as the definition of a digital twin, the ethics should be as well dynamic, updated by the current policies, the current challenges, the feedback from the community. It's not like we're enforcing a certain set of morals and putting it out there and constraining how a digital twin works. It's an evolving process that allows full transparency.
Totally agree. And I was actually saving some of the ethics things till the last panel because I know we'll have a few bioethicists and lawyers leading and speaking on that one. So I think they've been noodling on this for a while. Does anybody want to add anything or should we go to break? It's up to you.
No, I think Grace hits a really good point about the whole transparency on AI and the digital twin and the models and so forth. And just that whole aspect of regardless of the model that you're using, it's something that you want to be immutable and transparent so that you know its origins, it has its provenance and so forth, so that you can actually then iterate and improve it as you go forward. And that's what's going to help us get to the faster updates and the more accurate updates. If we know what we're starting with and what we need to do when it's deficient in making the predictions that we want.
Exactly. And I think, this is the beginning of the journey together. So we're going to go to a break. But first, I want to really thank Dan and Eric and Grace and Chakra. Great job. Thank you for sharing your incredible insights. Hopefully this all made you think. It's my favorite thing to do when I go to a conference is tell someone you made me think. And so we're going to take a break and come back at 11 o'clock Eastern time. And so we'll see you then.
Again, welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed the break. Our first session this morning was phenomenal. Thank you to Florence for moderating. My name is Charles Binkley. I'll be moderating the clinical session. I'm a liver and pancreas surgeon and an AI ethicist. And really the reason why I became interested in artificial intelligence was to narrow the range of uncertainty. That was probably, I think, the number one word that we mentioned this morning was uncertainty, and the power of digital twins really to help predict the future, to help us narrow uncertainty and also to think about illness trajectories, even before the illness occurs or how to mitigate the illness trajectory. So it's a real pleasure for me to have a number of colleagues here with us today, clinicians and engineers, to talk about the clinical applications of AI with a real focus on how do we confer benefit both to clinicians and most importantly, to our patients and communities. So first, our first speaker is Dr. Nancy Lee. Dr. Lee is a radiation oncologist from Memorial Sloan Kettering. She's here with us virtually. She's also an early drug developmental specialist, and we'll be talking about digital twin applications and the treatment of cancer. Dr. Lee, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So really a pleasure to be here, and I'm a head and neck radiation oncologist, and I just so happen to be interested in digital twin too, because I firmly believe in technology. But, as I study and learn more, I'm learning there are some barriers that we need to overcome. And that's why it's not prime time yet, but I think we can get there. The reason I put this slide here is I want to show that in radiation oncology, we have a lot of toys, and these toys are all physics-based. a lot of information, the linear accelerator, proton, MR-Linac, and that's advancing. There's a lot of data, and this is important for digital twin application. And then there's the biology side of the tumor, which is really important, which we as a field are not as up to date. Well, I should say we're not as growing as fast as the physical aspect, but that's also important because it's the whole total picture, the totality of the patient that will give us our ultimate application. So these are my disclosures. And I want to use HPV-driven oropharyngeal cancer as a model. And this, once we understand this, it can be applied to any cancer treatment. And I want to put everybody on the same page so everyone knows that don't practice head and neck cancer, know what is the current standard care. Because if we have a technology, we need to have a baseline. How are we going to improve upon what is presently available for our patient? So in the standard of care for the most common head and neck cancer, the virally induced tumor, human papilloma virus oropharyngeal cancer, the standard care is either 7 weeks of chemo, radiation, cisplatin, and 70 gray, or 7 weeks of radiation. Or you can have surgery, robotic or laser, followed by post-op radiation therapy, generally 6 weeks, with or without chemotherapy, depending on the pathologic findings. And you can see this is very toxic treatment, both during and late. So there are a lot of efforts by the surgeons and med-onc, rad-onc, and just about any specialty that want to de-escalate. And that's a buzzword that we hear a lot in our field. And I really believe ultimately we need to go there. But how do we go there? What are the baby steps and some of the things we're doing and how digital twin can be applied? Now, I want to say making changes to standard care is easy for us to say. I want precision radiation. I want digital twin application, very theoretical, but very hard to do in real life. I can tell you that we as a field tried and looked at HPV-driven cancer, and all the non-selected de-escalation approaches have failed to date. So in other words, even when we try to lower, let's say 1 week of radiation for these very good prognosis patients, the HPV-driven cancer, it was negative when compared in a non-inferiority trial against the standard, which is 7 weeks of chemoradiation. So making that change is very hard on a whole. And that's why I think digital twin can come in, where we kind of personalize based on the feedback loop for that particular patient, and maybe we can do much better. So this is based on HPV status, and all the de-escalation studies are negative. Now, the question I always ask is, do we need to treat everybody 7 weeks of radiation? Does one size fit all? We all know it doesn't. We know everyone is different, but how do we get there in the clinical setting to change from this one size fits all, everyone gets 7 weeks of chemoradiation, to more directed? So what we've been doing is using hypoxia as a biomarker. Hypoxia, we know it's low oxygen. It is bad across all cancer, preclinical, animal, and even in the clinical setting across all disease. We know that hypoxia is also a poor prognostic marker for HPV-driven cancer. We need more radiation dose to overcome hypoxia, the low oxygen areas. And we know that we can measure hypoxia multiple different ways, but the most ideal in the clinic is non-invasively. And there are different tracers you can use to measure hypoxia. And the best one that I've chosen is F-MISO, which has been around for 3 decades, but no one did the FDA trial to get it off its IND. But we use it, we have decided to use it as a non-invasive biomarker to select out which patient can be de-escalated. And this was our paper. You can see on this panel, HPV-driven cancer, the yellow is the FDG PET. If your baseline F-MISO is negative, that means your oxygenated state. 30 gray. We dropped by 70% discount of radiation from 7 weeks to 3 weeks. Second panel, you started out hypoxic, this yellow button here, yellow area here, but you intra-treatment, you resolved. That is when we do 3 weeks. And this is where digital twin comes in, right? It's a continuous feedback, adaptation. So I think we're getting there. And this is very baby step of what we're doing, right? And then here's a hypoxic region, and then it's persistent, you keep on 70 gray. So it's very binary. You're hypoxic negative 3 weeks, you're hypoxic positive 7 weeks. And even then we started this paper, we have DS around 80% of the patient selected well non-hypoxic HPV-driven cancer. We go from 7 weeks to 3 weeks of radiation, keeping the same survival. You can imagine toxicity difference, 3 weeks versus 7 weeks. And in ASCO this year, I'll be presenting 440 patients from phase 2 data, 4 different protocols, median follow 4.1 years, excellent data. But of course, this is what I need everyone to remember, and I teach myself. This is great, but it's not going to impact the standard care unless you do the phase 3. And phase 3 take a long time. This is an FDA registration trial. It's double-blinded, standard care versus the hypoxia pathway that I told you about. And it's binary. There isn't in between, and that is going to take at least a long time. And I can tell you that's going to read out maybe in 2 or 3 years. And by the time we change the standard care, it's maybe 4 years. And then you really think about it. Is it really binary? Could there be in between? Maybe some people need 4 weeks. Some people need 1 week. Some people need 2 weeks. But how do we get there? These trials are hard to do. We can talk about application of technology, but implementing the clinic will take time because you need to compare against the standard. Or I might leave you with some thought, maybe we don't need to. So here's the current thing. So here, the next step, when I start thinking about 30-70 very binary, maybe we can do something like this. Same group of patient, we now know about 70-80% patient needs only 3 weeks, right? So we know that. We call this the low-risk HPV based on F-MISO. But how about the 30% patient that are F-MISO positive that need 70 gray? But maybe we can further divide. This is when advanced machine learning come in. We have a grant on this. Look at it. I mean, maybe in between 46 gray. And then maybe the really, really bad players, we go to 7 weeks. But that's still baby step, right? And this trial is not even in design because I had to get the FDA approval for the other one to say 37 is good. And then this is the next step, baby step. But then we really need to move for more marker. I only use hypoxia. How about imaging, MRI, different things? How about molecular imaging? We need to personalize and adaptive in a predictive fashion. And I think this is where digital twin comes in. I've been thinking about this for a while, AI guided, very exciting, prime time. But still, we are in the very rudimentary step because we have all this information. What do we do? How do we perfect our care? So here, this is the old approach, right? We have machine learning, we have hypoxia or some additional marker. You look at cross cancer, and we divide patient to different risk factors, and then out you have your decision. This is very old and present, actually. And even then, how many of the studies we do actually change the standard care other than a phase 2 study in a given center? This is why I'm very eager to get the FDA approval, really alert FDA and NIH. We're doing too slow. We need to do this. We need to be faster. And then digital twin, obviously, multi-comprehension data. We train on data inputting, bidirectional. And here, it's not just a prediction model, digital twin. It's a living patient-specific virtual representation of patient's cancer and normal tissue, continuously updated when new data comes in. It's bidirectional. So in the traditional medicine, it's population averages, statistical decisions, long feedback, one-time randomization. Look how long it takes, right? And versus digital twin, it's individuals dynamic. But then if you think about it, how do we make it standard of care? It's easy to say, but then we have to prove it's better than the old traditional care, which will require randomized study, or maybe not. That's what I'm thinking. So partnership. Here's Digital Twin Project. We actually are putting together a program project. You need a radiation oncologist, or physician, medical oncologist, whatever it is, to design what you want to put in this model. Then you have the physicists, you have data, dosimetry data, all the imaging, writing, advanced machine learning codes, different AI codes, put it all together, and then outcome, we have enrollment, protocol execution, data analysis, and you optimize, right? And this is the conception I have, but if you really think about it, it's going to take a long time. But maybe not. I really hope we can be faster because it takes too long to make a change in standard care. Now, let's going back to my model, right? It took me about 15 years of doing hypoxia work to get to this FDA phase 3 study, which is not going to read out until another probably 2 or 3 years. And then I told you about the next iteration. This is one biomarker. 2 biomarkers, machine learning, fMRI based, take another 10 years? Okay, the world has moved on, right? And then this is the future. We take the digital twin data, we have a twin of our cell, we keep feeding the data, the model, continuous feedback. But do we really need a phase 3? Because this is constantly learning. How do you do that? Do we need new statistical biostatistics, right? Is there even time when our technology is moving so fast? Maybe we can skip this and go straight to AI. If you think about Google, right? This is my last slide. Now, do we need a trial to randomize route A to route B? Which one's going to get us to our destination faster? No, it predicts in real time based on traffic, behavior, and history, right? Now, analogy to oncology, traditional trial is this: route A, route B. We have to see which one's faster. We have to wait. But that's not reality. That's not what Google Map does or Tesla does or anything that we do in life, right? Outside of medicine. Can the twin, based on patient's biology now, tell us the optimal treatment, optimal path, right? See, no one would accept a navigation system that randomly assign your route, right? Because and wait to see which one gives you a ride to your destination faster. But that's yet how we treat patient. And that's why we need to convince the regulator. I think that's what's going to happen. So in modern industry, Google Maps, we move asking from what works on average to individual. Isn't that what digital twin is? Instead of average, now it's based on patient specific. So end with that thought, I do think we have to talk to our regulators. Otherwise, it'll never be realized in clinic. I think digital twin is the direction toward biology-driven precision radiation or medicine. I hope personally transform how we practice radiation to a more individual base. And that's where I'm very excited about digital twin. And thank you for your attention. Questions? I don't know if questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lee. Our next speaker is Dr. Kristen Myers. Dr. Myers is an associate professor of mechanical engineering here at Columbia. We've talked a lot about cancer today. Dr. Myers and then next, Dr. Janae will be talking about benign diseases and pregnancy that we're modeling with digital twins. And so it's a bit of a shift in the way we're thinking about personalized treatments and personalized medicine. So, Dr. Myers.
Thank you. What a wonderful room with many different backgrounds. Like Florence, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I come from it from a very structural point of view. I'm going to shift gears and talk about, I am in the world of women's health engineering. There is strong momentum here. There's a lot of opportunity, and there's a lot of use cases here for digital twinning. So I hope I can inspire some in the room. I have some disclosures here. The reason I came to wanting to understand the biomechanical properties of the uterus in the cervix, I was a graduate student at MIT studying biomechanics, and I learned about the human cervix. The human cervix has to remain closed during pregnancy, and it has to dramatically remodel itself to allow for delivery safety. And when I was a 23-year-old girl trained in mechanical engineering in Detroit, Michigan, I joke around, and I've said this publicly, I didn't I didn't know what my cervix was. And then when somebody says it's a mechanical and infection barrier to keep pregnancy healthy, I was shocked. I was like, you mean we don't know how strong it is? We've never measured its material stiffness. Where's the model? And I came to this and I learned that day sitting in the room is that there's something called preterm birth before 37 weeks of gestation. And in this country, preterm birth rates are extraordinarily high. 1 in 10, that number hasn't been touched since I've been studying this, when I was introduced to it over 20 years ago. This is a March of Dimes map looking at also the disparity of preterm birth rates across the country. You'll notice in the rural South, they're worse. This map also mirrors other women's health conditions across the United States. So it's something that's extremely important. So why pregnancy biomechanics and why someone like me who studies structural failure of things comes to this work? Well, there are many causes of spontaneous preterm birth, but a lot of them are related to the fact that the uterus might be overstretching, overdistension, which might cause preterm labor contractions. And again, I got these words from the clinicians I was hanging out with. They were using terms I would use as a mechanical engineer: stretch, force, barrier, but they didn't have any quantitative measures to put to it. They would just say, oh, the uterus is overdistending. Or my favorite one, the amniotic sac might break too soon. And it's been captured in popular culture in our movies of waters breaking, etc. But again, the mechanical engineers in the room will appreciate the fact that we have a quantitative measure that gives us when a material will break. Well, can we visualize that in a digital twin? Can we quantify it based on that patient's anatomy and understanding of the tissue properties? And then I come to this to understand the cervix, which is where the uterine walls come together, form a thick-walled cylinder, and is supposed to be a mechanical barrier. That cervix might become too soft too soon. So can we measure its mechanical properties to understand, is it going to open up too soon and cause a preterm birth? So I started creating, I should call these simulations or models of human pregnancy. We also work in animal models because, as you can understand, it's difficult to get data during pregnancy. And I always feel sort of behind when I follow, other medical, medicine disciplines such as cancer orthopedics, where you have a lot of data. We have no data. So we are constantly playing catch up. That's why AI and these things like, how can we move faster? We need to move faster in women's health because we are clearly playing catch up. Here I have simple CAD models of human pregnancy and my finite element models. I'll tell you how to build that. I often have to convince clinicians that studying rodents is actually useful. There are some preserved biomechanical mechanisms. I won't go into it today. But this is sort of my overall view. I made this slide, I think, 8 years ago, and I was actually giving grand rounds at OBGYN, and a lot of clinicians were looking at their phones and not paying attention to me. And I was like, we should build biomechanical models. So my hope is that mechanistic digital twins can aid in the design of preterm birth risk assessment and therapeutic tools. So given patient-specific metrics, perhaps captured during ultrasound exams, which are well tolerated in the standard of care, can we evaluate tissue loading and then predict, is this structure going to fail? Should I place my patient at high risk for preterm birth or low risk for preterm birth? Can I go about living my day? Those of you who've been pregnant in a room or supported a pregnant individual can understand the fraught, sort of just like, am I okay today? Am I going to be okay in 2 weeks? There are no answers. Famously, a Harvard Business School professor wrote an article in Science because he was sitting next to his wife who had a near miss. A near miss is that she almost died in pregnancy. And he was looking around at all the technology in the room, and it was very ancient. So he went back and actually discovered there are not many women who are engineers. So there are not a lot of women engineering for themselves. So just sort of the thesis that, we sort of need more people in this space. So back to the digital twin in this slide is, through imaging, which you can see on the top, we also want to assess the biology to try to understand, is there something, it's a very biologically active time. So we work with microbiologists who study the cervical vaginal fluid to understand, can we assay what's happening on with the biology, connect it to the tissue structure function of the mechanics. And then one of my OB colleagues is like, can I have the computation on my phone? So when I'm with the patient evaluating reading their ultrasounds, which they do every day, can I assess what's going to happen a week from now, 2 weeks from now? Is there going to be a mechanical overloading event? And if my patient is at risk for that event, can I design a biomedical device to stop that action? So that's kind of the vision. We talk a lot about data. I work with reproductive scientists to build digital twins, your simulation, as you can see here on the right, of human pregnancy. The building blocks of my finite element simulations contain information about the collagen fiber structure of the cervix of the uterus, how it remodels through hormonal actions throughout gestations. We have to inform them, yes, with the animal models that we have of biology, but also validate them with the humans and what we see in the clinicians. I work in reproductive scientists, with reproductive scientists, my collaborator, Mala Mahendru down in Texas, and I work with a lot of physicians. I find that the simulations and the digital twins we create actually bridges the reproductive scientists who look at the cellular biology with the clinicians who are at the patient bedside. So I feel like this is a fabulous intersection. These are mechanical models of how the cervix remodels and softens throughout gestation. We inform our models of this. So if we get an idea of how active the biology is, then I can inform my digital twin of how soft the cervix is. What I wanted you to pay attention to are these mechanical tests. You can notice on the left-hand side, the tissue isn't stretching that much. But as pregnancy is progressing, the collagen's remodeling, it actually gets very, very compliant. It's robust and it hates to break. And that's a good thing. And so we're trying to understand that material quality as well in my lab at the medical center. So how do we create CAD models or 3D models of human pregnancy? Initially, when I started this work, I was like, well, just put a pregnant individual in an MRI and get the geometry and we can capture these beautiful models. And the NIH told me that's really expensive and kind of scary. And I don't think patients want to do that. So that idea of having, the patient voice when you design these engineering protocols, when they're new, when you're trying to interact with the standard of care. And I will admit, I was pregnant myself going through the standard of care at Columbia Medicine. And I was like, gosh, they ultrasound the baby quite a bit. And I said, well, why don't we just spend maybe 10 or 15 minutes more with a sonographer and capture maternal anatomy? So we invented a maternal anatomy scan. You can see an image of it here. Dr. Xiaoling Nanchang and Dr. Murad help me do this. So again, it's just a simplistic procedure where, you can train any sonographer in L&D in OB/GYN and capture, we have 16 parametric measurements of maternal anatomy. And I was teaching actually CAD and mechanical engineering undergrad. So we just built these design tables. So now I can rapidly build basically digital twins of many, many pregnant individuals at many different time stages of their pregnancy. And I kind of unlocked a bottleneck for me because patients really tolerated it very well. And I was actually collecting a lot of data. And we've implemented this protocol at different hospitals. So again, that's the key thing in women's health when you're playing catch up, when no one has paid attention to you for decades. You have to invent these sort of ways to get the data. I also work with biomedical device companies. I have no relationship with this particular one from Switzerland. It's a device that we get cervical stiffness from. So based on the anatomy and cervical stiffness, we build up these computational simulations. The two use cases we have right now are one, research discovery driven, just understanding how the fetal membranes interact with the uterine wall. So that's a research motivation. And then two, we have a lot of biomedical device use cases that we use with these simulations. Here's just an up-close model, explanation of the cervical aspiration device that we use, and I'll flow through this. So putting this to action, we had a discovery-driven prospective study looking at 50 low-risk pregnancies. We created digital twins. We collected data at 4 research time points, and also a subset of 10 I captured postpartum data, which I'm not going to show here. Here's all the clinicians I had to interact with. And then we were also part of a ancillary study to a device clinical trial where we were capturing biomechanics information for this device. And just here's a preview. And again, the use case for this model is discovery driven. How does the uterus pull the cervix open, and how may that vary for different patients and different patient population that were considered low and high risk? And here are my results. And I'll pause here for a second. On the left-hand side is the biomechanical stretch from patients who are at low risk for preterm birth. What you see lighting up in red is the amount of tissue deformation or stretch that's happening. On the right-hand side is a population of pregnant individuals who are at high risk for preterm birth. You can kind of immediately sort of see some differences happening. So we're trying to ask ourselves, can we use this simulation to be a biomechanical fingerprint for the health of the pregnancy? So again, this is a hypothesis generating, discovery driven sort of exercise where really truly in the clinic now moving forward, we need a prospective validation cohort. We're asking ourselves, will a biomechanical fingerprint derived from a finite element model or model simulation, could that be informative for the clinician to basically place this individual at high or low risk for preterm birth? Then if I have a personalized model of the patient, and you can see here on the right, can we then design the appropriate biomechanical device to close the cervix if it's at risk for opening up? And this is a cerclage procedure. It is actually the only clinical intervention doctors have on hand for patients who are at risk for cervical insufficiency. And the way I explain it in a room of non-mechanical engineers, it's like taking dental floss and wrapping it around your pinky and pulling down tight. So where you're seeing lighting up red, that is the tissue stress feeling. So we're trying to understand, is there a biomechanical efficacy of this device where, yes, there's an advantage for closing the cervix, preventing ascending infection, but that's coming at a laceration risk. So can we kind of understand how to design that? Also, when you ask 20 different clinicians how they put that stitch in, you're going to get 20 different answers. So this is something we're trying to understand. And here's just some information. I'm going to end because my time is up, but we've just been releasing sort of CAD models of the cervix to the biomedical device community because they just don't have any. My phone's sort of, ringing off the hook, if you will. There's a lot of great inventors in this space that have no tools to invent. So we're really happy to fill that void. So yeah, and we all of our models are open source. They can call, they can talk to my grad students. So this is a library that we've been providing to the community. So I'm just going to end there. Thank you.
Thank you. I realize that the engineers must think surgeons are barbarians. We don't measure things. We put stitches in. We do it differently. I mean, I'm always struck by, when you're closing the abdomen, and you stitch people together, and we actually expect that to work. And most of the time it does, but sometimes it doesn't. So thank you, Dr. Myers. Next, we have Dr. Martin Genet, Professor, Mechanics Department and Solid Mechanics Laboratory at the École Polytechnique. Welcome.
Thank you, Charles.
Yep. Are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm from École Polytechnique, currently a visiting professor at Columbia, also in the mechanical engineering department, like Christine, thanks to the Columbia Alliance program. So thank you so much for putting this day together. I think it's a super interesting workshop. Thank you also to Christine for showing the importance of studying biology and mechanics kind of together. There are a lot of problems. So yeah, I'm interested in a slightly less important organ, but still somewhat useful, the lungs, compared to the cervix. Yeah, my perspective is mostly, let's say, technical, but since this work is in close collaboration with a group of clinicians, especially from the Avicenne Hospital in Paris, group of pulmonologists and radiologists, trying to give, let's say, a little bit of their perspective on this work. And also, we're not really treating patients with the tools right now, so it's mostly their perspective on my view of their perspective on the development of these tools. So, as I said, we're interested in the lung biomechanics. Mechanics, as you know now, is the science of motion and forces. Usually it's divided into solid and fluid mechanics. In the lungs, mechanics is quite critical, and both the solid part, the deformation of the tissue, and the fluid part, the flow of air and blood. we're interested in this, especially in this work. We're interested in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. It's a form of it's poorly understood disease. It affects the structure itself, so the tissue, the shape. We've talked about the remodeling today. So here it has a strong impact on the very structure of the tissue. You can already see this disease affect the tissue affected by the disease on images. So somehow the diagnosis can be done today based on images, and it has a strong impact on if this is volume versus pressure. So you see a normal lung, fibrotic lung, for a given pressure, you get less volume change. So it affects the mechanical property. The tissues become stiffer. So it's a disease that has so the mechanics is important for the lung, and the disease has an impact on the mechanics. So this is interesting for us. Now there are many questions around this disease. As I said, it's not very understood. A few years ago, there was an hypothesis that was made that maybe because your lung becomes stiffer, basically you pull harder on your lungs to breathe. You need to open them, right? So the mechanical forces are higher, which might favor fibrosis. So that's very interesting for us mechanicians, because this is a disease that affects mechanics and that could be also directly affected by mechanics. And as I said, I mean, in some sense, the diagnosis, we can see already on the images patients that are affected by fibrosis, but there are many different types of fibrosis, and an early diagnosis could be very useful. So there are many questions, also clinical questions around this disease. So in general, our approach to this is to combine some physics, some physical modeling, and some parameter estimation. So in some sense, digital twin, we've talked a lot about the semantics of digital twins today. But yeah, when you do that, you need to be careful with to pay attention to the data that you have. So in France, for this type of patients, we're authorized to do this type of images. So basically, we have two images of the patient's breathing, one at the end of expiration, one at the end of inspiration, which is very interesting for us as mechanicians, because now we have the motion of breathing. Okay. So yeah, the idea is to have a physical model that contains what we know about the physics of the tissue expanding, and that can also integrate this data. So yeah. Some questions that we ask and we discuss often is, why to do physical modeling versus pure data analysis? And as Christine mentioned already, data, we're in the era of big data, but when we talk about these specific diseases, etc., we're not so much into the big data era. We actually have not quite as much data as a large language model used to train the models. Computational resources are quite limited also. And the key also is the understanding. We're not only trying to generate some diagnosis, but also trying to understand what's going on. Why do we predict this diagnosis or something? So we're trying to do this long-term goals. So of course now the examples I'm going to show you are mostly what we're dealing with data at a given time. The idea is that at some point the longitudinal the digital twin should include the longitudinal data, basically follow the patients over the year, including the remodeling, etc. And that's our long-term, let's say, objective. Okay, so in this, when we're developing the model, there are different, let's say, components to the model. There is the general mechanical framework. Some people might consider it tedious, some people might consider it fun, but let's say in some sense it's fairly straightforward. You choose your framework and you derive the equations. Okay. Now there are also many components in the model that are where you have really a lot of choices, right? Usually I call it the art of modeling. And this is where let's say the interaction between the engineers and the doctors is really key. For us, we've discussed a lot to try to better understand the physiology of the lungs, and try to come up with a number of hypotheses. We discussed the hypotheses with the doctors, etc. So this is very, very key, especially when we are trying to describe in the model what we call the boundary conditions. So let's say the environment of the lungs, how the lung is loaded, for instance. So we developed over the years, we developed a series of models. So you see here one lung kind of expanding in the thoracic cage. This one is another model where we can simulate, for instance, if you breathe mostly with your diaphragm or mostly with the thoracic cage, the motion is different. One thing to keep in mind is that when we develop this type of model, running the model itself, like calling the model, is very expensive, right? It's not when you call ChatGPT, the running the model is free, right? This is not like even simulating like a breathing cycle takes several hours on a computer. So there is a lot of work to do also on the computational side. So as I said, the art of modeling, many choices, all models are wrong. We are just trying to establish that maybe if we make the right choices, they can be useful in some situations. So that's the model. Let's say that's the generic model. Now we need to personalize it, integrate the data from a given patient. So this is done through a different stage. So we can extract the geometry of the lungs from the images. So this is fairly easy to personalize. We can extract some info also that we get on the images, like the porosity. We can extract the motion. As I said, we're really working on the motion. And the main part of the personalization, the mechanical personalization, is that we are trying to, let's say, learn in the model, there are many parameters. We're trying to learn the parameters that will make the model behave like the data that we see. So for instance, for some parameters of the model, we run the model, we simulate some breathing cycle. And now we compare the motion that the model predicts to the motion that we observe on the image. And now we're trying to learn the parameters that will minimize the distance between the motion predicted by the model and the motion that's imaged in the data. So I told you running the model is expensive. This is very, very expensive. Now we need to run the model many times, etc. So this is what, nowadays most people call it mostly machine learning. Okay, now what do we get? So this is the kind of potential biomarkers that we can compute. So for instance, we can estimate the compliance for different patients here, the compliance in the different regions of the lung, for instance, the compliance or the stiffness, the mechanical properties of the lungs. And this is something that you cannot measure directly based on the images. On the images, you can measure the strain, the deformation, but the mechanical properties, you need some kind of a model to extract this from the images. So this is the kind of response that we get. Depending on how we solve the problem, we get slightly different values. So we need robust uncertainty quantification pipeline. So now when we predict values, how confident can we be in the result, in the values that we predict? So we work a lot on this type of problems also. And the main question, of course, from the clinical side is to establish that these are useful biomarkers. Do they teach us anything that we don't know? Do they teach us something more that by just looking at the images? That's, of course, the key questions. Then only once we have proven this, then the digital twin can be used to automatically built and updated at the hospital and maybe made available to the patients and the doctor, etc. But of course, this represents many technical, ethical, legal challenges as we discussed today. We've discussed also about this idea of the kind of bidirectional interaction between the virtual and the real world. I mean, this is, of course, some long-term dream, but I think the time where we have like some kind of an autonomous bidirectional virtual real-world interaction is still quite far away. I think in this field, there are many issues. Yeah, and as I said, we're also trying to address some more fundamental questions with these tools. That's why I think that's the kind of understandable aspect is interesting, or interpretable aspect. So as I said, there are some things that are not understood in this disease, like how does mechanics play a role in the progress of the disease. So for instance, in the model, we also compute the stresses, the forces that are within the tissue during breathing, which again, you cannot measure directly. So now we can study, for instance, do we see some kind of correlation between the forces and the development of the disease, etc. So that was some kind of an overview of what we've done in the field. There are many perspectives to this work, as I said, on the modeling side, on the personalization side, and of course towards clinical applications. And yeah, maybe I just had one example. Right now we're starting looking into longitudinal data to try to establish is, for instance, the biomarkers that we predict at one point, can they tell us, can they predict in a retrospective study, of course, but could they have predicted what happened in the future for this patient? This is the kind of study that help establish the computationally derived biomarkers. All right, thank you again for the day, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Great, thank you, Martin. Next, we have Dr. Florence Du joining us. Dr. Du is an assistant professor, diagnostic radiology and nuclear medicine, University of Maryland School of Medicine, director of innovation at the University of Maryland Medical Intelligent Imaging Center, and faculty at the University of Maryland Institute for Health Computing. Dr. Du.
Okay, so hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me join virtually. And then my talk today is going to be more on the clinical side of things. And the title is, Should You Believe What You See? Medical Imaging and the Reality of Digital Twins. We are using them clinically today in a not necessarily nascent definition, which we'll get into. Okay, so here are my disclosures. And importantly, I'm a clinician, right? So I'm a radiologist. And all discussed items are for educational purposes only. I tried to remove vendor labels, but if a product is seen here, it's not recommended or endorsed. So let's get into it. Why medical imaging? And I want to actually start with an older paper. You'll see this is in 2010. That just had an interesting statistic I just want us to think about as we think about digital twins and why we're even using them or contemplating them. And the paper here is Deciding Without Data, right? They measured over a 7.5-day period that 1,188 decisions, or 158 per day at that time, 80% of them were deemed by physicians to have no basis in any prior published data, and fewer than 3% of decisions were based on a study specific to the question at hand, which isn't that surprising because there aren't that many studies, let's just say, on just flow-do, for example. And this is very fascinating if we think about digital twins and personalized medicine, et cetera. So the question posed to all of us in the room today, and I can't see all of you, but I'm just going to assume that all of us in the room today and online, is to think about how do we use technology or current and future to help? Would it be medical imaging? Would it be digital twins, et cetera? Okay. Oops, this is still on a delay. All right. So I want to posit that medical imaging is a key layer of the digital twin ecosystem and provides a certain layer of quantitative data. And I know someone else has mentioned this earlier as I was listening into the different talks, but I want us to think about specifically how radiology and radiomics play a role in this integrated omics. And I'm a little bit biased as I'm a medical imager, so bear with me here. And this, if you don't already know, are the different scales of information that we're thinking about today. I know you saw this already, but genomics, then transcriptomics, then proteomics, metabolomics, pathomics, and then radiology at the very top. This is more from a scale of literally size. I'm not saying necessarily that radiology is the best, but you can also think that. So if you have radiomics, how do you even get to that point, right? How do you get quantitative data out of an image? Well, you first have to perform the medical imaging, and then you can perform extraction with imaging-based biomarkers. We call it radiomic expression. And you can get things like the morphological features, the texture features, intensity features, et cetera. And this is just a small sample. This is not all radiomic features, but just as a visual. So as you know, if you've heard me talk before, I really like to do interactive activities, and I'm a little bit sad I can't be with people in the room. But if you see a red box like this, it means that there will be an activity. So my question for you in the audience today, and you can answer at your seat because I can't see you, but if you're in the chat, I'll keep an eye on that, is how many medical imaging modalities and types do you think there actually are to contribute to this kind of data layer that we need for maybe digital twins? I'll give you two examples here, ultrasound and CT, so you know there are at least two. Anyone else? How many do you think there are? And don't worry, I'm going to show you the answer. And if you said somewhere between 5 to 7 or more, that's correct. And I'll say that this definition of what a modality is, whether you think computed tomography is the same as computed tomography and angiography, so CTA, that kind of varies. So I'm not going to be giving you a hard number. I know that was a trick question. And I'm just going to use that, though, to illustrate how much information we're dealing with just with the medical imaging layer and what that can contribute for the digital twin, because I like to think of radiologists as a accidental digital twin before everyone else got into it in that exact term. What do I mean by that? Is we're used to taking the physical person and trying to see them in many different ways with these modalities. So that physical counterpart is that patient, right? We bring them into our suite of imaging tools, and we do things to virtually represent them in a model, either with PET and nuclear medicine, ultrasound, MRI, mammography, CT, and X-ray or fluoroscopy, right? We have all different tools to try and examine the body in different ways and represent them visually. And then, of course, as a radiologist, I put it into a text report, send that back to the clinician, and hopefully they update their database of information and make a decision for the patient and treat them. So I hope you can see that radiology by default is a digital twin representation. Okay. So if we think about that digital twin ecosystem, and different people have explained to you, ideally, that physical and virtual representation layer, that bidirectional interaction where you have the virtual sent back to the physical, right, to predictions to inform care is what we as radiologists do. And of course, the physical kind of representing and updating the model, the data updating the model, is them coming back for another scan or a different scan. Okay. And of course, the VVUQ part is what a clinician does by default, the verification, validation, uncertainty quantification. How sure are they that that image, right, changes the way that they treat the patient? So let's think about that medical imaging and digital twin ecosystem together and think about the inputs that you would want if you were a clinician trying to make a decision about your patient. Do you have an imaging anchored digital twin? Do you need mixed inputs for the decision you're making? Or do you need non-imaging information to make that treatment decision? So I'm going to talk about the digital twin types and cases in this kind of multi-layered perspective with the patient digital twin, the population or regulatory digital twin, and of course the operational digital twin. And the non-imaging ones I'm not really going to talk too much about, nor am I going to talk too much about the operational digital twin, not because they're not important, just because I have very limited time with you today. I will briefly mention that people already talked about the mixed inputs, the tumor diagnosis, and also mixed endpoint synthetic cohorts with clinical trials that you've heard this morning. So I get to talk about the fun stuff, which is the clinical use case in organ systems and also the in silico replicas of imaging trials. So let's go through these two cases together so you can see how we use them clinically and perhaps change the way you practice. Okay, so let's go over the first radiology case. And as you can see here, for the first case, it's going to be that patient level digital twin that's imaging anchored, and it's going to be the organ system of cardiovascular imaging. And I want you, this is a red box, but this is a pre-activity. I want you to think ahead as I'm presenting this clinical digital twin in quotes in use today, not biasing you. Where in the NASM digital twin definition do you think it meets or falls short of a true digital twin? Not biasing you at all. Okay. So let's just say you come in, or your patient comes in, or your friend or family member comes in with, chest pain, and you're a little bit afraid they have a heart attack, and potentially that's caused by a blockage in their vessel, right? But how do you know that that chest pain and that vessel is blocked? What would you do if you were an engineer, a family member, etc., right? Well, for a while there, the only solution was invasive coronary angiography, ICA. What that means is you thread a catheter through your arm or your leg, femoral or radial artery, and you measure the pressure across what you believe an area of blockage would be, right? So you'd measure the proximal pressure and the distal pressure, fluid dynamics, et cetera. You just know that things rush faster through a narrow area, right? And this is what it would look like. You'd get that pressure wire into position, you'd measure that, and you get the free fractional reserve, and that's what you would need to do. You would need to literally poke a needle in someone and do that invasive procedure. And of course, that comes with risks. Whenever you put and do some kind of invasive sounding procedure to somebody, that comes with any potential kind of harm. So ideally, wouldn't you want to do that virtually if you could? So you would invent something, theoretically, if you were smart enough back then, to invent something called a CT coronary angiography. Use a CT machine to take an image of the heart. A cardiac CTA is what you can call it colloquially. You would model that anatomically, build a physiologic model, and measure those fluid dynamics, that functional assessment, that computational fluid dynamics through different areas of the vessel, and then represent that in a 3D free fractional observed FFR CT, right, and get those numbers. And as you can see in these images, this is indeed a real tool. So this entire pathway, right, could be modeled in a 3D FFR CT. So clinically now today, we can get this 3D FFR CT, and if you're normal, you go to optimal medical therapy, OMT. If you're abnormal, you do go ahead and go to invasive coronary angiography, maybe get a stent. And if you're borderline, you get additional workup, you go back to the clinician, and if they deem you to be low risk, you go to optimal medical therapy, or they put you into high risk category and you go ahead and get a cath. So this pathway has changed the management of cardiovascular disease already, and we're using it in our hospital and in many other hospitals around the country. So my question to you is, where in the NASEM definition do you think it meets or falls short of a true digital twin? Okay, I'm not going to give you that much time because I want to make sure I get through other content, but I would say that this is a physical counterpart and a virtual representation, a model, but it doesn't have the bidirectional interaction and it doesn't have VVUQ. Right? The bidirectional interaction in the VVQ happens at the clinical layer and not necessarily within the digital representation itself. Okay. So I'd like you to think about a couple questions here to think about ethically, legally, et cetera, as we are, that's the theme of the day. One is consent. I showed this slide at the last talk in February, but should patients be able to opt out of medical AI? And at a clinical, one single site, they had asked this question to the patients, and the patients preferred to be able to opt out, 91.1%. And so the question for a digital twin is, if you consented to a CT scan, and that becomes training data, let's just say, for this CT cardiac model, did you actually agree to it? And one thing to think about, because this is actually in federal court as of this month, is ambient technologies and a bridge recording, right? There's a lawsuit out there, if you've heard of digital scribes, that people didn't consent necessarily to that secondary use. So we'll have to follow that. The other thing that I want you to think about is liability, which I know other people have raised as well. So let's just pretend that you had these different versions of this tool, and oh my gosh, this patient had been treated or had not been treated with version 2.3 because 2.3 wasn't, I guess, as accurate as 2.4, and 2.4 would have caught it. What would happen, right? Who's actually responsible because that patient didn't get treated in time, got the right, was put down the wrong pathway? Is the vendor responsible, the clinician, or the hospital? And there's a lot of life cycle governance questions in both here and in the EU about that question. And this was actually brought up at the last Columbia Digital Conference around clinician divergence and discordance. So I would encourage you to go think about this. But for digital twins specifically, if there's an AI model prediction populated from a twin, and the radiologist disagrees, or maybe even the radiologist and cardiologist disagreeing for that tool that you just saw, is that disagreement recorded in the chart? And is that a liability, or is it responsibility, or is there some reason or not unreason to have that be structured and recorded in that way to update the models for better patient care, et cetera? So I'll leave you to go back to that other session to think about those questions. And I'm going to move on to case number 2. So case number 2, again, is that population or regulatory level clinical twin, which again is a real case. So thinking ahead, I'm going to present a synthetic digital twin for regulatory use. And again, think about in the NASEM digital twin definition, do you think it meets or falls short of a true digital twin? So I'm going to present this as the screening mammogram case. And you may know that if you are a patient who's over 40 and a woman and going for your screening mammogram, or if you supported a family member who's going through this, there is a such thing as a 2D mammography and also a 3D digital breast tomography, right, where you can go through many different layers rather than taking just a 2D image. And at the time when this was invented, the question was, which one is the better standard of care? Is it important enough to have this kind of multi-layer view, or can we see lesions clearly enough on just the 2D view? Okay. So what the FDA had done was they had gone ahead and created VICTOR, the Virtual Imaging Clinical Trial for Regulatory Evaluation. And this is the paper that was published by Aldo Badano and his group. And they created a synthetic patient cohort. Then they went ahead and presented the mammography versus digital breast tomography, DBT, the 3D, and they did computational readers. And I'm going to walk you through what that looks like. So they created first the breast phantom itself using knowledge from literature and all the physical dynamics of that. They compressed the breast, which is part of that initial screening mammography piece. They created masses they inserted that lesion into the phantom and generated synthetic images with 2D mammography as well as 3D digital breast tomography and reconstructed that. Okay, and then compared the results. So they went ahead and compared it to a real clinical trial, their synthetic clinical trial versus their comparative trial, and then compared whether or not it favored mammography versus DBT. And you can see here that there was actually no real significant difference between those two trials, which is really fascinating. This was a real proof of concept that a synthetic patient cohort could mirror a real cohort. So I'm going to briefly, I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to briefly mention that this is only a virtual representation. It doesn't hit the other three things. And briefly, I'll touch on these few things is who's represented, because we know the clinical trial participants are not necessarily mirroring the real population across sex, race, and age. And we know that all the data in artificial intelligence doesn't come from geographic diverse areas, because most of the available data sets are from these states in the US. And also for opt-out in the EU, they consider secondary use, as we had just discussed, and they have consent management platforms as part of their innovation triad. So it's something that we need to think about as well. When we think about digital twins, we should also think about consent and how we can innovate in that secondary use case. And if we keep using synthetic evidence, who actually validates the validator? When we have more synthetic artificially generated data, does that become AI slop on AI slop, or does it actually become more and more useful if there's certain populations we don't represent? Okay. And my last thought to take home as my closing thought is that FFRCT and Victor are used clinically, and even if you want to look up Victor, it's available as a regulatory science tool for you to play with. So what is the most useful definition of digital twin in the clinical setting? Is the NASEM definition really necessary for all applications, and for who? And that's all, folks. So please send me thoughts and feedback. And what do you think now about digital twins and radiology? Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Du. Our final panelist today is Dr. Caroline Chung. She is the Vice President and Chief Data and Analytics Officer and Co-Director of the Institute for Data Science and Oncology at MD Anderson Cancer Center. Dr. Chung.
Thank you. Thank you for having me and appreciate allowing me to be virtual, coming from across the country. So as you've heard all morning, and I'm going to do a little bit of putting this into context from all the different presenters, great presentations that are really inspiring all the different pieces that have come together in building human-centered digital twins. And I will challenge Flo in my presentation as well, and look forward to the panel discussion around how we can actually integrate prediction, interaction, and really incorporating this verification, validation, uncertainty quantification, precision medicine, and precision oncology. So as you've been hearing, digital twins, the NASEM definition is more than just simulation and modeling. There's a lot of pre-work that has been done and promising modeling that's being done to actually predict outcomes and help make clinical decisions. However, the overall framework around the NASEM definition is really this bidirectional feedback from the physical counterpart to the virtual representation and back and forth. And wrapped around it is this verification, validation, uncertainty, quantification, security, and ethics, not all of which was defined within the NASEM report. I'm going to talk a little bit more about verification, validation, uncertainty, quantification, and what it means, especially when we're actually leveraging imaging and other measurements that are used as inputs into the modeling. So one of the pieces that we did highlight out in the NASEM definition, it was a privilege for me to be co-author with an amazing team of researchers and experts in the field. And I was fortunate to lead the dialogue around the biomedical applications and really talking through fit for purpose. You've seen many different great uses for modeling and the potential for using digital twins to help inform and make the medical decision-making less reactive and perhaps more anticipatory and interactive. And so when we think about fit for purpose, this will actually help us to select out what kinds of data do we need, what frequency of data do we need, what level of uncertainty are we willing to take on as we make these decisions. As you saw, some of this modeling is being, and the digital twins that are being developed are really used for exploratory discovery purposes, perhaps we would have much more allowance for uncertainty in that realm because we're still in the discovery phase versus clinical implementation and patient by patient decision making. So the applications within cancer can come across scales. You saw other scale diagrams, but also phases in which you can actually apply the digital twins for discovery, development, as well as implementation and application. And so from early target discovery in oncology to actual therapeutic development, testing these out in the preclinical models as well as in clinical trials, and then finally into clinical care. And so I'm going to be showing some examples in terms of the patient level digital twins and clinical decision-making digital twins that we are actually pursuing with at MD Anderson. And it's great to present work across the wide spectrum of team members across the organization. As you see, this is truly the bidirectional interaction. You can see that this came out of the Nason definition. You see it's an infinity loop because there's a continuous flow of information from the physical environment through to the digital model, updates to that digital model, and the human interaction and decision making happening at this crossroads. And so when a prediction is made, a clinical decision is made based on the outputs of that model, that output and decision ultimately affects the treatments, the data collection, and perhaps may inform better types of data collection over time, especially as technology and capabilities continue to evolve. That would iterate and feed into the model in terms of data assimilation, feeding into the model for the next set of predictions, and we'll show good examples of how this interaction can actually come to life. Here's a couple of publications that may be of interest. I think one of the things that I've learned in terms of all the discussions I've had around digital twins is I think everyone goes towards that blue sky aspirational, we need to know every single molecular pathway in the human to actually predict what is going to happen. But I think there is a practical approach, and this is that fit for purpose perspective, is what question are you actually trying to answer? What level of complexity is actually needed? Do you have a model that currently exists? And if so, how do you actually implement that into a digital twin framework? What kind of uncertainties are you willing to accept? And what is that readily available data? And is it at the frequency that you need to actually have this be a true bidirectional feedback in a clinically meaningful time frame? We also start to think through, if we were to deploy clinical trials with these types of models, how do you actually start to design these types of trials? And I think that this is a whole other dialogue that we can have around the statistics of creating trials that are not for the average patient. If you think about clinical trials in the traditional sense, you're comparing one population to another, you're looking at means and seeing that separation of those means and the confidence that there's truly an effect between those two groups. If we're now giving each individualized patient a personalized treatment, how do we start to layer in the statistics, and how do we actually build confidence and trust around with our clinicians in terms of practicing evidence-based medicine and knowing that we're actually truly making an impact versus perhaps making erroneous assumptions? So here's just an example of how we've actually started to implement this. This is work from Cheng Yu. She's been working with our breast cancer team and our breast medical oncology team and our surgeons, as well as our radiation oncologists, looking at the role of neoadjuvant therapy. And this is actually not looking at novel treatments. This is looking at tried and true standard chemotherapy. AC Taxol has been around literally for decades, but really starting to think about, can we actually manipulate the standard of care therapy to improve response to this treatment and actually get patients in a neoadjuvant fashion, meaning before they get surgery, to get maximal response in their breast tumor so that you can potentially take a patient who is not operable to be operable, or perhaps even going so far as getting complete response, pathological complete response in these patients with this therapy. And so you can actually see that that there's a lot of data going in. This was on a prospective trial where patients were getting serial MRI scans in addition to feeding in their molecular characteristics and their clinical parameters. And because this was on a clinical trial, we have to start to think about what is this readily available data in a prospective fashion if we were to roll it out into clinical use. This is where it starts to the feedback loop around even just what kinds of data do we need to run these sorts of models becomes relevant. And if there's enough convincing evidence that this intervention is worthwhile, then we would potentially change how we're actually collecting our data to inform the digital twin to be most effective in our decision making. And you can see that some patients, if you actually adjust the frequency at which they're delivering their chemotherapy or the timing of their chemotherapy, even though it's the same total dose of standard of care chemotherapy, you can actually get patients to respond in different ways. And so here's patient one. This is the simulation of all the different potential outputs that you can get with different combinations of the timing and sequencing of the standard chemotherapy. Here's patient two. Here's patient three. You can see the very different responses per patient. But you can also potentially start to select out certain treatments that would give this particular patient the maximal response possible. Or perhaps you may see that some patients will have such low response. Perhaps perhaps standard chemotherapy is not the right treatment for them. Perhaps this would motivate that person being informed by this information to go on to a clinical trial, for instance, as an alternative versus someone who is likely to respond very strongly to the standard chemotherapy. Here's another example of how we're actually applying digital twins and modeling. You're looking at Ewing sarcoma, again, looking at all of their molecular characteristics and their clinical parameters to actually predict how they're going to respond to different systemic therapies, and then sequencing those therapies in a particular order. This is obviously in the auspices of a clinical trial. You have the patient and the digital twin, and informing these decisions of which treatment arm that they would actually get enrolled onto. If they were to recur, you could imagine designing a trial where at the point of recurrence, you would actually fit them through and have this true bidirectional feedback to make the next decision. Here's an example of brain tumors and radiotherapy. So I was talking about two examples where we were looking at systemic therapy response. We can do this in radiotherapy, particularly because radiotherapy is very rich with imaging data. We're getting verification images consistently. There are devices now that allow you to get daily MRIs as part of their therapy with the MR-Linac, which is an integrated MRI and radiotherapy delivery device. And so there's a lot of capabilities where we can actually truly get predictive adaptive treatments that are truly personalized. And you can get that recalibration of the model, true bidirectional feedback to actually feed into their next adapted treatment. And so in this circumstance, this was pre-MR-Linac. We were getting weekly MRIs during therapy. We're integrating multiparametric imaging to inform the cellular composition of the tumor and anticipating where the most aggressive areas of the tumor were to map out where we may want to intensify the radiation treatment. And we're now working on the design of a clinical trial where we would look at different types of intensification, not only looking at dose escalation, which means just ramping up the total dose, but perhaps looking at different doses per day that would actually give you a better immune as well as tumor response to actually maximize the control of patients with glioblastoma, which is a very aggressive glioma. Very limited survival, and in the majority of patients have recurrence of their tumor. Within this trial, we've actually built out the pipeline of that data assimilation and uncertainty quantification. And so thinking through this treatment, the imaging, thinking through the components of modeling and cross-calibrating these model parameters, looking at the different dose adaptations and what is actually clinically deliverable versus what is desired based on the model predictions, and then anticipating the treatment of response so that we can actually make those clinical decisions. As I said, beyond actually shaping and targeting and defining the targets of radiotherapy, adjusting the radiation dose, whether it's dose escalation, dose de-escalation, in head and neck cancer, there are ongoing trials of head and neck cancer, particularly those affected with HPV, that are very sensitive to treatment and will have better outcomes. And so within radiation oncology, we want to minimize the dose necessary to get control of the tumor, We want to escalate the dose only if necessary and only to the areas that are most relevant. And so this is a study that's being led by Dr. Dave Fuller at MD Anderson, looking at both de-escalation, looking at standard of care, as well as dose escalation, and selecting out which dose is actually most appropriate for which patients, leveraging computational modeling and the digital twin paradigm. Now, I want to pivot a little bit because these are all very useful, but there's a whole area of research that I think that we need to pursue. And this is really studying the clinical integration of digital twins. How do we actually establish confidence and trust? How do we actually evaluate human decision-making under uncertainty, as well as having the discussion around privacy and ethics? Digital twins, once you start to feed in more of these longitudinal data points and the exact treatments and the modification, the identifiability risk does inherently go up. And so we need to start to think through these aspects. And then finally, influencing data generation, as I noted, that perhaps as we use these digital twins, it will change the way we're actually gathering data, as well as what data and at what frequency, and what are we going to prioritize versus deprioritize in collection of data in medical care overall. So in terms of that human digital twin interface, Chengwei Yu has gotten a subsequent funding round to actually look at how do we actually present this information when we look at the predictions and what's going to be useful for clinicians? How can we evolve this? For instance, if you give a whole surface of different responses based on 1,000 different simulations, that would be quite overwhelming. And so thinking about how do we select out and prioritize what options we should be considering in terms of that clinical decision process. I'm sure many of you are aware of Amy Abernathy's paper that suggests that human decision-making, humans can't really consider much more than 5 different factors as they're making a decision. But how do we start to consolidate all of this data and modeling output and put it in front of a clinician and a patient to have an informed discussion without being completely overwhelmed by the data? And this is a fascinating area of research that I think we definitely need to invest in. So cancer is complex, but I think that the compute capabilities, the modeling capabilities will empower us to actually embrace this complexity and deepen our understanding, but also to personalize care and maximize these outcomes. The exciting part of this is that I would say that a lot of medicine up to this point has been reactive, especially when it comes to cancer. We see that the tumor has already grown, and because it's growing, we're going to change treatment. If we can shift from a reactive delivery of care based on observations that have already happened to informing decisions based on continually updated simulations and predictions with quantified uncertainty, this becomes really interesting but very promising in terms of improving outcomes for our patients. To fully realize this potential, we have to look past the hype. And so I'm glad we're having this conference where we're discussing what truly is a digital twin versus not a digital twin according to that NASM definition, aspiring for that blue skies, while also taking pragmatic steps towards implementing this sort of modeling to improve care overall. And finally, I would encourage everyone to take that fit for purpose approach as we think about digital twins. We don't need all of the data. We don't need all of the molecular pathways when it comes to modeling cancer. We can potentially take superficial data that is very meaningful and will help us make clinical decisions. And those ones will most likely be scalable, whereas we take these very deep type of models that integrate all sorts of mechanisms and integrate the different scales to really better understand the disease. And finally, the human digital twin interaction, I can't emphasize enough, needs to be considered early. It needs to be considered now, thinking about how humans make decisions under uncertainty. How do we establish confidence, trust, as well as establishing privacy and ethics and regulations around these? I want to thank you for your time, and I thank all my patients who have volunteered and participated in our trials and my funding sources, and as well as my team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. For those of you online, those of you here in the audience, I invite you to put questions into the app. And we will invite also Martin and Kristen, who are here with us, come down front for the questions and answers. And then for the panelists who are still on the call, if you also want to come on camera, we will start to take some questions. So I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative with the first question. So just reflecting what Dr. Chung had said about the reactive nature of what we do, on a regular basis, I'll take a patient with advanced pancreatic cancer and start them on chemotherapy and say, I'll scan you in 3 months to see if you've had a response or not, right? That level of uncertainty after 3 months of chemo. And we really don't know many times whether patients will respond or not. And then I'm also struck by Dr. Du's, comments about the importance of the data streams. So I guess a question, first of all, to anyone, are there data streams, and also, what Dr. Chung had said is sometimes it's not the most complex data or the most complicated data streams. Are there data streams that you wish that we could capture somehow that we're not able to? Are there data out there that somehow would be great that we could use for modeling, but we either technically don't have access to it, or it's what comes to my mind is like our watch, our wearables. Are there data like that you wish that we could capture? I see, Dr. Chung, you're saying yes. Do you mind commenting on that?
I think wearables is definitely one area. And the other thing is that some of the data streams that we are currently collecting in clinical care, by introducing the quantitative nature of the data and making that same data stream more quantitative, we may be able to leverage it much more effectively for digital twins. And this is where I think that the imaging piece could be a low-hanging fruit piece. It would be a ton of work, but it's low-hanging fruit in terms of if we were to actually capture imaging and treat imaging data less like an image and more like a measurement tool, the amount of precision that we would gain for all of this type of modeling would be enormous. And so I will put that pitch out, and I'm getting 2 thumbs up from Flo, so I'm going to let her comment as well.
Yes, I'm actually very glad that I may have converted or maybe emphasized my non-biased talk towards medical imaging. And I will say that I absolutely agree. And one other aspect I do want to think about also is the uncertainty in the data itself. So even though I'm extracting these quantitative biomarkers, there's an assumption that there's a tie to a real physical or real other outcome that we care about. And it's fascinating to me because there's actually been studies on how much radiology actually correlates with pathology and then even backwards. And there's some studies that show it's as high or as low or whatever that you can think about as 60% agreement. And that really surprises me because you would assume that there should be 100% or at least close to 90% agreement when people are making treatment decisions based off of imaging or pathology, as we often do, because we consider that some kind of gold standard. If we can see it, we can believe it. And I think that one of the data streams we don't measure enough is that type of uncertainty, is how certain are we that whatever stream we measure, that most accurately represents that final feature. And that's hopefully what I had highlighted in the cardiovascular application, but then also the screening mammogram application, which I had to rush through a little bit, which pieces were most accurate and were they the right ones for the things that we care about as we get better at science and think about what our patients care about and how we can do better. Something to ruminate on.
And I'll just add on there is that if you think about where digital twins started in this aerospace engineering space, this is an area where there was very controlled sensors that were implemented for the sake of measurement. And so the people who are building the digital twins were also controlling the sensors. If you think about the promise of auto-driving cars, even in that setting, those sensors were actually design controlled for quantitative measurement, that it was highly controlled. And yet we're trying to build these digital twins in an arena where we have very disparate heterogeneous data. And so and it's not to say that we have to make everything completely homogeneous, but as we start to quantify that uncertainty in that data, we can actually more meaningfully interpret and how we're supposed to be using this data in our modeling applications.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. Martin, are there data streams as engineers that you wish you had? I mean, I was really struck, Kristen, when you said, we do a ton of ultrasounds on pregnant people, but we never measure the maternal anatomy, or we seldom measure that. Can you talk a little bit about what data streams you wish we had?
And I like what Flo said about seeing is believing. I think when creating these CAD models of human pregnancy, I was like, okay, how do we image them? What's the imaging modality? In OBGYN, traditionally, it's ultrasound. It's well tolerated. It's very low barrier. We can do a lot of tracking. Here at our clinical practice, we do a lot of transvaginal ultrasounds for screening. So actually during COVID, when I didn't have access I have the privilege of going to sonography rooms, working with a sonographer, and I had some prospective studies. But during that time when, we didn't have that access, my students are like, well, why don't we just retrospectively go back and look at every single transvaginal ultrasound ever taken? And, we use AI to look at that and how do we, make those measurements. A bottleneck for us was grabbing a clinician and asking them, is this measurement correct? Is this measurement correct? So we're trying to work with the clinicians to sort of relieve that bottleneck so we can just be flooded with shape, size, maybe using some technique in the radiology, like the radiomics, working with our radiology partners. So there's a treasure trove out there, and we just need to invent the engineering methodology to look at them better to get that quantity that Caroline's talking about. For us, it's just the shape. Give me the millimeter, centimeter, give me something. And then perhaps in the radiomics, can you give me the tissue texture? What is it made out of it? Does it speak to its biology? And then can we inform our models with those quantities?
Yeah, Martin, I'm struck paradoxically. Fewer people will have cancer than will get pregnant, and everyone breathes. But you may actually have the most limited data stream of anyone. So do you mind talking about that?
I totally agree with what just said. One thing we've been struggling with actually is to have normal data. Like in France, like we actually right now we have quite a lot of thoracic CT scan for all sorts of patients. But especially when we want to go for this uncertainty quantification pipeline, trying to really see like what resolution do I need, what amount of data do I need to have this level of certainty for this biomarker, etc. It would be super useful to have normal humans. Like if I had like a database of thousands of normal humans for all age, all sex, etc., it would be quite useful. And we don't have this surprising.
Yeah, no, and that again, I think it's part of the paradox is that we don't measure normal lung function. We only measure when it's abnormal.
Exactly.
Yeah, fascinating. There's a question that I think is also interesting, and it's a question about what we model. Modeling response certainly, but what about modeling other aspects? I mean, the person who's asking the question asks about modeling toxicity, but could you potentially even model things like quality of life? And I know that that's really subjective, but I mean, just thinking, expansively, what are the limitations of modeling?
I would say that, so within some of our models, we are actually modeling toxicity. Having said that, the toxicity data is captured even more inconsistently, I would say. And I think that, when you get to things like quality of life or even toxicity, the whole concept of, what you see and how you evaluate it and the perceptions are quite varied, and trying to normalize that and take that into a quantitative measurement is quite challenging. One person's pain score may look very different from another person's pain score, for instance. And so trying to figure out how to best cross-calibrate across individuals and contexts is really, I think, a whole area of science. So if you tell somebody, bad news, and then you actually ask them to do a Likert scale on whether they're in pain or not, their pain score may be completely different than if you've just given them good news. And so how do you actually qualify all of that and capture that context is actually quite challenging.
We certainly find that in surgery where, there's an objective operation that's performed, but perceptions of pain postoperatively vary very widely. Other comments?
We're an area where this comes up a lot, and another area I work with, it's attached to pregnancy, is gynecology and understanding pain associated with a normal menstrual cycle, but we actually don't even know what normal is. And I actually hate to use the word normal menstrual cycle because it's so varied. And I'm speaking of the work of people who are in this field, not my own work. Actually, Noemi Al-Haddad, who is the chair of bioinformatics here, this is her work that she's doing to try to capture patient symptomology in chronic diseases. And again, it goes to Carolyn's comment about like that quantitative measure. Do we have a study instrument, whether it be a research tool, a wearable, or an app that captures that patient experience? And I think that's a huge engineering challenge. And that's not, again, not my work, but in the work of women's health, these are the questions that are being asked, particularly around gynecology, because it varies so much. And just being aware of like abnormal menstruation conditions plagued by endometriosis, fibroids, where, we were considered, like, oh, pain is part of the game, when you're a menstruating person. So being able to capture that and connecting it to a uterine pathology is actually a wide open area of research and research that we're getting into. I think just patient experience and patient symptomology, and then designing tools that can better quantify it for them.
That's great. Very interesting. So I'm also struck that we have clinicians and engineers here in the room. Who's missing? Who else should we have that's able to contribute to the conversation? Because if we're truly going to think about digital twins, there has to be more to us than our data and how that data sort of reflects mechanical forces.
Patients, individuals.
Yeah.
We've included patients. We've included. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
You're up, Caroline.
I mean, we've included patients, obviously. We've included, as I said, that whole human decision-making under uncertainty is really quite fascinating. And so the cognitive scientists and how you actually take in data, anthropologists in terms of looking at cultural differences and decision-making, there's a whole host of different, I think, disciplines that can actually come together to really shape out digital twins and how we can actually leverage this in a meaningful way.
And I'm also seeing in the chat here, it seems that Kim Gallen is mentioning public health experts, health equity scholars, humanists. So just mentioning that in case people are looking in the chat, ethicists and lawyers, I'm seeing Grace Pang mentioning.
Lawyers, yeah.
And one other thing I do want to mention is the industry aspect of this as well. You may have seen that this trend, the first tool I'd mentioned was NSF funded, but actually then became a company. And that's actually one of the reasons it was able to be distributed across the US and they were able to patent the technologies. It's a very fascinating, I guess, translational aspect of it is how do you get any kind of benefit of technology, right, to the broader communities, and how do we deliver? Think of that as a healthcare delivery question. And that involves this spectrum of people from the patients to the communities of all of the experts kind of weighing in, and also the industry aspect. And then my lab has the FDA visiting on a regular basis every week. And part of the question is the regulatory aspect. I think other people mentioned in their talks about how long it takes to get from data to translation and then finally to patients, and crossing that regulatory barrier. It will be fascinating. I do want to also mention briefly to look around the world at how they're innovating. I briefly had mentioned the EU and how they're thinking about certain aspects, and the fact that the US is so fragmented and siloed in the way that we access data in our healthcare system will, I think, determine the next future of how digital twins evolve, because the digital twins that are being built in those system-wide digital data layers makes it more easily translatable in some ways, because some of the ethical things are immediately applied, like the consent layer across the entire European health data system. I don't know how we can activate that here per se. Like if I said, hey, for any person in the world, you can withdraw your data from ChatGPT right now, right? How do we do that in the US? I think in the EU, they have that. They have a consent layer for both layers, your primary use and your secondary use, and you can just take it out. And that just boggles my mind. So some of the actionizing of that and who's in the room to get that to happen is a different question in a different area, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments before we break for lunch? Yes.
I guess
go ahead, Caroline.
I guess just on that note, Flo, I guess I'll just posit a question for everyone is, when the digital twin is created and it's of you, who owns that digital twin?
Yeah, no,
Is something that we actually really got. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's, even more sort of proximate, there's the question of who owns our data, right? As it turns out, we can't own our data in the same way that we can't own our spleen or our tissues. We're not owners of those, we're possessors. That's a great tee up for our afternoon session on law and ethics and some of those topics. Bob.
I was just going to say the same thing. So we're going to take a break now for an hour for lunch. We have those in the room. We have lunch here. We're going to reconvene in an hour. But if people are interested in continuing the conversation in the room, they want to take a 15-minute break and then reconvene. And those who want to be involved in a discussion, also those online, we can continue the discussion there sort of more informally. So thank you all again. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
And we'll see you back. We're going to go into an ethics and law session in the middle in a moment, but there are a few questions actually partly relevant to that have come up so far. So I was curious if some of our speakers in the room might have thoughts. One is about insurance. And I can't find the exact question at the moment. The other was about potential misuse. So this was, each technological progress brings with it certain potential misuse cases. What are some mechanisms to prevent malicious uses such as deep fakes, et cetera? And the other, there was a question about insurance, sort of how will insurers interact with all this? So let me just see if any of the speakers or anyone else in the room might have thoughts about that. Misuse, yes. And introduce yourself if you don't mind.
Sure thing. I don't know if this is on. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Mark Parody, formerly of Northwell, but now I've got my own data and AI strategy consulting company, and I've been coming to these since the first one, the first virtual human summit, global summit. So I just wanted to make a comment about the sort of the yes. Every tool comes with bad uses, right? And bad actors. And yes, every time we sort of collect data or put it in one place, it's a challenge and a problem. But it's, to my mind, this is not a new problem, right? We know how to address these things. These are largely engineering problems. And I'm a big fan of sort of white hat hacking, right? And working hard to try and, prior to rolling things out, working hard to try and break them, right? And I don't see enough of that. Oftentimes, there's not really a budget for that type of work to be done. And then, the other thing, of course, is just having a security first mindset. But that, to some extent, is also increasingly difficult, right, to achieve if you really look at cybersecurity across the board without shutting out access to some very important and useful tools, right? Like there's potentially all sorts of leaks that come from the use of LLMs, right, and ChatGPT and all the rest of them. So to some extent, I think this is an acknowledgement of the world that we're moving into is going to be a much more dangerous world, but in some ways also a much better world, right? Potentially, right, if we do it right. So I just people often try and set up these things like, oh my gosh, this is a brand new thing. Can you imagine the security? And we've had these types of security issues or issues with unintended use, right, of these technologies since the beginning of technology.
Okay, other thoughts on misuse or on insurance? Yes, Ken. Yeah, just press the button on the microphone thing there.
Yeah, I just want to add something to what you said, because if you're saying this isn't sort of new, we're just extending where we were. But if we don't learn from the past, then we're going to get in trouble again, right? So when there was research being done without consideration of the humans that were involved, there were scandals, and that led to tremendous, some would argue burdensome, research oversight. And it strikes me that we're doing the same thing now with people's data, that we're proceeding without much oversight or with a lot of token mention of things like consent and protection and privacy, yada, yada, yada. but I think what we're going to do is my personal opinion. I don't want to, I'm all for the great potential of this, but I don't think that we're going to achieve it unless we do it properly. And if we don't bring the people along the way with us and recognize that how we do this matters now, we're at an inflection point in society, then I think we're going to make the same mistakes we did before. And then there's going to be oversight that's burdensome and that we don't want, and it's going to end up sort of arguably impeding. So how do we make sure that as we proceed now in this very important phase, that we do it in a way that we get buy-in? And I don't mean buy-in from, I mean buy-in from society, from the people.
So first of all, I just also want to be clear. I'm not saying we shouldn't learn from the past, right?
No, I didn't think you were,
yeah,
but
good, right? No, there's certainly a lot of lessons to learn there. But I think this also goes in the category of a whole series of what I call adult conversations that I think we need to have as a society, right? And like one of them is, I don't think people realize when they sign up for that free level of Candy Crush, they've signed over their entire life, right? And I'm actually not so worried about what the government knows about me. I'm really worried about what, Amazon knows about me and OpenAI and all of these other places where you sort of sign this boilerplate and they take all of your data and do whatever they want with it, right? At the same time, I can tell you there is enormous value in data sets that are currently locked up behind excessive regulation. And how do you go and just, I mean, obviously like healthcare data. Is tremendously difficult to work with. It's onerous, it's burdensome, but effectively the cure for cancer is in there, right? I mean, not literally, right? But being able to access and leverage that data set is incredibly important, especially in healthcare data, because oftentimes within sort of 3 or 4 or 5 filters, you've got yourself down to a very small number of patients at any one given institution, right? And so you need to be able to look at data at very broad scales.
Right. But so you're arguing that the ends justifies the means in certain ways, that the potential is so great that we can take ethics shortcuts. And I argue against that. I would say we can have a this and we just have to figure out how to do it. And that's going to take time and investment and thought.
My actual argument is that I agree with you. We probably are going to take our time here and we are going to create excessive burdensome regulations and the rest of it. I think we'll have lots and lots of conversations about ethics, but the questions with ethics is always whose ethics? Right? Your ethics is not, my ethics is not. And even for an individual person, an individual's ethics will change over time. One of my favorite studies is the one where they go and ask people, they said, okay, so you have a self-driving car. It's out of control and it can either run into a wall and kill the driver, or it can run over a young mother and her family. And invariably people say, oh, drive it into the wall. When they walk into the showroom floor and the salesman says, and this model will drive you into a wall instead of, right, no one buys it, right? So most people's ethics are very situational. And this is the sort of thing that this is one of those adult conversations that I think we need to have and acknowledge that we're not going to make everybody happy. There's always going to be edge cases. There's no system of ethics, right? And depending on sort of how far you want to push Gödel's theorem, right? There's no set of rules that can completely and accurately describe every situation, right? You're going to have to acknowledge some eggs will be broken in the process.
I don't want to belabor this, but I'd like some of the other bioethicists in the room to react to that, because the perception is it's all fluff, it's all gray area, it's just individual values and how you look at it. And I don't really believe that that's what bioethics or healthcare ethics is at all. I think there are norms. I think there are boundaries. I think they should be recognized and set. And then we can go from there and decide how to move forward within those parameters. But if we take ethics shortcuts, it's going to come back and defeat the whole goal, and we're not going to ever achieve the full potential.
So I would just say, let me just see if other people have thoughts on that issue. Yeah. Just press the, yes, go ahead. That's okay. Yes. Tell me your name again. Just introduce yourself.
I started using my site. Now I'm a social work student and a patient scientist, I guess you call it citizen. So my response to both of you is that So what LLMs and VLMs have essentially given us now is the ability to bypass all this. And I did this with my own data after months of trying to get it. So there's a whole lot of problem. It's not the laws that protect and give me the right to my data. The system actually doesn't allow me to get it. So once I got my data, I essentially had Gemini generic code, and I analyzed my genome files, my imaging files, my clinical notes. And this is being done by lots of patients, not just rare blind patient like me with a medical background. So I essentially think the cat's out of the bag, and we're all debating something that the consumer, the patient, is going to answer.
Yeah, which is sort of my point exactly. Is that the cat is already out of the bag on this, and there certainly are norms and rules, but those are societal norms. I guarantee you, if you go to other parts of the world, they have very different views on what is and isn't allowable, and what is and isn't ethical. And one of my concerns is that the rest of the world is going to, and I don't necessarily mean, China, Iran, North Korea, but the rest of the world is going to figure out AI and healthcare AI and digital twins and virtual humans long before we will, because we'll be busy debating, is it ends versus the means or means versus the ends? I mean, sort of going back to these debates that have been going on for 4,000 years now, right? Since Aristotle and Plato.
But I think if you're arguing,
is your thing pressed?
It's on. So I think that's a very sort of rules-based or compliance-based approach to it. Is what can we do with data varies from place to place. And what I'm trying to argue is that the people who are at the core of it now should not just be thinking, what can we do, but what should we do? How do we do this in a way that we can build people's trust, that we can get buy-in, that we can want people to be a part of it, and with transparency and with trust that we're going to be their advocates and they're not going to be harmed by participating in this? And if we did that, I don't think we need digital twins. I think we could just have people's data and we wouldn't have to do the twinning. Now, that's different than saying that they shouldn't build a twin of my heart to figure out how to get a heart valve to fit in. But in terms of the large language models and the big data models, wouldn't it be nice if people could trust us and we can get people to put their data in? And then we wouldn't need to recreate a twin.
Yeah.
It should be that people want to do it.
So let me just see before you answer, other questions? Yes, Eric.
I just want to ask the question, is this on?
Yes.
What are the dangers that we are concerned about? I know we talk about that openly. We have all these concerns, but have we actually enumerated what those dangers are and weighed those dangers on the cost-benefit, risk-benefit analysis? Mm-hmm. I'm looking for a good list of those because I think those actually get to Mark's point. Those can be situational. And so we have to at least know what we're working with that we're trying to protect people from as we have the discussions.
Thoughts on that, David?
At the top of the list, I would say the inadvertent morphing of decision support tools into decision substitution tools. The rest of it flows from there.
Dan?
So my take on this, the biggest threat is everything's way too big.
Everything's way too big.
Yeah.
You want to everything is?
So we have a soon-to-be trillionaire, and we have billionaires, and we have trillion-dollar companies that can basically put walls around our data. So I think that everything has gotten to a scale where failure is not an option. We can't let these entities fail, but they also are keeping us from the data. So I'm actually more worried about being, as a patient, being able to advocate for myself in advanced care.
Charles?
I'm not sure that these labels of benefit and burden or harm and good are so fixed. And I think that's part of the role here is to identify unintended harms and not just identify them, but mitigate them. I think applying labels is just the first step, but really trying to figure out how to mitigate those things, how to turn the burdens into benefits and the harms into goods is the real goal. I'm also cognizant of the fact that there's likely to be harms that we're not going to be able to identify.
Exactly.
And so how do we set up ways of detecting a safety signal or a harm signal so that it doesn't get perpetuated without some sort of intervention. And I think that's, I'm less concerned about, these sort of large principalist identities and more concerned about like, how do we translate that into something that's actionable?
And I do want to be clear, I am not amoral and unethical, and I'm not a complete relativist who believes everything is. It's more just sort of trying to acknowledge reality, right? And look, it's just a fact. Anything you create for good can also be used for bad, right? It just is what it is. I mean, you go back to even looking at some databases as simple as somewhat loaded, right? But it's true thing, one of the first, when the Nazis would go into a town, one of the first things they would do would be to go to the town hall and pull out the town records to go and look at, racially who was who and who was living where. And that's not the purpose for which that data was originally collected, right? And we can debate a little bit about the actual period of time, and it may have been depending on where you were. But conceptually, the point is that if you really sort of take the other side of the argument, it's, well, we just shouldn't bring together data. We should go to a time when things are much smaller, right? And we should, but again, you follow that argument out and you sort of find yourself back in the 17th century, which I think if any of us actually spent a day in the 17th century would die to come back here, literally, right? Would give your left arm. And so
depends who you were in the 17th century.
I think we just have to be very careful with these arguments and discussions, because yes, I do like to be a bit bombastic and I do like to start conversations and debates, but they're not as black and white, I think, as a lot of people try to make them out to be. And there's inevitable harm. That's sort of the other point I want to make. There is inevitable harm that comes with inevitable good.
Charles.
Just one final comment is that, and this is speaking as a physician, my people, we have a very long history of presuming benefit. And I think we have to be really careful because we must be doing it now, right? We must be presuming that we know what is beneficial. And I think we have to be really cautious about that.
Can I just say that there are a lot of examples of harms where people's data were used in a way in healthcare that they didn't want them to be used. Okay. And a lot of them result in people withdrawing from the healthcare system and not getting the healthcare they need. So I think people have to realize that these aren't just some vague set of intangible things. There's a lot of harm that comes when people lose trust in the healthcare system.
All right. So we have this gentleman. Just introduce yourself.
Hope I did it right. Hi, I'm Mark Gillespie. I work at Reactome. So full disclosure, I work on a large genome knowledge base. And I'm surprised how little we're talking about examples of things like genomics, where the same discussions were had early on, or even before then. You could talk about recombinant DNA work, where discussions were had, like the Baltimore discussions in the 70s. And it seems like a lot of the problems are very apparent, but instead of working on best practices and things like that, we're having discussions about what could the problems possibly be, and what are we going to, if we can't imagine them, what are we going to do, when we actually have a pretty good track record of information about how to work with the public, with patients, and come up with really good ideas for how information should be handled. I think AI and LLMs are a different issue because they could make all of the records and the structures that we have behind knowledge less relevant. But as far as our initial approach goes, it seems pretty straightforward. And I'm surprised when I look through the National Academy documents that y'all pointed to, that there's also a National Institute and Standards document. They don't reference each other, but they talk about best practices. There's a series of patient informals that talk about best practices. And it really seems like we should be discussing those.
So thank you for that. So we're going to be having our panelists in a few moments about talking about ethical and legal issues. But I think one major question is, what's new? What, if anything, is new here, and what is not? So the way we've structured the day is the first two panels talking more about clinical, where things are at in terms of the data science, in terms of people developing clinical applications, and we'll be turning to the ethical and legal. But I think that is a question on the floor is, what's similar, what's different, et cetera. And who's in charge of it. Right. And so table that, but keep that in mind, everyone. So question here and then back there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liana Silverberg, and I do consulting for medical devices and biotech companies on like the commercialization reimbursement side of things. But I'm curious, we're talking about benefit and risk, but we can also put that in the hands of the patients as well with compensation. And we have the ability now to, track where data is going and how it's being used. And so my question is kind of like, how can we actually compensate patients or people involved in these studies, trials, where this research is going, how it's being used? We can do that, but I'm curious how that's actually possible with all of kind of this digital twin, AI integration, the risks of that and things like that.
All right, so I don't know if anyone wants to answer at the moment. We'll be having our panel in a moment on ethics and law, but answers to that, any?
Sorry. Oh,
there you go.
Now it's good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So whoever brought up the issue, what can we do? So there are co-op models already, successful and failed ones. Luma is an example that failed. They tried to be too big. Specifically on the issue of patient ownership of data and compensation in different ways. Luma is the first one that showed you can go through the SEC process and give patients ownership of the company. And so now we have precedent for that. They failed because they tried to be too big. They tried to be the platform for every patient instead of starting focused. And then there's smaller co-op models. Citizen Health is another one. And there's several others where patients are part of the co-op. If you live here in New York City like I do, then you understand co-op buildings. Essentially similar to co-op buildings, except the idea is to be transparent as opposed to what co-op buildings are.
In the back.
Hi, Angelique Kotsianti, and as a physician and a patient, I want to bring something to the room for discussion. We are all aware of 2023 highest breach of data that happened in our healthcare system. More than 170 million, patients, they were affected. More than 2,500 institutions, they will not be able to perform and save patients' lives. So when we are making those guardrails where the data goes, how it goes, I think we need also to be very cognizant of that, because this data, not as a holistic data, but our partial data, they have been already in the dark web, being also modify in many different ways that we will not be even recognize ourselves who we are, and nevertheless to take informed decisions about how we want our either deal with our patient or being patients ourselves, right, to make an informed decision. So this is something that as we are moving forward, and I'm all for to move forward, we need to be very cognizant, because there are more people that they want to do harm out there, piecemeal our data different ways, and you can imagine the impact.
Can I just say one more thing, Bob, about what you said? It's not just about what's new. It's that as technology advances, as we go into new areas, how do we learn from the existing guardrails and apply them to the new one? Because just because it's not new doesn't mean anything goes.
And also, if I could say, so recombinant DNA is an example. For instance, there was a recombinant DNA commission that was put together by the federal government, and a lot of attention was given to it. I think there was bipartisan concern about it. And we are now in a different political environment in many ways. And so even though some, and in answer to your question as well, I think countries vary, partly based on culture, partly based on politics, partly based on how functioning the judiciary system is, for instance. I think all these things are going to come into play in terms of patient protections, what's going to get, what kind of lawsuits are going to be, end up happening, what courts are going to decide, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a complex picture of what actually ends up happening on the ground, maybe not just here's the ideal ethically. And I would say that I think in the end, there are shared common ethical principles that people generally agree. They may apply them and interpret them differently. One hopes they're embedded in laws, but they may not be. Other comments, questions at the moment, thoughts? Another question that was posed online was about insurance and what insurance companies may do as AI gets rolled out into the clinic. I don't know if anyone has thoughts on that. I'm looking at Eric. Yes, Glenn.
So I think the question is, which kinds of insurance companies are we talking about? But certainly the idea of actuarial pricing and trying to determine how to set an actual a rate that some would describe as actuarially fair, others would say higher than I'd like to pay. That is a process by which many insurers undergo. Now, we have some limited legal protections. For example, the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act prohibits the use of genetic information for setting health insurance, for example, but it doesn't cover life insurance, doesn't cover long-term care insurance. And I think it would already, so I think the real question is whether there's something qualitatively different from the AI analysis and the existing actuarial analysis being done in terms of how we think the equities play out.
And not to monopolize, but I also worked at Optum for 3.5 years, and I've worked with some of the algorithms that caused problems there. And for the record, part of why I left was because I ethically couldn't stand working there. But I think from an insurance standpoint, this is a little bit separate from here, but I think one of the worst things we ever did to our healthcare system was allow for-profit, publicly traded health insurance, because they have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders to return 7 to 12%, 7 to 15% returns every quarter, every year. And I saw it every quarter, every year, what they would do to hit those numbers. And it had nothing to do with patient health. It had nothing to do with what was right. It had nothing to do with even what was rational. They just did whatever they had to hit those numbers. And up until the sort of very recent implosion that they had, right? They were masters at it. They were like 15 years, beating estimates every quarter.
Other comments, questions, thoughts on insurance or other matters? Okay. Yes, Eric.
Yeah, I was just going to follow that up. And, this is kind of thinking off into the future. We're starting with models that we believe are wrong, but if we're going to be successful, we're going to have increasingly predictive and correct models. So what happens in the case of insurance as we have models that are now highly accurate in their predictions of the go forward for you? What does insurance, or what does the coverage that we get, whether it's life or health or otherwise, how does that look like in our country? And what lessons can we learn from other places?
And the problem is that United Health Group is literally spending billions of dollars on building those models. And I can't name any other organization that's not a nation state, right, that's spending billions of dollars on building these types of models. So we're going to lose that war. The whole battle of the bots is already lost before it's even begun.
But in a sense, you say that there's nothing new here. So in a sense, we realize that there was insurance companies that were using the fact that there was pre-existing conditions against patients, okay? And what I'm saying is that these models now, in a sense, are moving upstream and can identify a new way to think about sort of pre-existing likelihoods. And so it's extending, again, that thinking about pre-existing conditions to these models.
It's not even a condition. It's a pre-existing
It's a pre-existing tendency, a likelihood. It may not even be true. I mean, we're getting into Minority Report territory.
All right. So Charles and then David. Charles first.
Yeah, I just want to highlight highlight in the payers market how that's also secondary use of data, right? Their data was collected for the purposes of billing, but there's a secondary use where they're now using it for modeling. And I think there's a particular vulnerability. I mean, just as I disclose, I'm on the AI advisory board for United Health. But this is not part of this. I know this separately. But there's that concern that this is secondary use of data. The other, just sort of going back to this, the estimation of harms. I think it's oftentimes helpful to be really explicit about what the harm is. If somebody has access to my data, my healthcare data, and you said you stopped at Amazon. I think you said Amazon, but you didn't actually define what the harm is if Amazon has access to your data. Or someone said Amazon having access to the data. I mean, one of the things that strikes me again is in the past, the reason why privacy and healthcare was so important was to engender trust. And so we went for the auricular commitment, like I won't repeat something that I've heard, to sort of the written commitment, like I'm going to lock my records in my office, to now the digital commitment. And I just wonder how that digital commitment differs when there's so much data about us that's available already, but we sort of segregate this one piece of data and say that can't be shared.
All right, last comment, David.
What's new here is speed. Everything's happening quicker than our systems of regulation are even able to contemplate, let alone react, right? There are lots of people today who work for cell phone companies. 30 years ago, there wasn't such a job. They left jobs and found jobs in cell phone companies. Maybe they were coal miners. There was less work or less desirable work as coal miners. The point is, this change cycle is going to happen so much faster that we ought not reasonably to expect that we're going to be able to react in time to preserve social stability.
All right. So on that note, we're going to stop. Aaron, could you bring up the slide? We have Sean online. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
And could you bring the slides up for our first speaker is going to be Orlando. But first, bring the slides up.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Sean Whiteley. I'm representing a company, my company called Aximem. We're originally started in Singapore. I'm based between Singapore and Australia. Just a quick background, spent 15 years in Accenture, enterprise tech and architecture. 5 years when I moved to Singapore to join BHP, a mining company in IT strategy, IT-OT convergence. And the first kind of real exposure then to kind of operationally critical systems in a mining context. A couple of years of an automotive OEM, and then set up Aximem in 2019, focused on big data visualization, enterprise data visualization. Interesting time to start a company because 12 months later, after I started, then COVID hit, and very quickly actually got connected into the Singapore, healthcare scene, helping one of Singapore's largest hospitals with the response to COVID. And over the past 6 years, have been working with them as we've gone through early response, proof of concept, proof of value, and further deployments. But actually, Robert, you mentioned earlier, I think around healthcare is fairly new to digital twins. Even back in 2020, we'd identified that this was an earlier use case of digital twin. But when the clinicians actually came to me, they didn't know what they were asking for. They knew they had this fast-moving disease. They had a very large hospital. They needed some kind of 3D mapping to understand where the disease was moving. And so it wasn't until a couple of months later that the concept of digital twin even really came up. So that's kind of the background. We heard a lot in the session today around kind of a lot of the kind of individual use cases around cancer in particular, and kind of the individual patient treatment. And this is kind of on the left for us, like the individual risk, like falls risk, pressure injury, deterioration scores kind of fall in this area. They affect the patient. The consent frameworks are fairly well understood here. But what we also have to deal with in infectious disease is the collective risk. And this is fairly unique. When I was looking back, probably the closest thing at a mass scale was actually tobacco use. And over many years, we've eliminated secondary smoking because it's been a big factor. But infectious diseases is not just the individual patient, we're also taking into context the overall hospital situation. And we saw in COVID as well, there's also the community to consider. Since COVID, we've gone into MDRO, multi-drug resistant organisms, and we track about 30 different pathogens now in the hospital. But when we look at the collective risk, it's not just patient, but it's also kind of the ward, the staff, the visitors, the community, equipment, and so on. They're all kind of both vectors and risks in this environment. And I'll come back, actually, something I wanted to raise, and I guess in the previous discussion, when we talk about consent withdrawal, there's something I don't think we've talked about either, is the free rider problem, where somebody wants to withdraw the consent of the use of data, but at the same time, they want to benefit from the collective data that's been generated from other patients. And what we see, I guess, when we have been training some of these large models, is just elimination of a few data sets can actually mean that the entire feature or column, for example, has to be removed from the model because we don't have consistent data. Or it's got kind of holes in it and we can't use it with that certain training. So some of these things, and as technology evolves, then the clinical ethics and the legal ethics actually changes as it moves. And I'll go into some of those as well. If you're not familiar, I mean, COVID was big. The concern around multi-drug resistant organisms is still there. That's what we call a silent pandemic, and it is growing. So it is one of the leading global causes of death or implicated in death, and it's quite up there. But we don't really see it in the news as much because it's kind of a background topic. What we see also, though, from stats is that above 85% occupancy in hospitals, it does lead to a high risk of healthcare-acquired infections. And I think one of the recent studies showed there's about 180 beds that are fully occupied just through to hospital-acquired infections in the UK, and this goes across as well. Now, why we try to reduce the hospital-acquired infections is because, one, it consumes hospital beds and extends length of stay. It's obviously troubling for the patient as well. It affects staff, and so that actually reduces your workforce. But what we also saw during COVID was the capacity of the hospitals was a key driver for when the economy reopens, particularly in Singapore. That was one of the key factors. And so just having that hospital spread of disease and having that less control than what you could potentially do could have a knock-on effect in your overall national response. So where our current focus areas are, we've got obviously started infectious disease surveillance. We've got a 4D operational layer. It's just a 3D visualization. So we bring in lots of data from different data sources. We put that into a time slicer that allows clinicians to move backwards and forwards in time and understand the spread of these different pathogens. We also track vital signs or import some other vital signs that are not necessarily directly related to diseases right now, but we want to be ready for disease X. In case that does happen, we want to be able to see, for example, if there's evidence of temperature change, stool, coughing, and other symptoms that we bring in from EMR. And then the facility twin provides the spatial context AI models that we are now exploring, including bed-to-bed distance. But more recently, we've been involved in AI risk prediction, so building kind of machine learning models on anonymized patient data. And I'll go into some of the concerns about this in a moment as well. But what we see here, for example, in pressure injury prediction, we talk about 50 different features, and we built models with 7 features, 14, 19, and 31 parameters. And we can see then actually what we thought was peripheral can be actually quite significant predictors. But at the same time, for example, just even the way questions are asked in the EMR, like smoking status, basically meant we had to eliminate that because it wasn't consistent across the years, and it wasn't consistent in the way the question was asked. And so it was actually more noise than it was actually a useful indicator. So this is 2 areas that we've been focused on. And got a clinical trial under grant at the moment, or we're just about to kick that off for pressure injury prediction. If you haven't actually seen what a digital twin of a hospital might look like, I've got a video here I just wanted to play. So we basically create that 3D map of the hospital. Originally, this was done in a game engine called Unity, but it's not just a static 3D model that you see a lot of digital twins based on. Where it actually becomes a digital twin is where we are using actual data from EMR, from patient movement, from bed management systems. And so this is what the clinicians can see and move through time, all the movements across patients. And this is bed assignments only. So it's not, can pause this, it's not actually picking up the patient movements if they go to the toilet. It's actually picking up just their bed assignments. And as we go forward a bit more, we see also here that by default, all of the data is encrypted and hashed. And that's another thing, one of the controls we could have put in place, that anybody that's more generally using the system will get this encrypted view of patient PII. And only those that are actually issued with a personal decrypt key on an individual basis can actually decrypt that when they need to identify the patient, for example, for further contact tracing or follow-up. We can see it at the overall hospital view from a 3D perspective, but also they can get down to a ward level, for example, and trace particular outbreaks. What you see down the bottom here is a patient that's actually has turned positive, this red dot here, and a few hours later that they've actually gone, the patient next door has actually gone red as well, and another one in that room. And this allows us then to do much more detailed granular contact tracing. We get it down to the room level, but also we now can track risk scores, for example, by distance, because we know the actual distance between the beds. But this is an area still of active research because there's very little kind of published clinical research where the actual distance between patients in rooms across 2,000 patients is actually available as a data source. And so we're looking at how we can also improve the reliability of the risk scoring. So some of the controls we have put in place so far, default hashing and encryption everywhere, because it's just a huge data set that we're now giving access to the patients. Every time they move that slider, every time you see that frame change, that's 2,000 patient records that have been visualized into that model. But at the same time, it's no more access than the users already have. The infectious disease team, the IPE nurses and the epidemiologists already have access to the same level of data. It's just not well represented in a structure that makes it easy to understand, and it's not easy to access in a real-time basis. When it comes to architecture as ethics, we try and build our architecture up front, so to follow kind of the approvals, IRB, and so on. So on-premise model training, even something like the model choice has a big impact. So what I mean by this is some machine learning models like gradient boost machines, you can inspect them. They're still machine learning models, so they've been trained on lots of data, but you can inspect them. You can see what the buckets are. You can see and prove, for example, that there's actually no PII in there, and there's no ability to re-identify patients from that data. For black box and for machine learning, for example, for some of the big deep neural networks and so on, that's harder to prove. So even the choice of model, the choice of architecture has an impact on the ethics and the data and the legality of the use of data. The last thing I think is co-development, not deployment. We were engaged first by the clinicians. Our primary contact point is the clinicians. We don't come through IT. And so they've been involved from day one, and that's where we derive our use cases and make sure that we're aligned with what they need. More recently, we've got involved in a proof of concept with one of the hospitals that's not opening until 2029. They have quite a unique lab setup where they've got a 5-bed ward that's basically a mock-up, and we've put cameras in there and simulated, for example, different patient positions, patient movements. We're then feeding that into in-room cameras and through an edge GPU like a Jetson Thor. This allows us to do in-ward, in-room, or on-floor inference. So we don't actually have any video, for example, leave the floor. Those can then be fed into a vision language model and then gives us actually access to more richer clinical events and alerts. So, for example, for pressure injury, we're not just predicting data from EMR. We could actually take a feed from the camera to say, has the patient actually turned in the last 24 or last 4 hours? Have they moved position? And so what could actually be a false positive that we actually assume they're going to get a pressure injury, but we can see them moving, may actually reduce the score. If we didn't think they were a pressure injury risk, but we see they haven't moved in that position for the last 4 or 5 hours, then it might increase the risk. So these are the kind of where the technology is leading, that the new GPUs, for example, from NVIDIA, give you access to this ability to further anonymize the data and bring the data back to the ward itself. But then there's more questions that come, like what areas to capture. Bathrooms are obviously out, but what about above the curtain for around the bed versus below? Is the video part of the patient record? Can they request deletion of their content? That's at one level, but then we get into things like, what if a crime's recorded? Can police actually access that data? More concerning, though, is we assume a certain level of data sensitivity, but if there's a suicide or attempt that's actually captured on that video, that actually becomes now what we call sensitive high, which moves you up a completely different level of classification and information security. And what happens when we get AI gets it wrong and we need to debug? And when do we need to anonymize versus when to identify? You can think, okay, we want to make sure it's always anonymized. But we have this thing called like a peacetime, wartime concept, where during peacetime, for example, you do identification and scrubbing at the first processing layer. You do anonymize identifiers and so on. But with the camera technology, there is the ability there to be able to do facial recognition and track people through the hospital. So who's come through the visitor gantry? Who's come through staff areas? What's the patient to staff interaction? How have they come in contact with equipment? So when we get into what we call wartime or a pandemic escalation, there may be a point when we actually flip over and start using these enhanced identification technologies. And is that safe? Who makes that call? When does it become critical? We got lucky relatively of COVID. It did rely on proximity tracing to a large degree, like Bluetooth. But the next pathogen might be aerosol, and it could persist for much longer in space. And so some of the typical things break down. And you want to see now who's passed through an area in the last 3 or 4 hours, and you'll never get that from Bluetooth. And so that's another area where thinking about how that might be sliding and what your position on ethical use of the data might change depending on the context. Earlier on, I actually put this together while I was listening to some of the earlier ones around the standard of care. We've got the same issue, for example, of pressure injury. An entrenched standard like Braden has been around for years, but a lot of research has actually shown that it's not a great predictor. We've got newer models like EHR machine learning models, but the actual protocols you have to go through to prove against the standard of care are actually quite a lot more than what they were when they originally got in place. So from a legal framing, you're asking about insurance and legal. Then from a hospital perspective, liability. Conformance is a liability shield. They want to reduce the deviations. They want to make sure that you stick to the standard of care, even though the standard of care has been shown it may not be as strong as what it could be. And then from an ethical framing, are you always acting in the patient's best interest? Best evidence may favor a successing tool, but to actually put this in place, and we have to go through more protocols, we have to do informed consent for the actual wards you want to do the trial in, and it makes it a lot harder to bring these models in. So there is an ethical question, debate here about what's the legal answer, what's the ethical answer, and when do they prevail? Some of the things that keep me up at night, as I said, consent and free riding, how they interact. Some of the pathogens we deal with have case fatality rates up to 80%. You do not want these pathogens getting out into the community. You do want to know, for example, if you've been exposed to them. So withdrawing consent while benefiting from surveillance is a problem. Preparedness versus use case, data interfaces take a long time to build. EMR integration can be months or years and got big dollar constraints. But when we go to and build these systems, we say we want this data because we think we might need it for a future pandemic. And there's always that pushback to say, well, do you really need it? You've already got a lot. If we do need it later, it's a long time to actually get it in place. Is the twin a medical device? This comes up a lot in what we're doing. The software as medical device changes architecture, commercialization opportunities, investment, liability, research approvals, and so on. So being clear about when does it become a medical device versus when is it a data platform is also something that we work through in many different, situations. And then the data classification escalation. There are medical tests like monkeypox and so on that are also STDs, and so they're considered standard sensitive high. So when we are pulling data from the lab, for example, do we blacklist the tests we don't want, or do we just whitelist the tests that we do want? The issue is when you blacklist, you miss things, and all of a sudden we've ended up with a SHI or sensitive high data in our data set. If you whitelist, then it's too slow to adapt. And if video for fall detection captures a suicide event, all of a sudden you've gone from sensitive to sensitive high, and you've got different levels of obligation. But the last thing, I guess, is what concerns me more where we're at today is this AI-enabled pathogen design. We're already seeing that there's lowering barriers to harm. At the same time, it's becoming more and more imperative to improve and boost our defences in the hospital and public health. And what I guess overall my concern is that while we're kind of sitting here debating the right to data deletion, there's others that are designing deadlier DNA. So where do we find that balance between the individual rights and the population health? Regardless, we need stronger defences in place before the next pathogen arrives, regardless of whether it's natural or engineered. So the twin is not just a technical solution. It's not just an architecture. It's actually a socio-technical system. There's both population level issues as well as patient level issues. There's ethical frameworks that exist in and outside of the twin. The architecture, your ethics get built into your architecture, hopefully not the other way around. And then practitioners and ethicists need to be in the same room. I think this has come up before, but all these things have got different trade-offs, different design, different implications for cost, privacy, and so on. So we've had a very multidisciplinary team from the start, and so we want to make sure we've got the right people in the room when we're making some of these decisions. And that's it. Thanks, Robert.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. Next, we have Orlando Lopez, who is joining us virtually as well.
But happy to be here. Really appreciate the opportunity to join this STEAM group and the excellent presentations that have been already in play. Really exciting topics. And so let's jump right into it. So I am Orlando Lopez. I am with the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research, where I'm a program officer leading a technology development portfolio and also coordinate our small business activities. And so basically really jumping into the context of what does it take to actually implement biomedical digital twins in real healthcare systems. And stemming from a number of the different excellent points that were brought up earlier, I would like to expand that vision in terms of the actual implementation context. So to set the stage a little bit in terms of the dental, oral, and overall health as a public health concern and a driver.
Orlando, do you have slides?
Yes. Oh, I'm not sharing the slides. It's not coming through.
No, if you could share them.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
I thought it was, okay. Excellent. Yeah, I guess I didn't hit the button. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Great.
Yeah. Okay, great. So, so let's just jump right into the next one here. Okay. So just to anchor a bit in terms of the oral health and overall health perspective, from where I'm coming from at NIDCR, in particular, it's this slide basically shows the significant concerns of public health regarding oral health in the context of not just being a niche, but its actual overall health. It's a major public health concern. The burden, the driver of systemic disease interactions, compared to other preventable diseases, it's significant from the oral health perspective. Significant aspect is the fact that oral health, let's say like caries, the incidence of caries, periodontal disease, it's outstanding across the lifespan compared to other disease areas such as cardiovascular, mental health, cancer. And this really offers a significant opportunity for this gap, to address this gap with digital twins, because it is really a cornerstone and a significant timely opportunity for high disease prevalence, rich imaging and procedural data becoming available, as well as clear intervention pathways in this space. So from a biomedical digital twin perspective, dentistry is quite unique compared to the rest of medicine. It is actually rather fragmented from a data standpoint and integration of data ecosystem into the overall medical record perspective. But nonetheless, this slide illustrates that the fact that digital twins are really not just a product, but they could actually be a significant infrastructure, an architecture that offers an opportunity to integrate this patient-specific data, such as imaging, clinical history, environmental and biological variables, and really provides a significant opportunity to translate and transform predictive modeling, clinical decision support, treatment simulations, monitoring of personalization into a number of different contexts, particularly addressing dental, oral, and craniofacial applications, as well as setting the stage for the opportunity of integrating to the rest of overall health and medical healthcare. So with that, we do have at NADCR opportunities, and we're very interested in driving the space of dental, oral, and craniofacial biomedical twins. Some major gaps that we see in this space, and that we are very much involved across NIH, as well as participating and collaborating across different agencies such as NSF and FDA, NIST, and with other groups, including some standards development, such as the TIPS effort that Florence has been leading. This really points to significant considerations in terms of addressing gaps in diagnostic and treatment opportunities, the complexity of some diseases and some conditions in the dental, oral, and craniofacial space are rather significant. At the same time, the outcomes are very suboptimal, and interoperability and infrastructure limitations are very much persistent. Data governance and cybersecurity challenges, as well as the lack of interdisciplinary integration, are very much part of the discussion, ongoing discussions in this space, as well as many other areas, but with the unique twist on the oral and dental considerations. But at the same time, significant opportunities in this space provide the stage for multi-scale modeling, early detection, personalized treatments, and really optimizing the whole lifespan, across the lifespan of the dental healthcare, and of course, catalyzing innovation and the translational cycles of new dental, oral, and craniofacial technologies. So we have very much started and really engaging and encouraging and enhancing this ecosystem of data around the dental, oral, and craniofacial space. We are very much part of a number of different consortia, as well as very much collaborating across all the different agencies that I've mentioned, different groups, different institutes across NIH, and very much involved in the context of development around best practices, guidance, and standards to really address a lot of the bottlenecks and to be able to leverage opportunities for these emerging technologies and to set the stage for gathering the evidence that is needed to support different claims and opportunities for applications. So with that, we have, in collaboration with several colleagues at NIH and as well as FDA, we have developed the framework that we are looking to really promote and really looking at the next phase of fit for purpose, which rather speaks to the fit for implementation stage, where really we bring the engineering capabilities into packaging the technical and scientific context of the digital twins. And so why many digital twins fail, similar to many other emerging technologies, particularly such as AI, but with a bit of more complexity in the terms of the digital twin. So what we're looking for is really addressing the opportunities for implementing these technologies and really designing and developing with the end in mind, where we can consider the workflow fit, the usability, interoperability, and looking at fit for purpose as a more technical context of verification and validation, of course, very, very critical and very important. But a lot of the considerations for the lack of actual deployment and robust implementation of this type of technologies is the fact that we need to consider beyond the actual technical. So we need to establish a trust for adoption, and we need to really enhance the opportunities for the regulatory acceptance and enabling the business models that are going to be sustaining this type of technologies downstream. So with that, the innovation use case that we put out in this particular publication, it's focused on the development of next generation dental restorative materials, which is very much a complex use case at this point. And we are, of course, leveraging this type of technologies to accelerate this type of product development. But at the same time, we're very much looking to leverage this and build it into the context of the actual clinical deployment, considering the entire product life cycle from discovery across the preclinical stages of translation, the regulatory evidence needed, and it doesn't stop there, because we need to think about the actual clinical adoption, manufacturability of this type of products, because it's very different to develop and scale, to actually produce small batches in a lab compared to actual large-scale batches for mass market, as well as all the different aspects in the post-market consideration. So once the product is actually in the market, we need to establish mechanisms to capture data that can help us refine and optimize all these systems. But with that, I will dive a little bit deeper into some of the considerations for regulatory intelligence that definitely very relevant and appropriate for this type of discussion. The premise here is that digital twins, from a regulatory standpoint, are not standalone regulatory categories. They basically fall into consideration, just like many other types of products and technology, being considered for regulatory evaluation. So the driver really is the intended use, and the claims and the risk that is imposed to the user, and the clinical system integration. So with that, the clinical development environment, of course, set the stage for establishing credibility backbone. The VVUQ is definitely much part of that technical fit for purpose. But then we need to start thinking more about the human factors, data governance, and the life cycle controls that are associated with the particular use cases, the particular context of use, and the actual indications. So some of the bottom line considerations from the regulatory perspective that would be relevant here are to really think about that FDA at this point evaluates software functions, but does not brand them as digital twins. So there's no pathway for digital twins, like I mentioned, specific for digital twins. They will just be considered as a particular technology that will be assessed and evaluated based on the different claims. The regulatory status depends on, again, on the intended use, the patient impact, and the clinical influence in terms of the decision-making that will be at hand for that particular scenario. And of course, the high-impact clinical twins require more than accuracy. You would need to think about the traceability context, the quality systems considerations, the safety, of course, from the get-go. Not so much early stages really sometimes tend to focus more on the effectiveness, the efficacy of the technology, but it is really rather important to give some significant thought to the risk assessment and the safety considerations, particularly as well in terms of the uncertainty quantification, which might drift across the pipeline of the implementation. And then, of course, what are some considerations in terms of post-deployment controls? Well, some of these implications really point to digital twin development as a regulated product, and thinking about it from the perspective of what evidence is going to be needed at each stage to be able to support that continuum. So the right questions to some extent can be, how do we use AI, for instance, since AI is very much becoming a cornerstone of many different types of technical deployments, and definitely a significant consideration and cornerstone for digital twin technology platforms. But thinking about it from the perspective of driving the technology forward, we need to think about what claims can be defended with particular evidence and oversight. So again, what kind of packages are needed from supporting evidence to be able to substantiate and support some of those claims? So this is where regulatory intelligence becomes really an accelerator, and thinking with the end in mind. Regulation with the end in mind is really where it's at. Just to provide a little bit of context in terms of what potential pathways could be considered for this type of technology from a regulatory standpoint, then we can kind of think about, we're going to aim for having some type of actual medical product, medical device per se. Typically, this type of technologies most likely be regulated under medical device constraint or consideration. And then we can think about, some of the different potential buckets where this type of technologies could fall into, such as software as a medical device, clinical decision support type technologies, software integrated into a medical device, or AI-enabled devices, and of course, the different specific pathways, including 510K, seeking to establish a substantial equivalence, and perhaps the de novo pathway or a pre-market approval pathway if the risk consideration falls into a significant risk. In addition to that, we may also think about non-clinically targeted indications, such as tools that would fall perhaps in the context of a medical device development tool, which is a voluntary FDA pathway at CDRH that seeks to qualify a particular tool to support and accelerate the regulatory evaluation of medical products. Another one would be potentially a regulatory science tool, which is an FDA-determined tool, and they reserve this for methods, models, data sets, benchmarks type products, clinical research tools, and platform capabilities. So these are, for like the big picture perspective, I think is important at the early stages when innovators and developers of digital twins are thinking about what are the contexts of use, what are the indications, so we can start thinking and categorizing the type of capabilities into particular buckets, which will essentially determine the potential regulatory strategy that would be needed, and of course, define the particular evidence packages that will be most relevant here. In this case, particularly, such as a couple of use cases here, and for the interest of time, I'll just kind of skim through this quickly, but we can kind of envision a potential assortment of different use cases, such as research simulations, trial design, risk prediction, prognosis, treatment, implant development or optimization, embedded scanning, sensor twinning, adaptive learning of this type of twin capabilities, and cross-sponsor assessment tools for different use cases. So we can kind of think about that there will be, depending on the use case or the actual claims that we make on a particular use case, there will be a specific regulatory posture that will be associated with that claim, and of course a certain level of evidence that will be needed to substantiate and support that particular use case. And of course, really important to start thinking about what are the risk considerations, the stratification of those risks, and how, more importantly, how are those risks going to be mitigated through either design or evidence or any other type of consideration from a product development standpoint. The regulatory design principles, again, really thinking about, the driver as being the indication for use, particularly in the context of a medical product, something that is going to have pre-market notification or regulatory oversight. The context of use, it is primarily going to be falling into a research tool, a medical device development tool type of paradigm. Context of use is really important, and thinking about what the credibility plan, credibility package is going to look like is definitely critical there. And then, of course, thinking across the entire pipeline, the spectrum of the total product lifecycle, thinking about that implementation and integration into the overall system. So from a regulatory intelligence standpoint, I think it's really important and very relevant to think about how each digital twin use case falls into this paradigm. What are the decisions that it will be influencing downstream from a clinical standpoint or user standpoint? And then, of course, what are the harms that potentially could come out of, some type of failure the risk considerations across the entire pipeline are really, really important. So for optimization purposes, one can maybe focusing on the narrowing the scope of the claims initially, try not to essentially boil the ocean with the first use case or intended use prototype. And you can scale from there. The translational logic is important to align the model design, validation, workflow adoption, and really all the different considerations downstream from the regulatory reimbursement, because if one doesn't know exactly who's going to pay for the actual technology, it will become very difficult to actually establish that scale up and sustainability. And of course, again, the evidence discipline. So really thinking about what kind of evidence packages are mapped to particular clinical decisions and safety controls. So in terms of validation, one can think about the different considerations of verification, validation, uncertainty quantification from the perspective of clinical utility. Does the twin improve the decisions or the outcomes? In terms of the clinical validity, does the output actually correlate meaningfully to clinical outcomes? The model validity, it's important from the perspective of the actual physiology, the mechanistics, or the different considerations from the actual mechanics or the human considerations that is going to be driving the decision making, and of course the analytical validity. So from the fit for purpose considerations, are the outputs adequate? Are the computations really in par with what's needed? And really being able to establish that foundational considerations. So accuracy alone is not necessarily equivalent to actually establishing regulatory credibility, and that is an important consideration to think about. And of course, the submission-ready evidence requirements from a FDA package potentially really point thinking about external validation across different sites if a clinical trial is needed, different device deployments, different device models or constraints regarding the technology, different time periods, of course, calibration, any kind of drift, subgroup and edge cases performance. So what are the worst case scenarios potentially? And of course, what are actual biologically possible scenarios from the actual technology? Trustworthiness is really, of course, important, and there's been some considerations and a number of different great comments on that here today. But not going to overdo that here, but really kind of just thinking about it from the perspective of it's a multifactorial system of system consideration to establish that trust of these systems. And really the pillars really fall into like establishing the safety, the usability considerations. Is it explainable and can be monitored? So like in terms of traceability, transparency, all those different considerations are really, really critical. So not getting to the end here, but just kind of really summarizing some of this, we need to think about, again, intended use cases, what are the claims, how strong they are, what is the risk profile, and from those, really kind of trying to drive and identify the particular pathways from a regulatory standpoint, reimbursement standpoint, that are going to be driving all the other considerations for technical development, but also from business model and sustainability across the different elements. Regulatory intelligence takeaway here is really that from oral health perspective, which is also very much applicable to the other considerations, is that, let's say, medical device technology, a medical device development tool like evaluation assessment really is important if you're going to be thinking about technologies, digital twins that are not necessarily going to be entering the clinic per se and addressing clinical situations. And then, of course, thinking about and leveraging established standards and considerations from a software as a medical device and of course, AI regulated products. So I'll skip this in terms of time here, but some of the deployment strategy that we can kind of think about is that we can start thinking about early stages as a sandbox, prototyping, establishing what the credibility package is going to be like, based on those claims. And then, of course, being proactive about observations, supervised clinical use cases, regulatory submissions, and the life cycle surveillance across the different pipelines. With that, I will close out with this, really thinking about the perspective that digital twins, to move this forward in the future, and as we are gathering here to discuss the next evolution of these technologies, we need to think about beyond the actual models into the actual implementation. We need to start thinking about decision-grade packages and what that's going to look like. We need to start considering early on what the human factors and the workflow fit is going to be like. The interoperability and the data ecosystem and the quality of that data, of course, is critically important. Governance and architectures that are going to be driving the trust. And then, of course, early on, thinking about what the regulatory risk considerations, reimbursement, and ultimately, what is the value added of these technologies? So with that, I'll close out. Thank you very much for your attention. Look forward to the discussion.
We are delighted to have Nancy Berlinger with us from the Hastings Center.
Well, thank you, everyone. My slides would have been so much better had I seen all of the presentations this morning and early afternoon. They are very bare bones, but that's probably fine for now. Very discussion oriented because I'm a bioethicist. So my little title here is trying to be clever is Who Wants a Twin? Individual patients, digital twins, and health disparities. I sort of like to pick up on what was mentioned earlier about the idea that this is a socio-technical issue. It isn't just a technical issue. It plays with all kinds of ideas about what we think we're talking about when we call something a digital twin. Twins are fascinating to begin with, and of course, they've been very crucial in genomic studies. So this is interesting right away. I very much, to go back to our earlier conversation, agree that we don't have to start from the idea that we have never talked about these questions before. My institution, the Hastings Center, that is the Hastings Center, 50 miles north of New York City. Please come if you want to be a visiting scholar. Has a more than 50-year-long tradition of thinking about the questions that arise for individuals, professions, societies when a new technology arises. It is not always the same new technology, but the questions are not that dissimilar. I'm part of the last generation that was trained by Daniel Callahan, the co-founder of the center, and that's what he kept pointing out. The whole point of the Hastings Center was to have a place for these conversations. So my own work focuses on ethical challenges raised by population aging, the dual phenomenon of greater longevity across a society, which tends to be a wealthier, more technologically advanced society. You have them all over the world, and also of a smaller, lower birth rates, which means a smaller caregiving population. So that's always an issue. Often when we talk about these issues, it is very common in discourse to go to technology is the solution for the problem of aging. So see what we did there? We already said, well, the old people are the problem, and whatever comes down the line is going to be the solution. So the latest solution, of course, is robots. So the idea that I'm always, informed that robots are going to be the solution, or in fact are the solution. And it's like, it's usually daughters. But that is so unsexy to talk about. So when we talk about digital twins, that sounds a little robot-y. That sounds like, that sounds like we could have a solution there. And I was really interested, as somebody who thinks about aging, first thing in the morning and then about technology a minute later, by one of the things that Matthias suggested. I looked up that citation very quickly about the idea that you would need a digital twin to predict when a dying patient is going to die. And I thought, now, that would be a very strange thing to introduce to the patient if they're conscious and their family socially. Like, we're going to bother to create this so that you can arrange the rest of your schedule. I couldn't figure it out. But this is a sort of place where philosophers and ethicists can be helpful, because they talk about the idea of skills degradation, the idea that if we offload certain tasks to technologies, we lose track of how to do them. And if we imagine that, we would lose track. A palliative care specialist, a chaplain, a social worker would lose track of the idea of saying, your loved one is dying. We don't exactly know when it is. We suggest maybe you get some sleep and hang around, but we don't know exactly when it is. And we'll be here for you. And we're going to explain to you what's going on so you won't be scared and your loved one won't be scared. We'll take care of everything. That's palliative care. So I'm not sure what the value would be in that context of imagining that a digital twin could solve a problem and get around the fact that clinicians don't always want to be in that room, that dying room. I can see Ken's nodding. But this is something we have to keep our eye on. We're all in my line of work, we're caregivers ourselves, and we are negotiating these things. It's never easy, but the idea that a digital twin would somehow make it easier is not going to make that death easier for the family. It's not going to really make it that easier for the team. Yeah, maybe you'll get a little bit more precision. So how should we think about digital twins in healthcare? The word should is usually a clue that an ethical question is coming. And a few ways that I've suggested socio-technically would be as a clinical tool and a consumer choice because of, how it presents. And as a potential health equity tool, maybe if used very carefully. So obviously, we've been talking about clinical tools or the crossover from the mechanical engineers to the frontline clinicians. But it's also a consumer choice because it may be positioned as something patients will or should want. When I drive to Bergen County, New Jersey, to visit my mother, who lives 15 miles away, I pass all of the billboards for all of the hospital systems that are competing with each other and trying to get you not to cross the bridge to those other, Columbia, NYU. They don't want you to go there. They want you to stay here. And so one of them already has the billboard up that says, the future of predictive imaging is here. And it's an image of a heart. And the clear idea was you could walk around with this on your phone, and we have it here at Name of Community Hospital. And they don't have it. We got it, or at least we've got it on our billboard already. But there was something when I listened to the presentation to Christian's talk today, I really saw what the power of this was. This is more visually engaging than scans and reports in isolation. Here's pieces of you, and you've got to put it together versus here's the picture, and we're going to walk you through it. It's analogous to wearables in a way because it does rely on a certain amount of user buy-in, not just consent, but user buy-in that you're going to generate and track personal data and stay interested in this topic. So it may appeal, like wearables, to healthier users who are interested in maintaining their health, or I could certainly see if you were in a high-risk pregnancy, you definitely want to maintain that pregnancy. So you could be like, wow, I'm very motivated to be interested in this. May as well use all those scans. There's also the analogy, and Flo mentioned this morning, in the EU, to the concept of digital citizenship. The idea that there is a relationship between the society and its institutions and its citizens that is digital, that you should have streamlined application processes and so on. That in Denmark, they've gotten rid of the post office because everyone is using digital technologies. But also in Denmark, which I happen to know a bit about because I've worked on patient safety for a long time, and they've done this for 25 years. Digital twins are one dimension of a national healthcare system in which there is high trust. So they do have all of your data. You've agreed to do this. This is part of the deal. And they are now saying, wow, we have a societal responsibility to protect our citizens from deepfakes because, wow, you literally have everything on anybody in our society. So there's thinking about that level as well. Now, that's a lot harder to think about in the United States, given our healthcare system. But that's where some of the EU conversation is going, and probably outside of the EU as well. But also, and this is something that has come up this afternoon so far, digital twins are potential health equity tools. They are not magical solutions. If they are effective as models of disease or pathology and treatment, Will they support health equity by reducing risks and clarifying benefits, including for sicker patients or populations? If used carefully, yes. I mean, that's the whole idea, that you could avoid putting people through the stress of certain kinds of trials if you could run the model digitally. If they are reliant on a patient's interest in engaging with their own health data and showing up for all of those scans and appointments, that will feed the model and its predictive value. Again, it could be more appealing to healthier or more adherent patient populations. So, we're not quite sure there. So as always, what we keep coming back to is communication is key. How will healthcare professionals describe the purposes of digital twins to patients? What's the point of this? What is not just the value, but why? How is it useful? I'm really into these days hanging out with health AI developers as much as possible. People who describe their job description as design engineer, because I want to know what they talk about in the lab. And they use the term usefulness a lot. We want it to be useful. They're tool designers, and it is. Sometimes I think we get caught on the idea that AI ethics is this compliance process. It's a gatekeeper. It's a gotcha process. We all deal with this in every part of ethics. It's so boring. We try to explain that our work is much more exciting and useful. But I really am interested less about, making people want to work with ethicists, and more about the fact that I think we all have to turn our attention to what we've been modeling in this room, which is interprofessional work, interprofessional conversation, understanding how the languages are different. And in our everyday lives, clinicians and mechanical engineers don't hang out together every day, or they hang out in fairly rarefied institutions that are not our typical healthcare settings. I also know that the people I hang out with, because they work on aging and caregiving, are always dealing in patients and caregivers. Co-design is their mantra. So how are we making sure that what we are proposing for a patient or a caregiver population is of interest to them, is of use to them? They would say, I would consent to that. I understand why you want me to do that. So understanding where and for whom these tools are going to be most useful, and how will this information be conveyed both to patients and also via marketing, the billboards, the thing that your hospital wants to say is the next bright, shiny thing, is to say, wait, here's the thing that's the most important that we've invested in, or that you're investing in. And then how can tangible health equity goals be articulated via the design, pilot, use, and evaluation of digital twins? We've heard this over and over today. Architecture as ethics. Build it in at every stage. Don't wait for the assessment, the compliance, or the idea that the ethics police are going to get you, or be the goalie or something like that. That's not very helpful, because you want to get it in upstream as well. But through this idea of the professional, whether this professional is an engineer or a clinician, as being an ethical professional. And with that, I will leave you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And again, please start to ask questions through the chat, through the QR code. And next, I'm delighted to welcome Glenn Cohen. Please join me in welcoming Glenn.
My slides are even more bare bones than it's because they don't exist, right? And one of the reasons is because I wanted to be able to be responsive to what we heard in the room today. Before I do, talking about being responsive, you all have been sitting here for a long period of time in a hot room. So I'm going to invite some audience participation. Apologies to the people on Zoom who won't be able to do this. But I want you to shout out the one word that's top of your mind right now from what you've heard today. Okay, ready on the count of three? It's going to wake us up, get us ready for this sort of stuff. So here we go on the count of three. Ready? You're going to yell it out. Don't be bashful. One word that you're most top of mind from what you've heard so far today. Okay? Got it? 1, 2, 3. I heard patience. I heard maybe affordability or ability. Some other stuff too. And hopefully we'll have a chance to talk about this during the Q&A. All right. So as I said, I got to be responsive. So I have some prepared stuff, but I want to respond to more at the start, things that I heard today and mentioning a few of these. One is I thought actually the conversation we had about insurance was quite interesting to me. And somebody else a little bit later on, beyond the insurance point, had this question about piggybacking, or was maybe even a worse word. It was like, tragedy of the commons kind of language, right? So I want to suggest that we ought to kind of recognize that the creation of these tools is a matter not of technological imperative and necessity, but a matter of optionality and participation and invitation. And the idea that you are entitled to this, or you are piggybacking, or you're somehow taking advantage by not giving your data is just something I want to push back a little bit on that. And more generally, this question about solidaristic reasoning versus reasoning that is a little bit more directly about what it can do for you. So in many of the insurance markets we're talking about, a solution that's been tried in places like Australia, Canada, the UK, for example, is to have a space where one cannot use information against you, for example, genetic information and pricing. So they have compacts, for example. And then if you're getting a policy of a certain amount, above a certain dollar amount, well, then from that point on, we can use the information. So to create these zones of solidaristic risk spreading, and then zones of more individualized actuarial kind of fairness kinds of things. So the two are not completely incapable. I want to also just push back on the question of what it is we're worried about here. So this has come up a few times, I think mostly in the lunch discussion, and suggest to you a useful distinction between rights of privacy versus rights against inferences. So much of our discourse has, I think, been centered on the idea of privacy, right? And we could say privacy is a complex idea. What do I mean by it? But some idea of contextual authorization of access to information. I think what most people are actually worried about is not so much the idea of these violations of these contextual rules in the Helen Nissenbaum sort of sense, but instead rights against inferences, the idea that people can make inferences about you and use those inferences against you. And I want to suggest what's interesting about inferences is their truth or falsity is sometimes besides the point. So very true inferences about people can feel violative and problematic. And just to think a little bit about that phrase. Okay. One more thing I just want to react to in the room is we had a little bit of a discussion about liability. I'm a lawyer, so when I walk in the room, people are like, who can I sue and how's it going to go, right? That's like the first question. There was this, I think, a brief mention to it in one of the earlier talks in this particular session, but I want to kind of say it a little bit more forthrightly. Typically, when it comes to AI integration into care, you as a clinician who is relying on a tool, on a digital twin, on whatever you are relying on, you are liable if two things are true. First, you practice below the standard of care, and two, an injury results. Both things have to be true. You can practice way below the standard of care. If no injury results, there's no lawsuit. On the flip side, you can actually produce significant injuries in a patient, but as long as you are conforming with the standard of care, you're doing really well in terms of liability because we have to show a deviation from the standard of care. One of the interesting things to say is when one thinks about how digital twins might be integrated into clinical practice, what do they do in terms of altering the standard of care? When is it the case that actually failing to consult a digital twin or failing to use that technology becomes a variation from the standard of care because below the standard of care? The truth of the matter is when it comes to American tort law, malpractice law in particular, it takes a long time for a new technology to become the standard of care. So there's a period of time where actually, if you're concerned about liability, you're much better to ignore the new input that's supposed to personalize your decision, because if it turns out you go the way the input suggests, the digital twin suggests that you should act, and you now behave in the way that's non-standard of care, you might be liable, versus failing to use a tool is typically not a ground of liability until it's become so omnipresent, so well used, that there's not even a distinguished minority that would ignore it. This is a profoundly depressing reality for people who are trying to introduce new tools, because again, the legal rules around them might suggest that actually they have to be extremely well established before they can be used. And guess what? It's quite hard to get something extremely well established while people face liability risks. So I just want to challenge you to think about how, and when we think about what the standard of care, there's lots of things we look about beyond regular practice. We look at documents from august bodies like this one, for example, telling us how good this is, how useful it is. We look at actual adoption and the like. But I just wanted to make those points that I've had. Okay, so now here's what I was going to talk about to begin with, and I'm going to do the short version because I want to make sure we have time for Q&A. This draws from a paper I did with Daniel Susser and a bunch of other co-authors in the Hastings Center report from 2024. And really it's just to frame what are the ethical opportunities and what are the ethical challenges around digital twins at a very high level. And the high level thing is to say there are, and beyond digital twins, one might also think about digital chimeras, so the idea of combining data from multiple different patients into models that are actually a mix of different patients' data. So synthetic data is the larger category, if you will.
First of all, there's a way in which digital twins and synthetic data in particular actually might be privacy enhancing rather than privacy risking. How so? They often contain little or no precise information about individual data subjects, and in that respect, they might be thought of as helping us in terms of risks of re-identification. So they can actually provide some advantages sometimes over data sanitization methods, such as simply stripping of identifiers, by further reducing the statistical likelihood of re-identifying real patients, especially when we put them in combination with other data privacy enhancing technologies like differential privacy, for example. Also, it can help sometimes avoid cybersecurity threats by minimizing the amount of real patient data you need to store in any one place because you are making compounds between multiple data. Second advantage, sometimes said, is in the equity dimension. Because they can be instructed in flexible fashion, they can, in theory, be used to mitigate some of the demographic risks we face in some of the existing data sets we use in medical artificial intelligence, in that we often have people who are small in number and not well represented in our data sets, but are much better represented in the actual population we want to develop tools to. And using synthetic data can sometimes create synthetic individuals at scale in a way that can enrich an analysis within an AI data set. So a possibility. Okay, so those are the positive sides of this. What's the flip side? Well, there's privacy risks. As Dr. Hudson noted this morning, if not done properly with good standards, there can also be an increase in privacy risk from the constructions of digital patients. Even when they are combined with multiple patients' data, they sometimes contain true measurement data that could be used to re-identify records. For example, researchers have developed systems for generating partially synthetic versions of clinical notes from EHR data containing a mix of real notes and artificially generated text. Even fully synthetic data sets created using AI ML methods can sometimes overfit the measurements the data sets are designed to simulate, and by mirroring them too closely, potentially reveal underlying data such as distributions for small subgroups that can be used for population or individual level inference. And indeed, I think the UK has their Office of National Statistics has a nice kind of spectrum of synthetic data sets and about the risks and kind of classifying in this way. Then there's this question about group harms. Even if we can nonetheless tell an individual that as to you, this digital twin is not going to be revealing any information about you specifically, we might nonetheless reveal sensitive information about groups which they can belong to and enable exploitation of this information. For instance, and this is an example we came to earlier today, a life insurer might erroneously raise someone's rate simply because it believes incorrectly that the individual is statistically similar to people who have developed dangerous health conditions. It may not be feasible to completely eliminate this possibility. And while equity is definitely a goal here, and I suggested there's a possibility of using these kinds of tools in equity enhancing ways, it is also possible, as Richard Chan and colleagues point out, especially when we're talking about rare understudied conditions, that there may be too little measurement data to develop benchmarks or clinical reference standards for this group. And indeed, researchers have found that commonly used synthetic data generation tools like HealthGAN can produce data sets in which the fidelity or resemblance of synthetic data to measurement data differs across socioeconomic demographics. So it's not the case that our digital twin is going to be as much a twin of every single group we might be concerned with. And applying differential privacy protections to synthetic data can lead to unfairness because adding noise to data sets produce uneven results for different subgroups represented in the data. And indeed, when we think about patient engagement and governance and consent has come up a few times today, it's quite a difficult question to ask somebody, can I use your data to create a digital twin? If you ask me that, somebody who spends a lot of time worrying and thinking about these things, I have 17 million questions I can think of, and then I can have 17 million and one questions I should be thinking of that I'm not asking if I really wanted to give informed consent. I want to understand what you're going to do with my data. I want to understand how long this is going to live. I want to understand what rights of deletion I have, what time limitation and the like. So if we are relying on informed consent to build digital twins, my view, as my view of a lot of informed consent, to be perfectly honest here, is that it's not the ideal technology of governance to engage patients. Instead, I would much rather use more patient governance and more community engagement and much less consent. So the moral magic is not so high. But I do want to flag, related to the equity again, this question about the trade-off. So as anybody who's ever tried to gain the trust of minoritized populations or populations that are hostile or suspicious of the medical community knows, It's a heck of a lot of work to do so. It's a heck of a lot of work to find some of the data subjects, a heck of a lot more work to engage them and to really get their trust. And if I said to you, here's a magic wand where you can create synthetic versions of them by putting together little pieces we have, there may be a strong incentive not to engage directly with these communities and not to bring them into the data sets, but instead to construct these synthetic versions of it. Okay. Last thing I'm going to say, did not mean to so dramatically drop that paperclip, but there we go. The last thing I'm going to say is I'm going to offer one example of a digital twin that I find very interesting, like very ethically frothy. Not maybe what most people have in mind, but there you go. And this is from a paper by Brian Earp, Julian Savulescu, Sebastian Portsaman. They have like 20 authors on the paper, so all those great people. And it's about personalized patient preference predictors. And the idea is when we're trying to deal with patients of limited cognition or patients that need help with substitute decision-making or a healthcare proxy, could we actually train an algorithm on all your old emails, all of your correspondence, all of your blog, and create a psychological digital twin of you and ask it questions about what you would have wanted in an end-of-life situation, for example, or a question like that. And I find this a very interesting application of the digital twins, but quite different from the ones we've been talking about today, so I wanted to put it on the table. Okay, I could say a lot more, but I want to make sure there's time for questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next we have Jody Platt. Please join me in welcoming Jody.
Thank you. And in many ways, so much has already been said today that I don't have a lot more to add, but I'll take a few minutes to sort of talk through what I had in mind today and reiterate maybe a few of the points that we just heard and that we've heard since 9 o'clock this morning. So foremost, thank you. And I'm excited to be here. I've been excited to listen to what's been said, what we're talking about today. I don't know, maybe this is my only slide. So I'm going to run through maybe sort of 3 key points. One is that hopefully today we've definitely broadened the risk lens today. We've focused very narrowly. We focused very broadly. I want to sort of maybe position ourselves in a way that when we're going forward, we can try to think about where is our focus on any given discussion around a digital twin. We did a little bit during the break. I want us to sort of think about sort of what we've been learning from patient and organizations in terms of what their experience has been with AI, digital twins being an extension of that, bigger, better, faster, even more innovative than what we've seen to date. And then my final thought is sort of extending what I think Glenn was just talking about around consent, but to see whether this might be a good time for us to rethink what we mean by autonomy, not get rid of it, but really think about what do we really mean when we talk about patient autonomy, and how do we use these types of conversations to ensure that we're living up to that particular ethical principle. So I'm from the University of Michigan. Most of my work focuses on at the intersection of ethics, policy, and these days it's mostly AI, but it was sort of historically been data and big public health, other kinds of questions related to that. I think these are questions that we can study, evaluate, talk about, and make sort of policies that are grounded in the things that we learn along the way. Somebody today, I'm starting to get a little mishmashed in terms of who said what, but digital twins are representations of who we are. And sometimes those representations might be good and powerful, and sometimes they might not be exactly who we are and who we think we're going to be. And whether there's, and so we've talked today about systems, digital twins being systems of biological systems. They can also be systems of organizations and workflow. Both have huge implications for what we end up doing in real life. Stat News called this sort of digital twin space a sort of in a stage of Frankensteinian proof of principle. It's a bit of a mishmash right now, and the number of real use cases are few and far between. So again, important time to be talking about where those use cases should be going and where they can be expanding to. Ultimately, the optimization of digital twins means they have to be put into real life. And so it's going to have an impact sort of downstream from there. I don't use a lot of clip art, but this one I like, and I think the metaphor is actually pretty good. You know, we have people that are very excited about things that might not fit very well, right? But we're going to get there. Somebody earlier this afternoon brought up NIST as a good resource for how to sort of think through some of the issues in AI. Again, I think we can extend this to digital twins. So to think about what are the risks to the people that are in systems, what are the risks to the organizations, and what are the risks to ecosystems. And by ecosystems, we mean not only sort of the environment, sort of how we normally think about ecosystems, but also the interrelationships between systems. And they point out a number of sort of specific principles and evaluation metrics or fields that we can look at, including accountability, validity. Again, we've talked about a lot of these today. I'm going to sort of make a few points about the sort of ecosystem perspective, the organizational perspective, and then go back to that individual. So I'm going to go backwards. Trust has been a major theme of my work for a very long time. And I think we were just hearing just now in terms of the ability for digital twins to actually improve people's lives is going to be a critical one for people that are in digital and health information technology. And sort of our successes and failures in one area can often impact our ability to relate to people in other areas. So some of the things we've learned from patients in the context of health information sharing and AI are that we see that the patient trust in the AI tools that we're using is related to patient trust in clinicians and the health systems. So they're related. So if the AI doesn't work, it means that we're adversely affecting people's relationships with their clinicians and their willingness to walk in the front door. Patients worry about the loss of human connection. That's especially, important at certain points of time in their care journey, and the diminishing role of the provider. And we also hear a lot that comfort with the information technologies, enthusiasm, willingness to go with the speed of invention is often associated with privileged positions, which I mean people who do not face discrimination when they seek healthcare, people who don't have to worry about privacy breaches actually sort of causing them harm, whether that's insurance, whether that's just being treated badly when they seek care, other things like that. So when we're among people, anyway, I'll leave it. I'm just seeing nodding heads. So good job. There are a number of sort of new, we're talking about a relatively new technology, but we're facing sort of familiar tensions and again, sort of a chaotic feeling in terms of where do we put our foot, where do we focus and when do we focus? If we look at the rollout of ambient scribes right now, the promise of ambient scribes was to improve everything, right? Right. And sort of what we're able to measure at any given moment is not everything, but where people are starting and seeing success are things like modest time savings here and there, which they can then translate into increased patient volumes and increase in RVUs. And we're still leaving out of the conversation the things that we thought were going to be really important to measure and evaluate in rolling out ambient technologies, which are what is the variability in technology? Not all ambient scribes are built the same way. Not all digital twins are going to be built the same way. What is the impact on quality and health outcomes, patient experience, and impact on autonomy? Organizationally, there's a huge variation in the ability for health systems to implement and adopt new AI tools. There's no reason to think that digital twins would be any different. I want to point out just the one, the ability for people to evaluate a couple of things are important with digital twins and AI, right? The technologies are evolving as they're being used. So that capacity to evaluate is paramount. If you can't do the evaluation, there's almost no point in picking up and starting out with it. And so we talked about patients and clinicians being part of that initial piece. Nancy said this, but I want to reiterate that they also need to be part of the evaluation process at the end. To know if it works. So again, this evaluation capacity may have implications for equity, not only for sort of patient equity, but also organizationally and what we can do. So the final point I want to talk about is this issue of patient autonomy and consent, which again, people talk about a lot, and it's extraordinarily difficult. And I think in this context, I won't say let's get rid of it, but I will say let's put it on hold for a minute and think about why we have informed consent and what is the purpose. The purpose is to answer those 7,000,001 questions, right? Which we never do. It's also to be able to give people a choice and give people freedom and comfort and the ability to be treated with respect when they enter the healthcare system. And so most sort of disclosure and sort of notification forms are a checkpoint. They don't achieve that. There's so many different AI tools and digital twin technologies and new things coming out that consent for each one of those things doesn't make a lot of sense. Many health systems don't really have a capability to say, okay, I can opt out. Even if you do opt out, you're not really opting out to say when your ambient transcript goes to Microsoft or somewhere else to be analyzed and returned to you. That data flow is not part of the informed consent that you've given. And yet most patients, I think, expect that when their data stays among people that they know and trust. So I'll get off this soapbox, but to say that we need to find new ways of protecting and sort of assuring people that we're using their information safely, that even if they take control over their data, they're not giving up their response, their sort of their protections that come along with other people using their information for hopefully good benefit. A lot of the digital twin sort of technologists this morning talked about sort of what's the next best thing, even if we can't have the full digital twin right now, what's the next best thing? I think that there's similar sort of next best options in the space of ethics and policy. So we can't solve all the problems today. We do need new systems to be able to sort of assure the ethical principles we know are important. We know people want to be notified. Let's do that. We know people want to know about what are the privacy protections in place. They want to know the safety and efficacy of tools. If we can't tell them that, we need to be able to tell them we don't know yet, and then tell them when we are making the benefits that we're promising. And then finally, sort of picking up on the theme of sort of governance as a solution to some of what we're doing, because we do need to know, are the tools working? So involving patients with the design, the implementation and evaluation, understanding the clear patient benefit, being able to articulate sort of where that is, and understanding what autonomy means. And then I couldn't help myself. Again, we've talked about sort of the socio-technical nature of things, the technical nature of things. And I think just sort of talking about the social aspect of things is also really important. And hopefully we can sort of move to a place where we're talking about sort of human oversight for the financial, the health and other consequences to patients for new technologies, for both the patients, communities, and organizations and ecosystems. Glenn talked a little bit. Right now, people are responsible for the quality of AI and how it's used, and they'd be equally responsible for the quality of digital twins. But we don't necessarily have the equal investment in people's expertise and being able to apply those learnings, and hopefully ultimately sort of pursuing multiple solutions. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. Wonderful talks. We now have the floor open for questions for the speakers. I don't know if the speakers in the room, Nancy, Glenn, Jody, if you want to come up. And just as a housekeeping, we are going to have an open Q&A now to 3:30, then take a 15-minute break, and then 3:45 to 5 we'll reconvene for broader discussion and future directions. So we have a few questions, first online and then in the room. A few people asked about education. What types of education are needed for the public so we can discuss fairness, uncertainty, probability, AI with all demographics? And there was also a question, how will medical education change to embrace new technology, healthcare providers, human in the loop? So education for clinicians, education for the public. So any thoughts from our speakers? Jody, you've been nominated, it sounds like.
I don't know. So I think in medical schools, I think sort of the mantra is like around, and this is more around AI. I really don't know what's being taught in medical schools with respect to digital twins. No idea. But that it's this idea that, that they still need to be experts in the field that they've chosen. And that sort of principle and comes first. They're responsible for the decisions they make. If they need to give it over to the tool, then that's I think there's the concern. You talked about de-skilling, right? That right now AI is pretty powerful because many of us, hopefully the people who are using it, know when it's wrong. But if we lose that ability to know when it's wrong, that's an issue. No, you don't think?
There's a lot of cases that you hear out there where people are using AI thinking it looks right, but it's not. And that's one of the big concerns about AI in healthcare. It can look right without actually being right.
I think that's what I was trying to say, that it looks right without being right. And if you don't know the difference, then we're in trouble, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
So while that's true, it also happens with humans all the time, right? And many clinicians are practicing the way that they were trained 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago and haven't necessarily updated to the latest knowledge or the most recent, or making their decisions based on the most recent paper or most recent sort of standards of care. Sure.
There's a study done at the University of Michigan that showed that it was in interpreting sort of radiology imaging. Those tools tended to make good clinicians better and bad clinicians worse. So that idea that you still need to know, you need to have some, and we also need people to be sort of responsible for the decisions that are made.
Yeah, no, that I agree with. The doctor should still always be.
So here's another question for online. A lot of people distrust the medical profession after the excesses of the pandemic. Do you believe the use of digital twins will help increase trust or decrease it? Any takers?
I'll say we'll move the needle one way or the other, that the things that cause medical distrust or trust are vastly swamped this little corner that we find ourselves in. I don't mean to belittle us, but like, this is not the thing that's going to move the needle, in my opinion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it goes with that problem solution, that the idea of like, wow, trustworthiness. We're doing a huge project on this at the Hastings Center. The idea that any technological tool is going to solve that problem, that social problem, that socioeconomic problem. No. Could it make it worse? Yes. I mean, I'm asked to give a lot of talks on AI to health educators, people who train future nurses, future social workers, future doctors. And they themselves are very worried about this because they feel they can see themselves as a patient or a loved one as a patient. And they're like, what is this going to take away from people who already feel that things have been taken away from them? Is this going to be another way that you're distanced? I also, again, because I tend to look at things through the aging and caregiving lens, I already am my mother online in terms of patient portals and two-factor authentication and anything like that, because that is not something that a 90-year-old skill set is going to get interested in. At least my mother. And so the idea that this is going to be another thing that not necessarily the patient and their doctor, their specialist is going to engage with, but it's also the caregiver is going to have to think about this and how much you're going to invest in this relative to every single other thing you have to do on behalf of another person. We have to just think about that. It's not tossing it out. I can see how it could be really helpful. And yet we keep coming back to, where is it useful and where is it less likely to be not worth the effort and not helpful on the trust problems?
David?
So this is fascinating. I really hope I'm the only person in the room who earlier in my legal career stood in front of a jury and defended doctors and hospitals in malpractice litigation. And I would march my client in, and after extensive prep, she or he would explain to the jury how they made all of their decisions and why they decided to do some things and not do others. And I'm sitting here wondering, how am I going to march a digital twin into court to explain how it conformed to the standard of care, which is what malpractice is all about? And who do I serve that subpoena on? That's my question.
Yeah, I'll go, which is to say, I don't think it'll be the AI in the docket or the AI whose head is on the chopping block. It's going to be the physician, right? Possibly the developer, although the existing case law on developer liability under AI has mostly, we've had courts saying you can't sue for products liability because it's a software, it's an intangible, it's not a product. So I would not bet that that would be a lucrative. You should try to sue them anyways, but I'm not sure that they're going to save the physician. So, what I tell physicians is that ultimately your decision is what you're going to have to live with, and your decision is what you're going to have to defend. And while you can explain that it was influenced by the AI, just as you can influence that it was influenced by the fact that they reminded you of 6 other patients you had seen or reminded you of other cases you had seen, this is just one input into your decision making, and there's no reason to think it's going to either immunize you. Now, maybe given the reality of AI aversion amongst the general population, maybe the fact is atmospherically bad for you if you rely on it too much and the like. But I do think that this is a space where my own view is that hospital systems should be the ones responsible for the adoption, and because they are in a position to make better decisions about adoption or rejection of adoption. But the legal system does not have widespread enterprise liability for the hospital systems in the space. But that would be my take.
And add to that, the contracts that the hospitals sign to install these AI systems have broad disclaimer of liability and indemnification agreements. We're just hanging ourselves.
All right. So here's another question from online, and people online, please feel free to ask questions.
Just grabbing a mic in case people don't have a thingy in front of them.
Oh, okay. Given the personalities of most doctors, are they ready to consult digital twin predictions?
Oh.
Any thoughts, questions?
Maybe Charles should take that as a one among us.
So I think that this average physician practicing in the United States
is already using AI.
Yeah, it's already using AI, but I think a digital twin is probably the most abstract thing to them. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I just want to sort of tack on a thought to that, and I'd be really curious. So we've thought a lot today about uncertainty and certainty. And the sort of assumption here is that digital twins will decrease uncertainty and give us greater certainty. From a virtues perspective, it's all about balance, right? You want some uncertainty and some certainty. Is there some benefit to uncertainty? Is it an essentially human quality, and extinguishing it risks extinguishing something human? I wonder what the panelists think about that. Is there some benefit to uncertainty?
I think in the context of, for some patients, uncertainty is where you live when let's say you're pursuing treatment for advanced cancer. And sometimes it's helpful to say that the doctor can say, I've been in rooms like this, I don't actually know, but we're going to try. I think this could be a good one for you. But it's the idea of the investment in the relationship. I'm thinking about you, and I'm thinking about what you've told me about your goals, which aren't always living for as long as possible. They could be remaining present to your children, being able to do the things you care about. And that give and take. Now, doctors have used algorithms by various names for a very long time, decision aids, whatever you want to call them. And now this is a fancier level of it, and that we can visualize. We can say, wow, I have a picture of a digital twin because I've seen movies, whether they're accurate. But I do think that sometimes having a little uncertainty in the relationship is where the hope lives.
I would just say that uncertainty often breeds anxiety. And I think that reducing uncertainty if it's a valid reduction in the uncertainty, is beneficial. And on the other hand, uncertainty can lead to more research, but I don't think that speaks for having more uncertainty. So I think uncertainty, if the certainty is accurate, I think people like it. Or people should have a right to have it.
I just, in my own practice, I've seen the times of my uncertainty be moments of trust, because let's try something. I think this is going to work. But it has certainly, for me, forged trust in those moments of uncertainty.
But I'd say that's because there is no certainty in those situations. So you're being transparent. But yeah, right. Anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a 15-minute break. But before I do that, let's please thank our panelists. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes for an open Q&A for all of the panelists who've spoken today. Thank you. All right, so we have some time for Q&A, and there were a few other questions that have come in, but please, everyone, please feel free to ask questions.
May I ask a question?
Yeah. No. Oh, please. I'm sure. Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, what about patients who want the digital twin? So to fix the gaps in the system of systems of our body. So as an example, from an orthopedic perspective, I have a new hip, I get shots in my back, my neck, my foot, I have foot surgery, I had knee surgery, and now it's like, who goes next? What should I be doing? Is my gait because of my foot should have surgery? Should I do my other knee? Which hip should I do? And so your hip guy, they stop listening if you say foot, and the ankle guy stops listening if you say back. And they don't want to cross the chasm with you. And so I mentioned to my orthopedic guy, he was a little pushy anyway. I said, that we're looking at these digital twins. He said, where do you get the data? I said, from radiology, from the images. He's like, So he wants to be the expert, but he's not willing to go to all these other pieces of my body. So I find that not good. Right. And being a system of systems chick, when we designed the space shuttle, it had to be the whole thing. It was like, I'm not really into wings.
Right.
We couldn't do that, and
right. Ken, just turn on the mic. Anyone speaking?
I said, are you asking if the right to try applies to digital twins?
Well, I'm saying that, is there in any world, does it have to be the doctor that decides what that is in the digital twin, or could the patients create the requirements? Like if we created a working group and we had, input from real humans, could we actually look at some of this? There's a way to make that happen. So I just feel like we were all saying, what about the patient? What about the human? What about the citizen? I'm like, what about the ones that understand how these systems work and think, I have an idea, and it benefits so many people, but it's against the grain of medicine unless you're a GP, but you don't go that deep. Even if you're a GP, a general practitioner, you don't go deep into all those pieces like that. You don't know what the mechanics are. So I feel like, just like AI or just like other types of technology, the technology can be used to do things that humans don't do. And that's an example of that. And no one else has said that out loud yet. And that's my little dream, is that, I have pictures of my hip and I have little Legos in my phone, It would be cool if I could put it all together. And then it was the mechanics, the dynamics, all the fluid flow, I'm in. So that's my dream. Any ideas on that? Like, was it a dream?
I'll call on people, but let me just say, I think part of the problem what you're bringing up is that medicine itself is very siloed. So there's there's a foot doctor, there's a hand doctor, there's a knee doctor, there's a cardiologist, et cetera. So that's going to present problems. So, Ken, did you have a comment or no?
I'll make a comment as well, but I think
okay. So who's speaking? Yes, go ahead, Sean, please.
Okay. Given I'm working in healthcare and digital twins, I've been approached by a number of groups about, could we create a digital twin, like a personal use digital twin? And what would that look like? And I have experimented. For example, I've got many, many years of health records from Singapore and Australia, working across 2 different geographies. And so I've been collecting my own, and I'm maybe more open to AI, but I gave it all to ChatGPT, put it all together and said, as a 53-year-old Australian male, what are the top things that are most likely going to kill me? And first of all, it went through my health records and said, cardiology event was one. I'm Australian, so I've had skin cancer that isolated, that I had skin checks in most recently. But the third most likely thing that's going to kill me as a 53-year-old Australian male is myself. right? And in none of my records or tests or any questions from any of the $2,000 health record scan I had to get in Singapore once, did they ever ask, how are you feeling, Sean? What's your situation at home or work or things like that? And I think that is the case, that it is, first of all, just starting to collect your own records from multiple providers is a good start. I think AI and what ChatGPT and Open and Anthropic are doing will help you at least construct that view, because nobody cares more about your health than yourself, right? And you go to a GP and they're billing you in 6.5 minutes and you feel like they never get the full picture. And I don't know how many times I've told a doctor, for example, when they've given me antibiotics, oh, is that a penicillin-based one, right? Oh, yes. And then look across the record. Oh, yeah, no, I could give you something else. So I think there is the case there about building a personal digital twin. The framework, the architecture, the software, there's incentives there. It's getting easier to write software. I think it will come. But yeah, I think it's a complicated decision as well, that you go to the hospital, when you're there, you'll take your twin there, they get access to your record, you walk out, you should be able to take all that data that they collected during your hospital stay and then bring that into your own personal digital twin that you can then run your own choice of AI models or whoever you want to share that with in the future going forward.
Great. Orlando?
Yeah, great. Thank you. So to add to that, I think that one of the most under-discussed barriers to implementing biomedical digital twins, we've touched on this a little bit, and to Florence's point, I think it's not necessarily the technical aspect, but it's the human capability. So we are increasingly building sophisticated models, significant technical infrastructures, but we are yet to systematically train clinicians, engineers, regulators, and overall just decision-making leaders that are going to be responsible for actually using, validating, governing, and making some of the significant decisions on how and where things are going to be implemented. And of course, the general public, but that's maybe like a next layer. So to some of my speaking points, fit for implementation perspective, I think is really relevant here, because the workforce readiness really becomes a first-class requirement, not an afterthought. So thinking about how clinicians should be understanding and how to interpret the outputs and the uncertainty from these models, how engineers should be understanding the clinical context, not just the technical context, and where things can fail. And of course, regulators thinking about the model structure, the evidence claims, and what's really underneath the hood and how that's going to be evolving. And because these are technologies that are not static, they're bidirectional, very dynamic. So thinking about what sort of controls are going to be in place, and of course, from the ethical LC perspective. And then from an institutional perspective, it's of course incredibly important to understand how the life cycle of these technologies is going to be supported, monitored, and governed. And with that, I think really thinking about all those human capabilities, we will be able to drive trust, better understanding, better education enables trust, and ultimately, if the general practitioner feels comfortable with the technology, I think they will be able to do a good job conveying that to the patients and educating the patients in the way that is most relevant at that particular time.
Grace, you wrote a comment in the chat. Do you want to say what you wrote? Comment on that?
Oh, sure. I was just letting everyone know that NIH now has a whole person health program where we really are trying to study the body in a holistic way. This was led by our National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. And I think 21 institutes across the NIH are all involved in this and contributing towards this conceptual map of the whole body, basically trying to put a whole physiology book into a digital structure for us to use. And certainly this can help the development of future digital twins.
Thank you. Ken.
So this has been great.
Your mic's on, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And I think that if we're going to if we as a society, as a world, are going to achieve the potential here, we need the data to be put into these systems. Okay. It's clear that the current system of oversight or thinking about it isn't applicable. It's not working. Something drastic needs to change. Okay. And so then that we have frameworks of ethics frameworks, what would be in and out of bounds. We have ways sort of to think about it, but no one is really paying attention to them, and there's no sort of teeth to them. So that makes me think, where should the locus of decision making or oversight be? Now, I have argued in many forums for many years, very unsuccessfully, that the locus should be the academic institutions and the healthcare systems. The Columbias, the Cornells, the NYU, the Michigans, the NIH, that we should step up to the plate. They should step up to the plate and say, we want our patients to trust us. We want to be transparent about this. We can control this data through our contracts and partnerships and agreements with you. So if you're going to work with us, these are the boundaries we're going to set. But the institutions, and this is where I get in trouble, are spineless. They just seem to they fear being left behind because the next institution is going to move forward faster, yada, yada, yada. So should the locus of decision-making be? Who's the responsible party for how the data is handled within the frameworks? We have frameworks.
So it's a good question. I don't know if I was not involved in the National Academy's report, but it seems to me that there are there's the AAMC, there's the AMA. I mean, there are sort of larger professional groups that, have some sway over medical
But they don't have the data. Okay. When I worked at the VA, we passed a regulation, a framework, 10 principles for access and use of veterans' data. And anyone who did research, who had a contract with VA, whatever it was, they had to show how they comported with that framework. Why aren't we doing that so that we could be stewards of our patients' data and allow the data to be used, be proud of it, tell our patients, hopefully that'll make them trust us more, and take some control? Everyone seems scared to do that.
Great comment. Thoughts, questions, either people on the panel or people in the room, people online or in the room?
So it's like 15 things I want to say, but I'll try and respond to that one.
We would have a great dinner together.
Yes, right, exactly. I've thought a lot about this and just sort of by way of grounding a little bit, right? I think if we look around the room, right, like this is the 1% of the 1%, right? Like we do not represent humanity or the average patient by a long shot, right? The fact that we've all made it through probably more than 20 years of education, right? And then have dedicated our lives to continual learning on this is a very unique, and this happens in all the academic settings. That being said, at least in the U.S. health system, right, when I sit down and I look at it and I think about it, I do agree that I think the nonprofit medical centers, right, whether they have an academic institution associated with them or not, but the nonprofit systems are the ones that are most closely aligned and closest to the patients, right, and most likely to be making decisions in alignment with the patients, right? For-profit is, as I've said, I think is a terrible distortion, right? And I think if you sort of go too small, it doesn't get you anywhere, right? So I agree very much with your point, and it's one of the things when I was at Northwell that I was trying to convince them to do was to step up more and kind of take that, and especially in the context of like the Aegis Digital Consortium and some other things that they were doing. I think there is this great opportunity and there's this moment which is almost passed, but I think there is this moment now where I would love to see a consortium of health systems, right? From across the country, stand up and say, this is what responsible AI looks like. This is how we're going to use it, right? These are the rules. And they're going to have to acknowledge the fact that whatever set of principles they put out there, at least 20% of the people are going to be outraged and think they're awful. And they're like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity that you do. But we can't stop progress and we can't stop the value for it because that is always going to be the case, right? So just to your point over there, I agree. Sounds like a great thing to say, like, I should have a right to, like, if I as a patient want a digital twin, I should have a right. But a lot of people would go and argue that you're destroying equity when you do that. You're creating digital haves and digital have-nots. What about all of the people who never don't have a chance to know about it, who don't have a chance to understand, who can't understand what it, and I'm just saying that to be
I think they should all have it. It's not about me.
Well,
I think everybody should, if they want it.
Right.
I mean, some people don't want an iPhone, so, but if they want it, I think it would be great if they could access it, or if the providers could get to it and decide.
And I'll just say, so in bioethics, and by the way, if you're interested, we check out our website. We have lots of other free conferences and courses and stuff like that, and et cetera. But, we weigh different principles. So you may say, yes, someone may say, well, I don't have access. We should work to increase access. But if someone has a right, one could argue that a patient has a right to their own data, that there are benefits of letting them do so, that the risks, providing that they understand, and you can say, what are they going to ask? If they ask, what's the best way for me to commit suicide? That's, we have to sort of figure out how to make sure there's benefits and not risks. Even though some people may be left out, the answer is not don't do it, but rather, in other words, the answer is not have no one have access, but rather how do we make it more affordable, accessible, et cetera, let's say.
One more point. I know I've been listening all day. It's hard for me as an Italian woman, but so in the UK, I don't know if any of our friends in the UK are on it. It's late there now, but they look at the digital twin as an equalizer because they have the NHS. Everybody gets everything. Here, it's like so divided. So when you listen to them present, they present it as an equalizer, and we sit there going, what? But that's how they see it. So it depends on the governance structure, too.
I agree 1,000%, right? And that's kind of exactly my point, right? Like it depends on the governance structure, it depends on social choices, it depends on social norms. There's like 1,000, and it depends on religion, and it depends on personal choice. And there's like 1,000 different things. And so, again, like I was saying, there's one of those adult conversations, right? I think the nonprofit health institutions are the ones who are most likely to be aligned and be dealing with this the right way and bringing a reasonable set of principles to it that are truly around trying to make life better for people, right? And trying to improve their health and improve their well-being and help them to live longer if they want to live longer, right? All of these things. But you just have to understand that you are going to get flamed like you would not believe, right? You're going to put that set of principles out there and you're going to be attacked from all sides about you missed this or you missed that or how colonial that is, or you're leaving out this huge swath of people or you're not taking into account. And just is what it is. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. You just, to your point about institutions being spineless, right? This is also one of the things. The lack of leadership in so many of our institutions is shocking to me, right? Leadership means, one of the things leadership means is going out and taking a stance on difficult principles or controversial principles. And you may be right. And in fact, actually, even when I was he's gone now, even when I was at Optum, a United Health Group, I tried to make the argument to them, because this is when that whole first algorithm really blew up over there. I said, like, look, you should come out with a statement of principles, right? And part of the principle should be, look, sometimes we're going to get it wrong. And this is just the way it's going to be. But what we commit to is when we get it wrong, we will be transparent about it. We will include, like, there's a whole body of literature that's like 50 years old on like what an apology is and how to actually fix a system. And like, this is not new science, right? And like, the lawyers, like, you could see their eyes bulging out of their heads and the claws growing on their fingers, and they just wanted to stab me, right? Because all they can think about is risk and liability and these other things. But so,
all right, so I'm going to move on for the moment to some other questions here we have from online, and please ask questions. So can implementing digital twins get rid of the need for administrative consultants / ancillary staff that raise costs, allowing for more clinician hiring? So the larger idea of costs, is this going to save money in the system? Is it going to add money to this? Is it going to add extra costs? Is it going to save costs? So any thoughts on that, panelists or others? Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I've looked at digital twins a lot over the years, and I always stayed away from what was going to save costs. Because when you're running a large organization, especially one that's a nonprofit, when you try and cut costs, you're sacrificing something. So I've always looked at it as an opportunity to maintain the level of cost structure, but improve innovation in healthcare. So that's what I would actually look at it is how do you actually maintain a flat level in the costs, but actually improve the quality of the healthcare in the process. In doing that, you actually have the opportunity to improve the care because at the point where you're reducing costs, what are you reducing it to? And what are you reducing it for? You're reducing it to actually, ideally, improve care. So I've kind of looked at it that way. And I do think that digital twins have that opportunity to improve how we do things and ultimately reduce the cost to deliver care and ultimately allow more care to be delivered in a better way. But it's going to take some investment. Right? So anybody who's started a business realize there's an upfront investment. It's not that it will never go above whatever cost level you have, but in the end, it should actually allow for more innovation and better care for the patients that are going to be treated at that particular institution.
Yes, Van. Just hit your button there. Do you want to?
I have cause of blindness. I've inputted my DNA, I've inputted imaging, the raw data onto reports, every clinical report I've had. And so it saved me money and time. So I used that, and this is all done open source, by the way. You would ask, can you do this? You can do this right now with a little bit of spending. I spend about $100 a month, Google Colab, Google Drive, which is Google One, and then AI Pro. So I can get the latest Gemini models. And I don't know how to code. And I've created a digital twin of my eyes, of my retina. So it got me, I had, again, using open source schema and algorithms. And I didn't have to learn anything. I had it output what screening I should get by decade, simply based on my DNA and my imaging results. And then I reached out to get those appointments. And I avoided tests that I had to repeat because I had the data in my silo. So I know I'm a broken record on this. Patients are the ones who are going to make this possible. The nonprofits, they can de-risk. Just like, does anybody know M. Lorem Foundation? Have you heard of M. Lorem Foundation?
You spell
it? M. Lorem, or is it M-Lorem? So they, Lorem. Yeah, N-Lorem Foundation. Okay, so they're a nonprofit. They de-risk for pharma because they take donations from pharma. They do research to get patients cures for free, and they accelerate the process. So they take the risk out of pharma. They take the risk out of academic medical centers, which are also nonprofits. So I think patients have to be the nonprofit and take the risk away from everybody else. Everyone else is too big.
So we have Sean online. No, Eric. Sean?
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things about when you're implementing digital twins is understanding when not to implement a digital twin. When somebody comes and says, hey, can you do a digital twin of X? And there's a lot of things where you don't want to use digital twins. So I don't see it really being in kind of the administrative areas. You're not going to replace a patient administration or billing system, for example, with a digital twin. You're looking for the use cases where the combination of real-time data, spatial data, and integration, for example, will have obviously a key business benefit. But at the same time, trying to avoid those cases, because if you end up implementing a digital twin and wasting money, that also adds up to the cost of healthcare. I think AI is going to do much more of a job, I guess, through some of those administrative areas. But I think it's finding the right tool and technology to solve the problem, and that using, I guess, systems engineering, but taking out the socio-technical view of what you're doing and understanding the different stakeholders will help you come to a better solution, which will ultimately reduce wastage, hopefully increase utilization and so on.
Thank you. Eric.
I was just going to comment on what you were saying. I would say that one of the big things that's already been pointed out is the healthcare systems appear to be siloed. Trying to get access to your information from various providers into a common place is a challenge. And that's going to be one of the most important steps forward for us to even envision digital twins that are actually going to be integrative across the whole body. And that's one of the things that I would say we have to start with. If it's the patients that have to drive that, and if it's a patient consortium that actually pulls that, we do have, at least as far as I understand, HIPAA that allows you to get access to your information. It's not always convenient. But some of those types of steps where we can streamline individuals' access to their information and then have those places where they can place it. And it doesn't have to be in one location. Right? The nice thing about an individual's data is that can be copied. You can have copies of it so it can actually be in multiple places if you want to. But having access to the data your own data is going to be one of the most important things.
And this is what I did. My DNA file is 62 genes. My imaging is 400.
So put it in the cloud.
Analysis parsing can be done. I did all this on cloud computing, and it can be passed as packets that can be federated, so they're actually anonymized, so the recipient doesn't know the identifying date. Like, this already exists. Many of us can do this right now.
I mean, one issue is you, as I think you mentioned earlier, have been the faculty here, been on staff here, et cetera. So in terms of the 1% of the 1%, a lot of patients won't have that facility know-how, et cetera, not to diminish in any way what you've said.
I think I joined a Zoom call of about 31. There is a retired buildings inspector from New York City who's doing what I'm doing with his DNA. He's not a part of an Ivy League institution. He's got I think, an associate's degree.
It doesn't matter what your profession is, right? I think you're talking like yes, there are truck drivers who can be Unix administrators and all the rest of it, right? So it shouldn't be about, because that's sort of inherently classist and issues. But the basic concept is just from raw intellectual power and years of training and capability, regardless of what your current profession is, right? Like, again, still 1% of the 1%, right? Who have the skill. And now you can certainly go and say, well, we should change the way we educate and we should raise the whole, great, but that's a 20, 30, 40, 50 year project. And the world is going to be, I would argue, almost completely unrecognizable within 10 to 15 years.
Though, this is prompt engineering. I don't know. I have zero bioinformatics training beyond being a radiologist back when I could see.
I just think when we got her an iPad, she said, what does it mean when the little hand pops up?
Yeah.
So I think that,
right. I mean, that's the level of things.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people.
That's the problem. Like, I can't use most tools because I'm blind. So I can use Gemini because it's text-based like contracts.
All right. So I'm going to move on for the moment. So the title of this session is Future Directions and Next Steps. So I want to come to that for the moment. And this has been great. We see this as the beginning of a process of trying to understand these issues more. Partly the speakers will be involved in coming up with some white papers. But I'm curious if people in the room, including the speakers, what should be future directions or next steps? Either what are things, if you were to say, these are the things we don't know or need to figure out or work on, for anyone in the room, anyone online, thoughts about that? Ken.
One thing that became obvious to me today is for all the speakers who are in the different spheres, is the heterogeneity of what it means when they say digital twin. Yeah. It could be imaging my heart to see how to fit a heart valve in, or searching all my data and my emails to try and do a psychological digital twin to predict my end of life decision making if I lose capacity. So you guys, the field needs to clarify what it means, because there's a whole potpourri of things and the thinking about it is very different in my mind.
And let me just add to that, and this is my own personal crusade, right? Virtual human versus digital twin, or virtual whatever versus digital twin. They're oftentimes used almost indistinguishably. And certainly a virtual human, I think, is very different from a digital twin, at least how I conceptualize it.
So who's making that standard?
It's on.
So who's making that standard of what a digital twin is?
I don't know if Dan's still in the room, but Digital Twin Consortium, we've been publishing a digital twin definition, but I think NIST and others are also, or even ISO, there's now an ISO document about what is a digital twin. But I think that, the key thing is, I think a lot of things do kind of blur the line between simulation versus a digital twin, where in general, a digital twin will still represent something in the real world. and it will have some kind of data synchronization with it. If it's an aggregated body, it's a virtual twin. If it's an aggregated set of patients, it's not really it's a simulation. But there's going to be all different views. It is coalescing. As I said, ISO's got one, Digital Twin Consortium's got one. They are aligning roughly on those. But yeah, do take a look at that.
Yes, the foundational principles where you have your virtualization, you have your physical, your real world. But as Sean's pointing out, that synchronized interaction and being able to allow that continuous improvement, that closed loop approach, that's really the fundamentals of a digital twin.
So one question, which I think was to your talk, I didn't read it, but I think you mentioned physical digital twin versus digital twin, or no, physical AI versus AI. I think was a distinction that someone online asked about. Do you want to clarify that?
Yeah. So if you think about what you're doing with AI today on a screen, ChatGPT, you're typing in, you're getting responses. Now take that and bring that level into the real world. And like I was saying earlier, where robotics is the first manifestation, people see that. That company I was talking about, they actually call that X-cognition. It's a synthetic brain. So what they're doing is they're putting that into the actual robotics. Now you go robotics to humanoids. So now you get into that next level from that perspective. The physics-based AI is where you have basically looking at it from actual physics. You have an objective function, you have mathematics, you have physics behind it. And that was the example we were showing with the neural, but with the bio-informed. So the generative AI can hallucinate. With the physics-based AI, the goal is it can't, because it doesn't know any better. It's not curating information off the website or somewhere. So it's garbage in, garbage out, right?
Got it.
So you don't.
I want to come back to the future direction. So other thoughts on either what don't we know? Are there topics we haven't covered? Some of this is obviously coming up in the questions. Where, if we think a few years from now, where this will be, or what we need to prepare, or if you were to think 5 years ago, where would you like it to be? I'm looking at some of the speakers. So I don't know, Eric, Kristen, perhaps, or Jody, or anyone else in the room? Martin, perhaps, if you were to think in the future, what do you think we'll be thinking about 5 years from now that we're not really thinking about yet, but we should be?
I can jump in actually off the physical AI bit. And this is just a practical thing, and Martin touched on it. A lot of the computations, particularly in multi-scale mechanics, I do large deformation mechanics because the uterus grows and stretches quite a bit. It's then using AI surrogate modeling to make these models go faster, almost instantaneously. Again, I work with a lot of clinicians, and they want my finite element model like tomorrow. So if I have a biomedical device company I'm working with, they want their simulation tomorrow. So we're moving towards surrogate modeling and using AI to make the models go faster. And that's just a practical bread and butter engineering thing. And so working with bioinformaticists to try to understand like what it means to be a foundation model versus that distinction between physical AI and physics-based AI is something that I just learned actually in the last month or so. And so when I was talking to the roboticist down the hallway, their favorite definition, because I'm in mechanical engineering, so I study pregnancy, but I work with a lot of roboticists. But they say physical AI is when the AI moves something in the 3D space. But for me, surrogate modeling, making finite element models go faster, and relying and opening up ourselves up to AI.
So how about Glenn and Nancy? Someone online. Did someone online?
I'll just pick up on that. Yeah, sorry, Sean. I'll just pick up on that last comment about engaging more of AI. I think when we talked about education and so on as well, understanding how to use it, I think is the fundamental thing we all need to be doing. I'm teaching my accountant adversarial prompting. If you want to learn anything, if you've already got the first pass on AI and you're using it to generate presentations or materials, the second thing to learn is adversarial prompting. Taking your output from Claude and giving it to OpenAI and saying, review this from the point of view of a grumpy old research director that's seen hundreds of AI proposals in the last 6 months. What are you going to criticize? And we actually went through this recently, when we looked at a proposal that Claude had come up with, and then we ran it through and did a deep research report on that. And it found a number of significant areas that, in parallel, one of the researchers at the hospital actually submitted a request for funding for a grant, and it took 6 months to get feedback. And if we took that original research proposal and gave it to OpenAI at the point, it would have shrunk that 6 months down to a week review or less and got a much better outcome. So I think, again, when we talk about future direction, next steps, it's about how we use and educate ourselves and others around how we can use AI, adversarial prompting for clinical, from wherever. That's going to be, I think, that's going to move the needle on a number of different areas.
Grace, you mentioned agentic AI. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I think that's the newest coin phrase that's coming out. And I think that's going to be a very powerful tool where AI is embedded behind the scenes in working through and assisting how we do models and how we do science. And so I think understanding that better might actually help us as well.
And I'm curious to push back a little bit. So do you see agentic, and I agree with you, agentic AI, does that interface with digital twins, you think, or is that sort of a separate bucket?
Oh, I think it could, and maybe people are already starting to use that. It's basically a behind the scenes tool, right? And so however you want to think about AI, we have to now probably have a lot more workshops on the ethics and legal aspects of agentic AI. So,
right. Yes, Glenn.
Yeah, so I think the real question, so obviously there's some great work done by the national academies, by NIST and the like. So I think the real question is, where is a gaps analysis? So where do you see a gap? One thing that came up a bunch today is just kind of trust and trustworthiness. Now, some of that I think is covered by some of the reports, but taking that seriously from a more ethics lens might be a space where engagement. The other thing that's come up a couple of times has been personalization, and kind of both in terms of commercial personalization, someone sells it to you, but also increasing access for patient, like do it at home. That might be another space that could be interesting.
Thank you. Jody?
I think one of the things that's exciting to me about the conversations around AI, digital twins, agentic AI, is that it forces us to sort of break a system that's already broken. So for me, the opportunity here is to really think about what is the future of healthcare that we want, and what is a broken system allow us to rebuild in ways that are better off than where we are right now. So some of that will mean embedding the technologies that we're developing, but it may also mean letting go of some of the technologies that we think are cool, but may not lead us down the path that we really wanted to.
Great, thank you. Orlando, and then Kristen. Orlando?
Yeah, so I think that definitely some of the themes that came across from my perspective that really stood out is the implementation readiness. And yeah, definitely I agree to do some type of landscape gap analysis to really understand what are some of the low-hanging fruit from a clinical standpoint in terms of the digital twins there's of course already implemented digital twins. There's a lot of pilots and some of them are already in production, but really understanding from the entire spectrum of the design, the testing, the fit for purpose, but then beyond that, really understanding what are all the criteria that are needed to actually deploy and scale these. And of course, how they relate to the regulatory, reimbursement, adoption, and then the trust, which is really critical as well. So the other piece on trust is that I think it's important to not just talk about trust as a theme, but to operationalize it from maybe like a governance perspective, give it some infrastructure in terms of potentially like around transparency of the models, clear governance structures, maybe adaptive or dynamic governance. It kind of really depends on the context. And then defining who's going to be accountable, across the spectrum, as well as identifying some more consistent performance metrics across the different populations. And one thing I think, just to kind of speaking to the equity aspect, I think it's really important to bake some of the accessibility and affordability considerations early on into the actual design, because yes, we can leave it out to free market and whoever wants it can use it, but we're just, I think, positioning ourselves in that way to augment the digital divide. And so really thinking about, especially in low resource settings, how can we actually deploy these meaningful technologies in a way to really enhance the value-based healthcare, which is really ultimately where we are hoping to go eventually. So I think really realizing the promise of value-based care in general will be, I think, a significant target.
Orlando, if I can ask you a question just in terms of future directions, I was very impressed by your laying out sort of the categories that the FDA has. Do things fall between the cracks? I mean, look very nice, sort of laying out these categories, but, thinking in the future, what should the FDA be doing, do you think? Are there things the FDA's doing around this or not doing that it should do or do differently?
Well, I can't really speak for FDA. I mean, I used to be at FDA some time back, but we work very closely with our FDA colleagues. But I think to some extent, it really depends on the application of the technology. What is the intended use? What is the context of use? What are the types of decision support, if that's the context of the digital twins, if it's going to be supporting certain decisions? So what are the risk prioritizations or stratification on the risk that the data derived or generated from the digital twin is going to mean in terms of those decision making? What are the risks, especially to the safety of the patient? I think that's a significant aspect, but I think other folks also mentioned about risk from an institutional perspective, also liability perspective. So really, I think focusing and understanding very, very well what are all the different flavors of risk around being able to not just design the model from a technical fit for purpose perspective, but the downstream considerations. And also just to think about from a technology standpoint, regulatory is, of course, very important and very critical, but many technologies that are that achieve actual regulatory approval or do not necessarily scale, right? So reimbursement is actually very, very meaningful and very important because we need to think about who's going to pay for the technology. So beyond the regulatory considerations, there's many other aspects that need to be in play. And thinking about it early, it's really where it's at. So hence the fit for implementation framework. And so I think to that, again, the challenge is not just building the digital twins, but is actually thinking about how we're going to implement this at a scale responsibly. And of course, right now we can look at agentic AI and other AI applications in healthcare. And we can see a lot of bottlenecks there, a lot of shortcomings in terms of full-blown implementations, even just the ambient AI, which there was a lot of hype about. I think it's only about 30% adoption right now. So I think there's a lot of lessons that could be learned from AI itself. And like I mentioned in the discussion, there's no regulatory pathway specifically for digital twins. So they will be regulated, and they are being regulated under just medical device considerations, and depending on the functionality and the risk profile as well.
Thank you. Kristen, your hand up before.
Yeah, actually, this dovetails off of what Orlando said at the beginning. This is actually low-hanging fruit. I wouldn't say future. I think we can do it now with the people in this room. I'm going to put my professor hat on and talk about education. And I think this can help with equity and who gets to invent. And it also goes to creating digital twins that are user-friendly, that, doesn't take an expert to drive, doesn't take a PhD in mechanical engineering to drive, et cetera. So I think, And also, I'm funded by National Science Foundation, and this is part of our mandate for broader impacts and in making sure that our technology is out there. Simply just a story, we started working because of the March of Dimes map and knowing that preterm birth is worst in the rural South. We started partnering with some colleges in Louisiana, which had some of the worst preterm birth rates, and working with their engineering program and their nursing programs, and actually, crossing, bringing them together and saying, hey, we have these digital models of the uterus. And actually I was going to give this lecture on pregnancy biomechanics, et cetera, but instead I just gave them the models to see what they would do with it, to how that they come to understanding, the body, their own health, and then giving the students at that school just based on the digital twin platform, can you then invent something that you would want to use, that you would want to see in a mobile or rural clinic? And I think, that's kind of the future of where some of my education work is going to be. And I think, where we can kind of break down our silos, like we're sitting here in Ivy League and, the digital twin, it's opened up so many avenues to people to understand my large deformation mechanics. Like I can talk about that at mechanics meetings, but when they actually see the image, I think it's very powerful. And I can talk about AI and physical AI, but really the education, whether it's in a room full of grade school children, middle schoolers, all through the education spectrum, because that's where we can capture them. And they can start inventing for themselves. I don't want to invent for them. And I think they're going to come up with better inventions. So I think the education piece is really important.
Other questions? Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shirima Shuke. I'm an artist, academic social entrepreneur. I was actually one of the people at Rock State University that helped pioneer the programs that they have then. And it's around maybe 2016, 2017. Back then, universities really have it, cybersecurity. And I went up from there. I also opted at Ithaca College. So I started my PhD at Cornell University. So I do African art history, African history and archaeology, also an anthropologist. That's on the research end. On the operational end, my background is I have an MBA in a few areas: financial management, international business. Okay, that's how I got into Augusta University. I was recruited to be one of the board of directors for that. Okay, I have a lot of, I think it's great that you have this conference. It's great that you spend all the day doing it. I'm really touched by the amount of women you have in here. You did a pretty good job getting, some minorities here as well. So that's to be admired. So I go to a lot of conferences. I understand your point. It's very corporate. I enjoy that as an MBA. I understand your point. It's very, yeah. I understand your point. It's talk to about the consumer side, the patient side, and I like the fact that you mentioned that most of us in here have way too much education. I would not represent the patient. So, as someone that also do advocacy for inner city youth, kids in foster care, women, those battered women, minorities, and there's a few, and also your point about the digital twin, being able to do that, okay? I taught myself digital stuff. I come from family. I'm Nigerian, by the way. I have at least 15 medical doctors in my mom's family. Grew up here, had the Black American experience, which is not fun for an African. The issue here is regulation. Yes, you could make your own digital twin. You could build it. It's fun. This thing I could do here is fun. But what happens when that data gets into the wrong hands? Who are we punishing? What happens when I had to that's I really want to work with. I had to say no when I found out they were using WhatsApp as their medical management system. So I don't want Facebook or Meta in my data. Why? Because monopolies, they're too big. That's the issue. Amazon is too big. Meta, they're all the same people. They're too big. Elon Musk, too big. And they're the ones that are running everything, and it's all. So the issue is not that digital twins needed. It is quite arguable, yes, we can use predictive models, and we can definitely predict what will happen to someone with similar conditions like you have without having your digital twin in there. We can do that pretty easily. We don't need your exact information to be in there for us to do that. We have enough models for that pretty quickly, right? So do we really need it? There are many ways to yes, it could help with Harvard, whatever. Many things it could benefit. But the issue is not that do we need it. The issue is not, is it fun? I just see, as a marketer, my first degree was marketing management. I just see a lot of arguments, maybe that's not where you're going to go with this, a lot of arguments of marketing, making the argument for digital twins. This is why we need it. But we need to spend more time regulating, like more of it is done in Europe. What happens when it goes wrong? Who are we punishing? What happens when it goes wrong? Because I see an I situation here, okay, where people are being targeted because they have certain genetic codes. And the issue is that usually it's the women that suffer. It's the African diaspora that suffer. It's the indigenous people that suffer. Those are the ones that were plagued down by the medical system. Yes, since COVID, even before COVID, people are tired of the medical system. I'm fed up with big places, including where we're in here. I did go to Cornell. I'm fed up with the medical systems. I'm looking for new doctors. Why? Because you have doctors that don't want to talk to the patients anymore. They are undistant. They're missing you. The bed care manner is horrible. And at the end of the day, when the human being to look at that patient, you know what? I see that you're okay. This is what we should do with you. This is how we should work within your family. So the issue here is not, okay, do we need it? Yes, we can make terminal arguments of why we need it. Yes, it's very sexy to need it. But when something goes wrong, who pays for it? It's usually minorities. It's usually women. It's usually those people that are not in this room that will pay for it. That's the problem. The point is, like, do we need it? Yes, we can need it. But what happens when it goes wrong? And the truth is this. The world is tired of the same people, usually colonial, Caucasian white men, making decisions. What's going to happen is this. As a prehistorian, I studied the culture of West Africa, Iron Age technology, but nearby, people in modern-day Nigeria, mainly West Africa, right? Not culture, NOK culture, that's what I study. The truth is, at the end of the day, yes, digital AI will go through. Hospitals are messing with technologies they do not understand. They're looking data all over the place, and they haven't paid for it. So until we are able to convince the public that, you know what, based on the data we already have of you, that we collected without your permission, we're going to find a way to regulate it more responsibly. It will not be okay with the public. Yes, more than likely, big pharma, whoever, NIH or NSF is going to go ahead with the digital twin. They will go ahead with it, but people are tired. And the truth about the internet is, guess what? They don't need to be in America anymore for doctors. They could find other ways to do it. And all of you want telehealth. Guess what? If I can telehealth in New York City, I can telehealth in Nigeria. I could go to India. I could go to other countries. So that's a problem that we all need to worry about in that sense. So responsibility. When it goes wrong, what happens?
Okay. So, Ken, the question, if some of you online may not have heard, it's what happens if something goes wrong? Who's going to regulate? I'm summarizing just a few points that you made. Thank you for that.
So I think what you bring up is a great point. Okay. What I don't agree with is that regulation and the law is the way to provide the right oversight. Because if anything we learn from HIPAA, the law is about as unnimble, whatever the word for unnimble is, sloth-like, that of a system that there is. Also, the biggest people, okay, they still think you can remove 18 identifiers and de-identify a data set. And that's like, so when HIPAA was created, there was 50,000 websites. So the law just can't possibly keep up with this. Also, there's a blurring of what's healthcare data and what's just data. Okay. Someone said you can look at all your emails. Well, that's not typically thought of as healthcare data, or the geolocation data on your phone, or the recording of your voice. So to regulate this by thinking about healthcare data is also doomed. And the last thing that you said was brilliant, that some of these companies are so big that they don't care if they get a fine. It's just cost of business for them. So even if it's illegal and they get slapped on the wrist and have to pay $350 million, it's nothing to them. It's like UPS getting parking tickets. It's baked into your delivery fee. It's cost of business for them. So I have everything you say, I agree with, and we need to find how that protection can be built in the system, and that advocacy role and that protection role. I'm very, very pessimistic about thinking that the law is the way that it's going to be. And that's why I suggested that our healthcare systems, who should care about us and who are supposed to be our advocates, should step up and be appropriate data stewards. That's my 2 cents.
Other thoughts on that? Glenn, any thoughts on the role of the law here? Is regulation or?
I mean, I think there was a great talk earlier today about FDA, and essentially digital twins is not a homogenous category, that the implementation, depending which science you're implementing it, some of it will fall within FDA's jurisdiction, but the vast majority of medical artificial intelligence is exempted from FDA review by Congress is passing the 21st Century Cures Act and the rules about clinical decision support and stuff like that. So I think if you're thinking FDA will save you, only a subset, I think as Mr. Lopez said, only a subset of it will fall within various existing categories of FDA regulation. The vast majority will not.
So we had a question about the 20th Century Cures Act. Just coming back to that just a second. Well, do you want to elaborate? I can't. Go ahead.
So just while you're finishing that, I think hopefully there's an opportunity with AI to actually make our law smarter, or maybe it won't happen. But I think there is examples of precedent where smart laws can make a difference. And it comes back to that other choice about, I think somebody was saying around my use of the free riders. But in Singapore, for organ donation is opt out. So by default, everybody's opted in, but you've got a right. You can choose if you want to opt out. But if you opt out and then later you need an organ, you go below the list all the people that didn't opt out. Now, I think this is smart because it basically says you've still got the right. You've got the data to take your data out of the system if you want to. But the problem is there's no corresponding consequence of that. Right? You're not contributing to the whole. So if you are opting your data out, what do you lose in return for that? And I think this is where maybe if we can find more laws like that give people the right, but also understand there's a consequence to do so, then maybe there's a chance of better aligning some of these outcomes and decisions so people understand the consequences of the choices they make.
I was going to say in response to you, Ken, that I'm wondering if laws are necessary but not sufficient. Right. I quote David. Glenn, do you want to comment on someone else asked about the 20th Century Cures Act?
And again, Orlando kind of spoke about this in some depth in his presentation, so I'm also happy for him to jump in. But essentially, there are like major categories of AI usage that are just exempted, and one relates to decision support if it meets 4 criteria, I think, that FDA has interpreted. And one of those is as long as a human being is an ultimate decision maker, it tends not to fall within. It's the truly autonomous stuff that tends to get reviewed. And actually, most of what FDA has, and reviewed is the right word, it clears, doesn't approve, right? So even if you get within the device category, you might end up being a 510K or one of these other processes that are not particularly the most searching review, especially if you can claim a predicate product. Just to say that it's turned out that actually the vast majority of medical artificial intelligence has not fallen with what FDA will look at, such that we have this complex ecosystem where I think actually the hospital systems have had a lot of the work of kind of vetting. But again, Orlando spoke about this quite formally in his presentation, so he might have some thoughts.
So Glenn, can I ask you who does look at it? Because research won't look at it. The research oversight, the QI oversight is sort of bizarre. There's a whole concept of innovation, which is another nebulous oversight. So as far as I could tell right now, there's virtually no oversight.
I think so. I'll see what I know wants to jump in. I'll let him jump in a sec, but I'll say that I think it varies from hospital system to hospital system. If you look at the MGB system or UCSF, they have pretty kind of existing, complicated, expensive to run, high expertise systems to vet things, but it's vetting the kinds of things that come in that are going to be used system-wide or enterprise-wide, as opposed to as an individual clinician, as I always tell people, if you firewall your ChatGPT, it means your residents are just going to use ChatGPT on their phone. It's not going to be the HIPAA-protected instance. So we have to think realistically about the friction and the implementation. But again, Orlando's an expert on kind of the FDA side of it and stuff like that. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think it's an excellent point of discussion. And in terms of the regulation, I think like many wellness type of applications, many wellness type of products are essentially a Wild West to some extent. So if you look at your Apple Store or Google Play, all the different apps that you could be able to download there in terms of any kind of health type of, I wouldn't say indication because most of them are not cleared or approved by FDA. It's really, I think, a significant opportunity for standards development. Is really uncharted territory to some extent, and hence a lot of the work that we've been doing with Florence. But there's a number of different areas, the main areas that are maybe more difficult than others. So, for instance, like mental health. Mental health is really very much a Wild West. Someone that is looking for any type of, well, the spectrum, anywhere from like guided coaching type of support all the way through therapeutic support can be very, very confused. Just to understand what kind of the quality of the applications that, which one should I download, which one should I use for my particular context. So that is very difficult, and I think to some extent institutions, especially larger institutions, will have more resources, of course, to try to vet those. But I think in my experience, they're mainly focusing on a lot of the procurement governance, in terms of the investment, but downstream considerations in terms of assessing or vetting technologies that are not necessarily regulated can be a very, very difficult thing. So, and of course, it changes across jurisdictions. So, from country to country, I think there was a comment around telehealth earlier. And that is a significant issue as well. So the promise of telehealth is tremendous. The potential impact of being able to do cross-country or cross-state usability of telehealth is tremendous. But a lot of the regulations, a lot of the state laws, and even country laws prevent that to some extent. But we did see some we got a taste of breaking down some silos during COVID, and that was really significant. So I think that there is an opportunity to understand from some of the past history, to understand what worked and what didn't work, and then maybe try to navigate through that context. But yes, I think in terms of the regulation of digital twins right now, I think leveraging, which many of them are going to be, or if not already, leveraging AI. So really understanding the regulatory position of regulatory bodies, not just FDA, but of course, European or counterparts of FDA across different nations, I think will be very, very critical, because they're all regulating things in a different context. And also the implications of the reimbursement, I think, are very, very significant. Comparing, let's say, the U.S. healthcare model to, more like universal care type models, the needs are very, very different. And so thinking around, creative ways that we can mitigate how to bring these technologies forward is very, very important. But coming together as a group like this and trying to understand what the best practices would be, where can we actually identify those low-hanging fruits so that we can demonstrate value early, I think is really important, because a lot of times these cutting-edge technologies developed by a lot of the technologists that actually work on putting this forward, many times the actual value gets lost. And so being able to communicate the value to broader stakeholders, especially clinicians, if we want to really try to reach the clinician acceptance, and then the investor perspective as well, beyond non-dilutive funding like grants from government. If we want to try to scale these type of technologies beyond the lab, beyond the academic realm, I think we really need to work on the pitch. So enhancing the way that we communicate the value to all stakeholders is really, really significant. Over.
Thank you. Florence.
So this has been an incredible day. Does anybody feel really full, like of ideas? I feel very full. I feel like I ate too much, like Thanksgiving. And, but I didn't eat too much. I was just listening and learning from all of you.
Food for
perspectives, your thought, what?
It was food for thought.
With food for thought. No, and that makes me feel even more full when you more food. So I have a thought after all this. I think we have to think, because we heard so much today So what I'm thinking is that we look at the transcript. I think we've been recording this, little spelunking through it, little AI spelunking. Lynn's been graciously taking notes, and she's done that for multiple virtual human global summits. So she's like her own little AI machine. So we could look at her notes as well. And I think we might want to think about what angles of attack, being an aerospace engineer and usually on jets and things. So what are the different angles of attack? Kristen brought up education. Education is interesting, and that could be for lots of different types of humans and for systems, but that's another story. So maybe there's an education angle. Maybe there's a security and privacy angle. We already have this TIPS standard, trust, identity, privacy, protection, safety, and security. We could see about creating, a TIPS initiative for digital twins or just leverage the clinical IoT. We'd have to have some people help us think this through. Maybe, and the patient perspective, should there be a patient advocacy thing? The clinician's perspective, which ones? There's a gazillion of them. We're talking about all the parts of our body, right? And then we talked about multiple papers, right? So what would those be? Orlando was just saying best practices, low-hanging fruit. It could be by client set, so to speak, for the patient perspective, the clinician perspective, the manufacturer perspective. I'm just making this up right now because I'm full and things are flying out of my head. The grants perspective we just talked about, which is very interesting. I don't know if Bruce is still on the line, Bruce Heck from IEEE, but he emailed and said there's an ARPA-H opportunity, circle opportunity. I'm like, okay, great, let's talk, right? And I'm sure Grace knows a bunch of what's going on with that too. And I think we need to look at what's the landscape too? So there's a digital twin for health society. We went to the Houston event. They had their inaugural meeting. We presented at that. We had the virtual human global summit stuff. I think we have to figure out what value we would want to enable, and the we could be all of us, and so maybe we would be like a knowledge graph with different nodes, or a knowledge network with different knowledge graphs, and maybe, one of us would want to take God bless you, the lead on education, and one on the security and privacy, and one on something, so I think it would be interesting to look at all the output. I think we're going to have all the slides. Thank you, all the presenters. We'll have the video. We'll have the transcript, hopefully. We'll have Lynn's notes. And then, Bob, you're our fearless leader. You helped us get this whole thing together. Thank you, and invite all of us. So, let's think about what next steps should we take. Do we want to say you're all part of the working group now? That's one thing we could do. And then, people start coming forward and say, I really want to work on this. I really want to work. And I'm like, oh, let's get together. And then we'll have little breakout rooms, So there are different ways this could go. And I think if we follow the humans, the humans, and the outside forces on each of us, I think that might help us start looking at what roads we want to take. And we should be thoughtful about it because we all have a million things to do. And this will be volunteer work until we get funding. And then, come together and come up with a path or a couple of paths we want to take. And it could be parallel paths. It could be serial. It could be first we'll do this, then we'll do that. So those are some of the thoughts I have. So that is, I feel full. I need to digest. And I think we should look at all the content and then decide what paths to take. And just like we have been today, be open to ideas. Like, what do you think? Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. And for some of us, when you digest, then later on you realize you didn't realize what you want to think, and then you'll think something later. So those are my thoughts right now. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what I've been sitting here writing as everybody's been talking.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you, Florence. I agree. So, and I'll just say, people in the room, if you're interested in being involved in next stages, please reach out to us and let us know. And I think that might be a good note to end on. So let me just see if any other final thoughts before we end.
I want to say one more thing. Somebody put in the chat, and I couldn't respond to it. If anybody wants to do the peer reviewing for the computational approaches for cancer workshop, you can reach out to me or Eric on LinkedIn, and we can hook you up. That'll be probably this summer or something.
So it's easy. You only have to do 3 abstracts, and it takes 20 minutes, maybe 30.
Oh my goodness, they're all quick readers and listeners. So so you can reach out to Florence Hudson or Eric Stolberg on LinkedIn, and we can hook you with that.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, I think on that note, we should end. Please join me in thanking all of our wonderful panelists and all of you for being here today. This is a terrific session. This is beyond our expectations. And again, I want to thank Alexis Avedisian and Aaron Elliott and Marie Gunyashev and Katie Mendez and the head of DSI, Garud Yangar. And again, all of you and all of you online. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your questions. Also to our speakers online. Stay in touch. Have a great day, everyone, or especially in Australia, Sean, where I think the day's just beginning. And we look forward to being in touch with you. Thanks so much again, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.